Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. It's really nice to see you again. In the last video, I entered the game world through a mysterious laptop and successfully collected a large amount of steel resources. In order to survive better in this dangerous world, I exchanged these steels for a large amount of much-needed survival supplies at the exchange. Although there were some unexpected incidents during the process, and he was almost killed by ferocious mercenaries and terrifying monsters. But fortunately, I managed to avoid these deadly threats and obtain some powerful weapons, which made me feel a little safe in this dangerous wasteland world. However, when I entered the game world of Plants vs. Zombies, this seemingly simple and harmless game brought me unprecedented challenges. Although the flow of time in the game is different from that in the real world, everything in the wasteland world is still full of unknown and unpredictable dangers. In order to survive, I must speed up the progress of the game and try to obtain more supplies in the shortest time to improve my strength. Are you curious about how I quickly complete the game Plants vs. Zombies and obtain important resources? If you want to know more, please like and subscribe to my channel. Next, we will continue to explore. I discovered a laptop in the apocalypse that transfers virtual game resources to reality, the second part of this novel. After checking the properties of the sunflower, Tang Ming entered the second level. The streets were empty, but new zombies slowly approached, with the number increasing to 15, 3 times more than in the first level. But even so, they posed no threat to Tang Ming. Tang Ming only needed a thought, and the 5-meter-wide lawn was blocked by building materials, completely keeping the zombies out. The zombies seemed stunned when they saw the high wall suddenly appearing before them, but soon they began to gnaw on the obstacle according to the game settings. In the game, all obstacles can be consumed by zombies, but the materials are different and the length of resistance time is also different. In order to prolong the resistance time, Tang Ming finally left only one zombie. Okay, now I can plant sunflowers with peace of mind. Tang Ming began to plant sunflowers in the garden with satisfaction. Soon the whole garden was filled with sunshine. Is the sunshine free now? Looking at the sunshine that continued to emerge, Tang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Amid the noisy neighbors, Tang Ming tried to relax, but was stared at by a fat man with eyes of different sizes and was unable to calm down. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Ming chanted, and the world became quiet. He continued to enjoy his relaxing time until the only zombie finally broke through the first line of defense. Tang Ming thoughtfully added a stronger line of defense. After checking the amount of sunlight, Tang Ming sighed. 7,000 sunlight for one obstacle? One level is only a little over 100,000 sunlight, which is a bit too little. The first 3 levels are for beginners, and the game will enter the settlement after passing the 4th level. After calculation, Tang Ming can only get 300,000 to 400,000 sunshine this time. Too little. Thinking that the limited sunlight could not buy enough plants, Tang Ming began to look around for valuable items. However, although the neighbor's house was a small, red-tile building, it was almost empty. Tang Ming checked Dave on the roof and found that he was still intact. In desperation, Tang Ming had to return to his garden. After passing the 2nd level, Tang Ming unlocked the cherry bomb and the nut. The powerful power of the cherry bomb aroused his interest, while the nut seemed bland. After passing the 4th level, Tang Ming got a new tool, a shovel, which can be used to remove plants. Tang Ming thought about whether to use the shovel to deal with the bone flower, but finally decided to stay calm. Back to reality, Tang Ming tried to experiment with the plants he got from the game and found that except for the cherry bomb, other plants required soil to be planted. Tang Ming decided to test the power of the cherry bomb first. As he thought, an angry cherry appeared in the distance and then exploded, with a huge roar echoing in the night. Chapter 65. The huge explosion instantly penetrated the heavy buildings and spread far away, alarming the predators foraging at night. However, although the sound came quickly, it disappeared even faster. By the time the predators realized what was happening, the source of the explosion was nowhere to be found. Frustrated, they could only roar in the darkness, then found themselves attracted to the sound and engaged in a fight for no apparent reason. Tang Ming, the instigator of all this, was stunned for a moment when he saw the ground, which was only blackened but intact after the cherry bomb exploded. He expected that the explosion might not be powerful, but it was still beyond his expectation that it was so weak. To confirm, Tang Ming conducted several more experiments and finally found that the cherry bomb seemed unable to cause any damage to buildings and could only have an effect on living things, which was exactly the same as the performance in the game. What kind of rule-based weapon is this? Tang Ming couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. It seems that only the nuclear bomb mushroom can have a real destructive effect on the building. However, this result is not all bad. At least the cherry bomb could be used in any environment. But it is just a fruit after all, and it can be mass-produced, so Tang Ming can't expect too much. After testing the cherry bomb, Tang Ming turned his attention to the remaining 3 plants in the backpack. However, they all needed soil, which made Tang Ming decide to test them again after returning to the park. For now, he decided to take a break and enter another game tomorrow. At the same time, while Tang Ming was sleeping, the Blood Fong camp was still brightly lit. In a tin room, Gao Yin asked Yu Gang about news from other camps. Yu Gang, the 3rd-generation leader of the Blood Fong, and Gao Yin are half-brothers, but their relationship is not harmonious. When they were young, they often quarreled over trivial matters. Although they have eased up as they grew up, they still hold their own opinions. Yu Gang put down the telegram in his hand and replied, they plan to gather all their manpower tomorrow night and attack the Green Snake's hinterland by surprise. But he expressed doubts about this action and believed that caution should be exercised. Although Gao Yin did not quite agree with Yu Gang's decision, he finally accepted the arrangement and only sent 1/10 of the men. After Gao Yin left, Yu Gang frowned, thinking about the possibility of an insider. Although he didn't believe Gao Yin was an insider, he was still worried that other survivors' camps might stab him in the back at a critical moment. This concern was also the reason why he chose to keep some people. In addition, Yu Gang was also confused about the intentions of the jury organization, especially the bottle of genetic medicine called epiphyllum, which made him more vigilant. The next morning, Tang Ming left the underground garage and continued searching for the computer hard drive in the surrounding high-rise buildings. During the break, Tang Ming discovered that the Green Snake's movements became more frequent, as if it was setting a trap and preparing to attack the coalition forces. Seeing the various weapons deployed by the Green Snake soldiers, Tang Ming couldn't help but feel envious, thinking that sooner or later he would find a chance to visit this well-equipped enemy. After a busy day, Tang Ming checked today's harvest and found that only one hard drive was still functioning normally. This made him wonder if he had encountered the disaster star Xiaji again. Tang Ming was disappointed when he opened the hard drive and found that it was full of outdated board games. Just when he was about to give up, he found a game called Underground Ant Kingdom in the corner, which aroused his interest. Although Tang Ming felt that raising ants seemed to be useless, but thinking of some special effects of ant wine, he decided to study this game carefully after returning. On the way back to the park, Tang Ming began to plan how to make rational use of the game gains, while also considering how to better arrange the work of his employees. After all, every day wasted in reality is 60 days lost in the game, which is a huge loss for everyone. Chapter 66. When Tang Ming returned to the park, he noticed that although 2 days had passed, the number of mutant creatures in the park had increased significantly. It seems that the breath left by the bone flower has disappeared. Tang Ming frowned and thought, the park might soon return to its previous state where mutant creatures roamed everywhere, which ran counter to his plan to create a relatively safe area. Tang Ming's goal is to make the park a relatively safe area. Even if it cannot be absolutely safe, at least it should ensure that people will not be attacked by mutant creatures at any time when walking in the park. To achieve this, Tang Ming needs a solid defensive fortress or a never-ending guarding force. The pea shooter in his hand seems to meet the latter requirement. I hope the pea shooter's attack power is strong enough. Tang Ming prayed in his heart. If the attack power is strong enough, the pea shooter will become a perfect line of defense. If not, then they may just be feeding the enemy. Tang Ming then took out a pea shooter from his backpack and prepared to start testing. As soon as the pea shooter was taken out of the backpack, it immediately took root in the ground. The half-human high green plant, with a firm gaze, gave people an inexplicable sense of security. Just like in the game, Tang Ming reached out and touched the pea shooter, and the feel was no different from that in the game. Tang Ming chose a passing bloodthirsty rat as his target. It was small in size and had low defense, so he could easily deal with it even if the pea shooter missed. Following Tang Ming's order, the pea shooter's mouth bulged, and a fist-sized pea was shot out at an extremely fast speed, hitting the bloodthirsty rat almost instantly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the rat was killed instantly. Tang Ming quickly stepped forward to check and found that the pea was actually embedded in the waist and abdomen of the bloodthirsty rat. This kind of power. His eyes lit up. Then, Tang Ming tested the range and attack speed. The pea shooter's attack speed of 1 shot per second was satisfactory, but the range was so far that it was beyond his sight, which made him sigh. This really doesn't follow the rules of physics. Although the pea shooter may not be as lethal as a firearm, its range, unlimited ammunition, and automatic enemy lock are features that firearms cannot match. What's more, Tang Ming has a total of 1,000 pea shooters. The quantitative change is enough to trigger a qualitative change. Even if the power is insufficient, he can overwhelm all enemies by numbers. After testing the pea shooter, Tang Ming tested nuts and sunflowers. Although sunflowers are cute, they are not edible. The nuts are very delicious. The kernels are sweet and huge, enough to eat for several days. After testing the plants, he began waiting for the sunflowers to produce sunlight. However, until it grew dark, the sunflowers showed no signs of producing sunlight. It seems that this cycle is a bit long. Tang Ming frowned, but he was not impatient. After all, the performance of the first 3 plants was consistent with that in the game, and the sunflower should be no exception. Tang Ming decided to put away the sunflowers temporarily and return to the air raid shelter. However, just as he was about to put away the sunflower, he found that it began to move. He was delighted, thinking that the sun was about to appear. However, instead of producing sunlight, the sunflower appears lethargic. This reminded Tang Ming of the setting in the game. When there is no light at night, plants will fall into a dormant state, and only mushroom plants can continue to move. Tang Ming immediately verified his guess and found that the pea shooter and nut seemed exhausted at night, and their attack range was greatly shortened, but the cherry bomb was not affected. Doesn't this mean that the all-weather, no dead-angle defense front has ended before it even began? Tang Ming felt a little frustrated. But Tang Ming soon thought that light could replace sunlight. He took out a flashlight and tried it. As he thought, the light from the flashlight could revive the plants. Although the flashlight solved the immediate problem, Tang Ming realized that the amount of electricity required to keep thousands of plants functioning normally at night was extremely huge, which put him in a new dilemma. A light bulb that doesn't require wires. Tang Ming began to think, and then thought of the force light bulb in Prepper. Great, then there's no need for electricity. With this thought in mind, Tang Ming quickly returned to the air raid shelter and planned his next actions. After sorting out today's gains, Tang Ming prepared to enter Doomsday Prepper. However, when checking the surveillance, he found that the United Army was taking action against Green Snake, which made him temporarily put his plan to enter the game on hold. Through surveillance, he saw that several survivor camps began to gather, and about 3,000 people surrounded the Green Snake camp. After Tang Ming calculated secretly, he could not help but feel shocked. This is really a large-scale operation. It seems that the joint forces are determined to get rid of the Green Snake this time. However, after seeing the layout of the Green Snake camp, Tang Ming felt uneasy. The Green Snake seemed to have been prepared and had laid various traps. If this wasn't reality, I would have thought the coalition forces were walking into a trap. Tang Ming understood that there must be a traitor behind this action, and Green Snake's methods and layout forced him to reevaluate the situation. It looks like this farce is about to end tonight. Tang Ming sighed secretly. He originally thought that the coalition forces could hold on for a while, but obviously he overestimated them, or rather, underestimated the cunning of the Green Snake. Chapter 67. In the subway station, Sunchaser closed his eyes and concentrated on distinguishing the sounds around him. He could clearly hear the breathing of his teammates beside him and the roar of the mutant creatures above his head. Suddenly, a faint sound of chaotic footsteps came, breaking his meditation. Sunchaser opened his eyes and immediately gave an order. "Here we go. Push them to the innermost part of the subway station." This group of 40 people was responsible for cutting off the retreat of the coalition army, so they had ambushed at a subway station behind the Green Snake camp. They waited patiently and heard footsteps approaching, chaotic and disorderly, accompanied by various noisy conversations. "After I kill Green Snake and his gang, I must grab a good gun. These people all have rifles, but I don't even have a decent gun. It's really infuriating. Hey, I want to grab a woman." Women in such large camps are usually very beautiful. I heard that 2 of the Green Snake's Legion leaders are women. Do you want to give it a try? Haha, I'll give it a try, but it definitely won't be my turn. The arrogant words of the Union soldiers below seemed to have foreshadowed their victory. Their words were full of confidence and contempt. However, Sunchaser, who was above them, had a calm expression on his face. These people were just dying people. As the sound below gradually faded away until no sound could be heard anymore, Sunchaser waved his hand to signal a team member to go down and check. "Captain, they have left, and no one is left on guard." The team members quickly returned and reported the situation. Sunchaser calmly gave the order, "Execute according to the plan." Immediately, 40 people acted quickly. 3 heavy machine guns that had been equipped in advance were moved down the tunnel, lined up in a row, and the gaps in front of the machine guns were blocked with sandbags, leaving only 3 black gun barrels pointing at the approaching enemy. On the other side, at an entrance of the Green Snake camp, Hyman picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered in a low voice, "Prepare for battle." His voice spread throughout the entire Green Snake camp in the darkness. In fact, the soldiers had already raised their rifles and were ready to fight at any time after hearing the noise coming from afar. "Charge! Kill those Green Snake bastards!" After seeing the steel gate of the Green Snake camp, the vanguard of the coalition army shouted and rushed forward quickly. In their view, this is a battle without suspense, as if victory is a foregone conclusion. However, reality is often far from fantasy. Behind the Iron Gate, Hyman looked at these United Army soldiers who had no strategy and only knew how to rush forward, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Then, Hyman whispered an order. Release dissolved. As the order was issued, all the Green Snake soldiers put on gas masks, and then white mist rose from the tunnel, quickly covering the entire passage. The soldiers of the Allied forces hesitated for a moment in the sudden smoke, but were quickly led by the smart people and continued to charge forward. However, a few seconds later, screams and terrified shouts rang out through the tunnel. "Damn, what is this thing? What's wrong with my skin? This is poison. Everyone run!" Chaos and screams were intertwined in the smoke, and Hyman observed it all calmly. After a moment, some soldiers began to flee in panic from the smoke. The Green Snake soldiers were ready to shoot, but Blackman stopped them. Several surviving United Army soldiers finally approached, their faces rotten beyond recognition. This was the effect of the dissolving gas, which could quickly dissolve the skin and muscles of the human body, leaving behind a disgusting flesh paste. Hyman said calmly, "It's still a little slow to take effect." Then he ordered, "Deal with it. After the poison gas dissipates, clean up the battlefield." The Green Snake soldiers followed the order and killed the enemies who were struggling in pain one by one. As time passed, the white poisonous gas gradually dissipated, leaving behind a bloody pile of corpses, like a hell on earth. The few survivors who were wearing gas masks went crazy after seeing this scene. They couldn't understand why they were in the subway tunnel just now, but now it seemed like they had entered hell. But they were soon engulfed by the gunfire in the distance and eventually became one with this hell. Hyman picked up the intercom and calmly reported, "Gate number 1 has been cleared, and no escapees have been found." Lin Han's voice came from the intercom with a hint of blame. "Hyman, didn't I tell you to try not to use poison gas?" Hyman replied calmly, "I just ended the battle with the least cost." Lin Han said helplessly, "Forget it. Let Wubu go to camp number 1. You should come back." However, a cough suddenly came from the intercom, accompanied by an angry shout. "Hyman, haha, it seems that it is still me. Cough. Damn it, Inhuan. Why did you set off a smoke bomb under my feet?" Chapter 68. ZZ Lin Han listened to the dead tone coming from the intercom. After a moment of silence, he quickly changed the channel. "Jean Lin, how is the situation over there?" A response came from the other end of the intercom. "Cold Snake, we have only captured more than 100 people, and the remaining 100 or so are in pursuit." Lin Han thought for a moment, then said, "Jean Lin, go directly to the Blood Fong camp. Be careful, the Blood Fong people still retain a lot of strength." Jean Lin was obviously not satisfied with this arrangement. He snorted coldly. "If we followed my plan, it wouldn't be so troublesome now. We should have taken down the other survivors' camps in one fell swoop. There wouldn't be so much trouble." Inhuan also echoed, "Jean Lin is right." However, Lin Han just put down the walkie-talkie helplessly and prepared to deal with the affairs after unification. At the same time, the view turned to the Blood Fong camp. Yu Gang paced back and forth in the conference room, feeling irritable and restless. "No news from there yet?" he asked. It had been almost 2 hours since the Allied forces set out, but they had not received any news. "We have already sent people to investigate," a senior member of the Blood Fong replied. Yu Gang nodded, but his brows were furrowed, and he felt a little uneasy. "Where is Gao Yin?" He said he was going to check the defenses in the camp to prevent any accidents from happening. "Ayuka know that." When Yu Gang was about to ask someone to call Gao Yin back, a subordinate with a panicked look suddenly rushed in from the door of the conference room. "Here they come. Here they come. Has the news of the Allied forces arrived?" Yu Gang asked. "No, it's the Green Snake's people who are here." The subordinate's answer made the faces of the senior executives in the conference room change drastically. They obviously did not expect that the coalition forces would be defeated so quickly. How many green snakes are there? Yu Gang quickly calmed down and asked. There are about 200 people. Hearing this number, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Blood Fong originally had more than 500 fighters, and even after sending some of them out, there were still more than 400 left, twice the number of green snakes. We can still fight. Don't the green snakes know that you shouldn't chase a desperate enemy? Someone said, believing that with their defensive advantage, they still have a chance of winning. However, Yu Gang felt uneasy. He suddenly realized something and asked hurriedly, where is the green snake now? We are only a few hundred meters away. The subordinate replied. Seeing this, Yu Gang immediately ordered to prepare to meet the enemy. After arranging everything, Yu Gang called his confidant and whispered, take a team of people and take all the women and children in the camp away and go here. Yu Gang handed a map to his confidant. Just in case, if we can win, I will take the rest of the people there. But if there is no news within 2 days, you will take your people to join jury. The confidant was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was the retreat route arranged by the camp. He nodded in agreement and left quickly. Yu Gang stayed in the room alone, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened the drawer, took out a tube of reagent emitting a glowing green light, put it in his pocket, and walked towards the front line. At the front line, the Green Snake army was already at the gates of the city. Yu Gang's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he ordered, prepare for battle. Since they dare to come, let them never return. As the order was given, the sound of guns being loaded could be heard one after another. However, most of the Blood Fong members did not point their guns at the Green Snake, but at their companions and leaders. Sure enough, it's you. Yu Gang turned around calmly and saw Gao Yin pointing a gun at him. Sorry, brother. This may be the first and last time I call you brother. Give up resistance. Gao Yin said. Yu Gang acted very calm. In fact, he should have guessed all this long ago, but he just didn't want to believe it. Gao Yin put down his pistol and signaled his men to open the camp gate to let the Green Snake army in. Jean Lin walked in, saw this scene, snorted coldly, and sat aside waiting for the farce to end. Yu Gang stared at Gao Yin and asked, tell me why? Gao Yin avoided his gaze. After a moment, he seemed to feel that he was too weak and shouted angrily, why? We can't defeat the Green Snake at all. I just made the most correct choice. Only in this way can everyone survive. There is no invincible enemy. Yu Gang said firmly. Gao Yin sneered, raised his gun, and shot at Jean Lin, who was sitting next to him. However, Jean Lin just tilted his head back, biting the bullet in his mouth, and then bit off the brass bullet with a click, spitting out the residue, and said disdainfully, it tastes terrible. Jean Lin looked at Gao Yin and said, you are quite interesting. I will teach you a lesson after this is over. Gao Yin turned to look at Yu Gang. Do you still think Green Snake can win now? Yu Gang fell silent for a long time and then sighed. Maybe you are right. However, as the leader, he could not pin the fate of the entire camp on others. Before he finished speaking, Yu Gang's body began to swell rapidly. The power of epiphyllum was injected into his body, causing his body to grow from 1.7 meters to 3 meters. His muscles bulged and his skin turned purple. As his sanity disappeared, Yu Gang's eyes turned blood red, filled with endless cruelty. Roar! Yu Gang let out a huge roar, shocking the people around him, and then swung his fist at Jean Lin, who was still in a daze. Chapter 69. Bang! Yu Gang's fist, like a hammer, hit Jean Lin's chest. Jean Lin's body instantly flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and rolled several times before stopping. The surrounding Green Snake soldiers cried out in surprise. 2 of them immediately stepped forward to check on her condition, while the rest raised their rifles and fired at Yu Gang. Bang, bang, bang! Intensive gunfire rang out, but the bullets could only leave some marks on Yu Gang's purple skin. Obviously, his mutated skin was far more than just a change in color. Roar! Yu Gang roared and rushed towards the Green Snake soldier who was shooting. He punched a soldier who had no time to dodge into a pulp. Seeing the situation, a team leader immediately commanded, spread out. Try to pull him away, don't confront him head-on. Jean Lin broke free from the 2 soldiers who tried to support her, looked up at Yu Gang, who was killing people, rubbed her aching chest with her hand, and said lightly, it hurts so much. Jean Lin immediately ordered, stand back, let me deal with him. Before she finished her words, she rushed towards Yu Gang like a cheetah and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Pucci, the hard skin that the bullet could not penetrate, was easily pierced by Jean Lin's nails, and faint fluorescent blood flowed out from the wound. Yu Gang felt the pain and roared angrily, and his big palm slapped towards Jean Lin at an astonishing speed. Jean Lin tried to block with her dagger, but Yu Gang's strength was far beyond her expectations, and he knocked her away again. Oomph. Jean Lin's back hit the wall heavily, and he let out a painful groan. The bandages on Jean Lin's body had completely dispersed under this huge force, revealing a large amount of white skin, with only a small amount of bandages barely covering the important parts. Jean Lin spat out a mouthful of blood without any care, stood up, as if the heavy blow just now had no effect on her, and rushed towards Yu Gang again. Jean Lin adopted the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries, and Yu Gang had more and more wounds on his body. Jean Lin, on the other hand, had strong resistance to blows and the ability to recover quickly, so even if his hands and feet were torn off by Yu Gang, he was able to recover quickly. Finally, Yu Gang ran out of strength, and after knocking Jean Lin away for the last time, he fell to the ground, letting out an unwilling roar, and completely lost his life. Jean Lin stood up again, and when she saw Yu Gang fall to the ground, the excitement on her face gradually faded. Dead, she frowned, obviously not satisfied with the end of the battle. At this time, a green snake soldier came forward with a military uniform. Master Jean Lin, your clothes. Jean Lin looked down at his almost naked body, took the clothes and put them on casually, and urged, hurry up and finish the things here. Next time you take such an action, tell Han Snake not to notify me. It's really boring. The green snake soldiers immediately began to clean up the battlefield and take over the Blood Fong camp. Not long after, a soldier reported, Lord Jean Lin, more than 100 people from the Blood Fong are missing. Jean Lin didn't care and signaled to send a team to look for it, while she herself checked the broken syringe found on the battlefield. Do you know what this is? Jean Lin asked Gao Yin. Gao Yin was silent for a moment and then shook his head. If he had known about this thing earlier, perhaps things would have been completely different. Forget it. Let's go back and let Han Snake handle it. Jean Lin decided to leave 100 people to guard, and the rest would follow her back to the Green Snake camp and take Yu Gang's body with them. Before Jean Lin left, Gao Yin stopped her and asked Green Snake what she had promised him. Jean Lin interrupted impatiently. Go find whoever promised you that. Then he left. Gao Yin stood there for a long time without moving, obviously with many complicated emotions in his heart. In the air raid shelter, Tang Ming watched the drama through the surveillance camera and frowned slightly. If it were him, he would never let Gao Yin go. After all, he was once a senior executive of Blood Fong, and the potential threat could not be ignored. However, Tang Ming also thought that perhaps the Green Snake was just keeping Gao Yin temporarily and would get rid of him after using him. After thinking for a while, Tang Ming turned off the surveillance. Although he wasted several hours, it was not without gain. He roughly understood the strength of the Green Snake army leader and confirmed that the drug injected by Yu Gang came from Juri, which had serious side effects in a short duration. Let's set a small goal first, to blow his clothes off with one punch. Tang Ming said to himself, then opened Prepper and chose to enter the game. Chapter 70. Tang Ming was daydreaming when a man's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Since you tried to escape, your car will be confiscated by us. Tang Ming came back to his senses and looked at the man in front of him. He was wearing a black suit and holding a black office box. He was an agent. Tang Ming was not unfamiliar with him. After all, he would see him every time the game started. The agent ignored Tang Ming's gaze and continued. Because of your previous escape, you are not allowed to own any vehicle in the future. Mr. Tang Ming, don't let me find out that you still have the idea of leaving town. Otherwise, you will be punished by law. Tang Ming replied perfunctorily, I know, and began to look around. The town was not big, just built around a road that led nowhere, and all the houses added up to no more than 50. But the residents seemed to be quite wealthy, and Tang Ming thought that he might be able to borrow a lot of good things from these neighbors. The agent's voice interrupted his thoughts again. I will come to check on you in a while, but my check is just to see if you have any thoughts of escaping. So don't be nervous, just do what you usually do. After saying that, the agent looked at his watch and left quickly, as if he had other things to deal with. Tang Ming watched the agent leave, thinking that he would definitely go to his house to visit him when he had time. But for now, he decided to see what the mission was. Suddenly, some more information appeared in Tang Ming's mind. You can choose to bring the items you made back to reality. By checking, you can randomly obtain a blueprint for making an item in the game. According to the blueprint, you can spend the corresponding materials to make the corresponding item. No production experience is required. If you fail to escape or are discovered and arrested by the agent, you can only take the items in one backpack out of the game. After reading this information, Tang Ming touched his chin and thought, "It seems that the longer you persist, the greater the rewards will be, and you can't be idle. You have to make as many items as possible. Otherwise, you will suffer a big loss when the game is settled." However, maybe it would be possible to keep those scavengers in the game, like in the Thief Simulator, and let them help Tang Ming make things. Thinking of this, Tang Ming couldn't wait to enter the house behind him and prepare to familiarize himself with the game environment. After entering the room, several values appeared in his field of vision: energy value, preparation value, and satiety value. Satiety is not difficult to understand, just eat regularly. The energy value represents fatigue, and not sleeping for a long time will cause it to drop rapidly. Tang Ming noticed that his energy value was full at the moment, and he was not sure whether this was related to his physical condition in reality. If so, then his endurance in the game should be good. As for the readiness value, it can be seen as a comprehensive reflection of the character's mental and physical state. When the satiety or energy value is below 50%, the readiness value will decrease. Otherwise, it will increase. In addition to sleeping and eating, crafting items and gathering resources can also increase readiness. However, it should be noted that once the preparation value drops to 0, the character will faint directly, wasting a lot of time and possibly leading to game failure. Tang Ming found that his satiety was not full, so he took out the nuts he had not finished eating and ate them while familiarizing himself with the layout of the room. There are 3 rooms downstairs: the living room in the front, the stairwell in the middle, and the kitchen in the back. Upstairs was the bedroom, and next to the bed was a record of the escape plan, but it was still very simple, and there was nothing to see. Tang Ming glanced at it and returned downstairs. Walking from the back door of the kitchen to the backyard, there were not many things in the yard: 3 gasoline barrels, a wooden box, a trash can, and a shabby wooden workbench. This workbench is the most important prop in the game. The protagonist can use it to make many tools, such as the force wall lamp made of glass. However, now this workbench is broken and needs to be repaired. Tang Ming checked and found that it took 5 metals and 15 woods to repair a level 1 workbench. The metal was not difficult to deal with. Tang Ming took out an I-beam from his game backpack and quickly decomposed it into 5 metals. However, when Tang Ming was about to decompose the wood, he encountered a problem. The wooden floor had already been used by him to pave the floor of the air raid shelter. Tang Ming took out the wooden furniture and found that he could only decompose it into 3 pieces of wood. This made him feel reluctant. After all, this was high-end furniture. Let's follow the game process. Tang Ming decided to follow the task instructions and go to the forest north of the town to collect wood and blueberries. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Ming noticed a letter in the mailbox in front of the door. When he opened it, he found a letter from someone claiming to be a herbalist, inviting Tang Ming to go to the forest to find her. Tang Ming guessed that this was a mission, and since he was going to the forest anyway, he might as well take a look. Tang Ming suddenly remembered the function of purchasing items through the mailbox mentioned in the novice tutorial. So he opened the mailbox again and found that he could buy some basic items, such as a blue metal box, a red metal box, blueberries, tomatoes, white sugar, etc. However, the current item variety is limited, and there are quantity restrictions on metal purchases. Tang Ming looked at the prices in the store and found that the price of 5 metals decomposed from 240 kilograms of steel was only enough to buy 3 blueberries. This made him curse. Fuck, black marketeer. Selling things was obviously not cost-effective, so Tang Ming decided to go to the forest to pick up trash. The forest was not far from the town, and he soon reached the outermost edge. In the distance, there was a damaged rope support with a cable car attached to it. After taking a closer look, he found that a lever was needed to repair it. Tang Ming curled his lips and continued to walk into the forest to look for resources that could be collected. Not long after, he found a piece of wood that was 2 meters long and half a meter wide. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could the size be any more exaggerated? Chapter 71. Looking at the wood in front of him, Tang Ming couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. The designer obviously didn't consider whether the size of the wood was suitable for transportation. Let's try and see if we can move it first, Tang Ming said to himself. If he couldn't move it, he might just have to dismantle some of the wooden furniture. Tang Ming squatted down and tried to lift the wood. Although the wood was lighter than expected, it was still not easy to move it. However, when Tang Ming picked up the wood, a prompt suddenly appeared in his field of vision, prompting him to put the wood into his backpack. This discovery made Tang Ming's eyes light up. It turned out that the backpack function in the game could still be used after he entered the game. Tang Ming couldn't help but ponder. What is the difference between these two games? Tang Ming quickly thought of his previous experience. In Thief Simulator, although there is a backpack function in the game, it cannot be used when entering the game in reality. When encountering large items, he can only carry them one by one. But now, this prepper allows him to put the wood directly into his backpack. Do all the storage items in this game have built-in storage functions? Tang Ming guessed this and felt that this design was really unexpected. If this is true, then Tang Ming only needs to take out a few pieces of furniture from the prepper, and he will no longer lack storage space. It seems that my vision was a bit narrow before. Tang Ming apologized in his heart for his previous misunderstanding of the designer, and then began his new task, picking up wood. Tang Ming's character's backpack weight limit is 200, which is twice the original limit of the game, probably because he changed his job to a militia in the game. If I can materialize the weight-bearing skill in Thief Simulator, wouldn't I be able to carry more things? Tang Ming thought to himself, this is a storage space that can hold real objects. In the future, if Tang Ming goes to pick up trash, he can really do whatever he wants. However, he also knows that the premise of all this is that the backpack space of the game character can be brought back to reality. Then I'll see if this game can make a backpack. I'll make one just in case. Tang Ming made a note of this idea in his mind, and then continued to go deeper into the forest to look for wood that had fallen on the ground. However, there were not many pieces of wood outside the forest. After searching around, Tang Ming only found 5 pieces of wood. To go deeper, they must use the cable car, but Tang Ming is not sure where the lever needed to repair the cable car is. It seems that these woods are not enough. Tang Ming turned his eyes to the big trees around him and decided not to go home until the backpack was full. To Tang Ming, those who can go home without filling their backpacks in the game are all ruthless people, but obviously he is not one of them. It's a pity that I didn't bring the fire axe, Tang Ming thought with some regret. The only tools in his backpack that could be used to chop down trees were a few kitchen knives, which were obviously not suitable for chopping down trees that were half a meter thick. However, this difficulty obviously couldn't stop Tang Ming. He just moved his mind, and a shovel appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the magic shovel that he had unlocked in Plants vs. Zombies before. This magic shovel did not disappoint Tang Ming, and even exceeded his expectations. When he stood in front of the tree, he didn't even need to touch it, and the tree in front of him fell down automatically, turning into a wild wood that could be put into his backpack. Isn't this forest a little too lush? Tang Ming looked at the effect of the shovel and suddenly felt that the sunlight here was blocked by the trees, making it look a little dim. In order to allow his neighbors in the forest to enjoy more sunshine, Tang Ming decided to cut down more trees. Cutting down about 10,000 trees should be enough. However, just as he was about to do something, there was a rustling sound in the bushes behind him, which immediately alerted Tang Ming. He remembered seeing a signboard when he entered the forest saying that there were wild animals here. "Call me out," Tang Ming shouted. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm a human, just picking fruits here." An old woman with silver hair came out from the bushes. She was holding a flower pot in her hand, looking a little strange. When Tang Ming saw it, a thought flashed through his mind. "Task NPC? Are you the herbalist who sent me the letter?" Tang Ming asked. "Yes," the herbalist replied. "I'm sorry I didn't explain the situation in the letter, but I have to be more cautious during this period." Be more cautious? Tang Ming was keenly aware that there might be follow-up tasks. Sure enough, the herbalist continued. "If you want to see me in the future, you can come to my cabin in the forest at this time. I can answer some of your questions about plants, and you can also buy some plant seeds from me and grow them yourself. However, a ferocious wolf has recently appeared around my cabin. It has been wandering around, and I am really scared, so can you help me drive it away? In return, you can take some things from the cabin." "Okay, no problem." Tang Ming took the task without hesitation. After accepting the task, the herbalist stood there and said nothing more. Seeing that she didn't react, Tang Ming walked towards the cabin to see if there were any valuable items inside. As for the wolf, Tang Ming was not worried at all. He even began to imagine the taste of wolf meat. Soon, Tang Ming saw the hut that the herbalist mentioned. As we approached, we heard a rustling sound again from the bushes ahead. This time it was obviously not the quest NPC, but a gray wolf that was half a man's height. Seeing this, Tang Ming took out a wooden spear and did not use the steel door shield technique. After all, it was going to be eaten, and it would not taste good if it was smashed into a meat paste. "Roar!" The gray wolf let out a low growl and pounced directly at Tang Ming. Its sharp fangs seemed able to tear him to pieces in the next second. However, with a pop sound, the gray wolf was slapped away by Tang Ming howling, and after rolling on the ground for a few times, it tucked its tail between its legs and prepared to run away. How could Tang Ming give it this opportunity? He shot out his spear, hitting the wolf's throat, ending the fight instantly. Too weak. Tang Ming shook his head and sighed. Tang Ming was just about to walk over and retrieve the wooden spear, but at this moment, a rustling sound was heard again from the bushes where the gray wolf had just walked out. Then, two more gray wolves came out of the bushes, exactly the same as the previous one. So there are more than one? Tang Ming smiled and felt that today's harvest was becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 72. Fuck. I was deceived again. Tang Ming looked at the four gray wolves that appeared in front of him again and couldn't help cursing inwardly. Tang Ming had just killed two gray wolves and thought he had completed the task, but four more wolves emerged from the bushes. This was not just one wolf, but seven. Tang Ming cursed the herbalist and her whole family in his heart, muttering, "Old woman, you cheat honest people." Seeing four gray wolves rushing towards him, Tang Ming did not dare to be careless. He immediately moved his mind and took out a large amount of steel bars from his game backpack, directly covering the area where the four gray wolves were. With Tang Ming's current fighting power, it's okay to deal with one or two wolves at a time, but four would be a bit dangerous. Rather than taking risks, it's better to be safe. Although it may cost some wolf meat, it's more important to stay safe. Bang! 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 As dull sounds rang out, the four gray wolves were smashed into pieces by the steel bars and turned into a pile of meat mixed with dirt. Their death looked quite miserable. Tang Ming took back the I-beam with satisfaction, put the three gray wolf corpses that were not smashed into meat paste and the lever dropped by the monster into his backpack, and then walked towards the herbalist's hut. The hut is made of wood and is small, just enough for one person to live in. Tang Ming thought, since the herbalist said he could take whatever he wanted, he would not be polite. So, Tang Ming directly put all the flowers and plants outside into his game backpack, then pushed the door and walked into the room. The interior of the room was different from the simple exterior and was decorated quite beautifully. There was a carpet on the floor, exquisite wallpaper on the walls, and a burning fireplace in the corner, making the whole room look warm and comfortable. However, the things were placed a little messily, and Tang Ming felt it necessary to help clean them up. This big-headed TV is still in use in this day and age. Tang Ming casually put the TV into his backpack. The TV cabinet is a bit old. It's time to replace it. These green potted plants plant some beautiful flowers at home. This single bed is too small. How can it be comfortable to sleep on? It also needs to be replaced. The table lamp and bedside table are garbage, but it's a bit of a waste to throw them away. I'll take them back and recycle them. Tang Ming muttered to himself as he put the items in the room into his backpack one by one, even the fireplace and electrical wires. These things are too dangerous for the elderly. It's for her own good to help her clean them up. Tang Ming thought righteously. Thanks to Tang Ming's hard work, the originally small room soon became spacious and the lighting was much better. Now herbalists can enjoy the best sunbathing just by sitting inside the house and feel the changes in the weather at any time. If I don't do the decoration work, it will be a loss to the decoration industry. Tang Ming sighed as he looked at the room he had meticulously renovated, then walked out of the cabin and headed towards the direction of the herbalist. I have driven the wolf away, and I also cleaned your house for you. It is very clean now. Tang Ming reported to the herbalist and submitted the task. After hearing this, the herbalist smiled happily and said, "Thank you. The first time I saw you, I knew you were a kind person." "You're welcome." Tang Ming responded modestly, but he thought in his heart that since the other party praised him so much, he would not care about the other party's bad math problem. However, the herbalist then asked, "By the way, can you do me one more favor?" Tang Ming became alert. "Tell me what it is first." Although he had to accept the task, he had been cheated once, so he had to ask clearly this time. The herbalist explained, "Recently, many people in this town have suffered from insomnia. As a herbalist, I want to help them. So I am trying to use various ingredients to prepare a herbal tea that can help people sleep. There is a strange mushroom in the old mine on the outskirts of the city. It is an important ingredient for making herbal tea. Can you bring some back for me?" Tang Ming thought for a moment and began to ask, "What is the specific quantity required?" "8, the herbalist replied. "Are you sure it's 8? It can't be 8, 8, and then 8. Tang Ming was obviously skeptical about her words. "Sure." The herbalist nodded affirmatively. "Is this the only kind of mushroom in the mine?" Tang Ming asked. "There is only this one," the herbalist replied. "Is there a time limit?" Tang Ming continued to ask. The herbalist thought for a moment, then said, "No." Tang Ming paused for a moment and then asked, "Will mushrooms expire?" The herbalist said with certainty, "No." "Is there any difference in the size of mushrooms?" Tang Ming continued. The herbalist immediately replied, "No." Tang Ming didn't really trust the herbalist, so he continued to ask, "Is there any danger in the mine?" "It's very dangerous," the herbalist continued. After some inquiries, Tang Ming decided to take the task. "Okay, then wait for my good news." Tang Ming knew that it was impossible to pass the level without completing the main quest, so he decided to repair the cable car first so that he could cut down trees later. Tang Ming walked to the edge of the forest, looked at the rope support that was sparking, took out the lever that fell when he killed the wolf, and began to repair it. The repair would take an hour. After Tang Ming chose to repair it, he found that his hands started to operate automatically, a bit like when he used hacking skills, which was a case of the brain can't do it, but the hands can. Although the repair process was boring, Tang Ming learned some electrical engineering knowledge from it. He couldn't help but think, I wonder if the electrical engineering knowledge in the game is universal in reality. After repairing the rope support, he complained and returned to his home in the game. After returning home, Tang Ming went straight to the workbench, preparing to repair it first, and then make some props to see if the effects of the items in the game were as exaggerated as when he played the game. Tang Ming decomposed the wood he picked up from the forest. Each piece of wood could be decomposed into 5 wood blocks. Now he had 5 pieces of wood, plus the wooden products borrowed from the herbalist, so he had no shortage of materials. After repairing the workbench, Tang Ming immediately started making them, looking forward to witnessing the power of these props. Chapter 73 Newton? Is Newton here? Opening the production interface of the first level workbench, Tang Ming checked the items he could currently produce. Secondary workbench. Metal, 15. Wood, 15. Stone, 5. Introduction. You can disassemble and make more items here. Bed. Wood, 5. Fabric. 5. Metal, 1. Introduction. A simple single bed can give you a good sleep. Ladder. Metal, 3. Description. Using this will allow you to move freely up and down in cover. Crate. Wood, 10. Description. A simple wooden box that can be used to hold some things. Wooden box. Metal, 1. Wood. 8. Description. Can be used to hide your treasure. Wardrobe. Metal, 1. Wood. 8. Introduction. You can put some things in it. Indoor soil. Land, 2. Introduction. Excellent soil for growing plants in your shelter. Wall lamp. Glass, 1. Introduction. This light is very suitable for use in dark underground. Baseball bat. Wood, 5. Introduction. Swing and hit. Simple trap. Wood, 1. Description. A simple trap for catching animals. Apart from these, the rest are useless furniture like tables, chairs, and bowls. Let's make them all and see. After looking at the first 10 items, Tang Ming began to try to make items that currently met the production conditions. It took 5 hours in total. After making the things, he began to test them one by one. First of all, there are wooden crates, wooden boxes, wardrobes, and other props with storage properties. The wooden box has 9 storage compartments that can store 9 items. There are 12 wardrobes. There are 20 wooden boxes. The items stored in these storage compartments can be stacked. The maximum number of solids that can be placed is 99, and the maximum number of liquids that can be placed is 5. Why can't electronic products like refrigerators and televisions be stacked? Tang Ming took out the large household appliances from his gaming backpack and discovered that only one of these appliances could be stored in each storage compartment. Is this reasonable? Obviously unreasonable. There was nothing he could say. After all, that's the nature of the game. It seems that wooden boxes are the most cost-effective. Tang Ming came to this conclusion after testing 3 pieces of furniture with storage functions. Although the wooden box only has 8 storage spaces, it only consumes wood and no metal during its production. And the other 2 items take half an hour to make, while the wooden box only takes 10 minutes. In the time it takes to make 1 wooden box, you can make 3 wooden crates or 24 storage compartments, which is 4 more than the number of wooden boxes made in the same amount of time. But he still chose the wooden box. He has no shortage of metal, and he doesn't need to make these storage items himself. He can just write them into tasks and send them to those scavengers. I will be responsible for inspecting the goods when the time comes. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at several other things. Ladder sconces require a basement to use. Indoor soil requires soil to be made, which can only be obtained after digging the basement. As for the baseball bat and simple trap, you need to go to the forest to test them. How do you dig a basement? Tang Ming frowned. In the game, just stand in the living room and click it. As for entering the game, he came to the living room and looked at the ground. Is construction in progress? Yes. No. Yes, Tang Ming made his choice. Then he saw himself taking out a blueprint from somewhere behind him. The blueprint showed the general structure of the ground beneath his feet, with green squares indicating the areas he could now dig. There are currently 2 green squares. It's the area below his living room. I don't know how big. Seeing this, Tang Ming selected both squares. Then he saw his hands pointing at the blueprint. At the same time, focus your attention underground, and you can faintly hear the sounds of construction coming from below. Although he had expected this, after actually seeing it, Tang Ming still felt that this construction method was a bit too outrageous. At least you can use a hoe to pretend. But then again, Tang Ming looked at the blueprint in his hand. If he drew this thing when the reward was settled, wouldn't it be, "The Earth's crust is my home"? Thinking of that scene, Tang Ming couldn't help but look forward to it. Of course, all this depends on whether he can draw the blueprint of the basement. The excavation of the basement took an hour. During this period, Tang Ming's satiety and energy levels dropped significantly. After the end, he obviously felt a little tired. It seems that digging a basement is not without cost. In this regard, Tang Ming could only say that this is the law of conservation of mass. After the basement was dug, there were no traces of it on the living room floor. Tang Ming followed the instructions in the novice tutorial, took out the ladder, and placed it on the ground in front of him. In the next moment, a basement entrance appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Looking at this sudden entrance, Tang Ming fell into deep thought. It seems that this ladder is the most unscientific thing in this game. Thinking of this, he put away the ladder, and the next moment, the entrance disappeared and returned to its original ground. The Earth's crust version of the portal? Tang Ming felt that this was far from the truth. Just find a piece of land and dig a basement without a ladder. Who can find him? However, will I suffocate if I don't put up the ladder? Tang Ming touched his chin and decided to give it a try. Once you are in the basement, simply retract the ladder. Without the light coming in from the entrance, the basement suddenly became pitch black. Seeing this, Tang Ming took out the wall lamp he had made. Mount on the wall. Suddenly, the light from the wall lamp dispelled the surrounding darkness. The general situation of the entire basement also came into his sight. It is 6 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high, forming a very regular rectangle. It seems that a square is a cube of 3m times 3m times 3m. Tang Ming was quite satisfied with the size. The air in the basement is not very stuffy. Maybe it was because I had just passed through the air, or maybe it was quantum mechanics. It will take some time to know which situation this is. The basement is completed. Tang Ming also began to experiment with the remaining items. The beds also have indoor soil. As for the bed, use it when your energy is exhausted. Indoor soil. Tang Ming took out the workbench and started making it. Digging the basement, he acquired 6 plots of land from which he could make 3 indoor soils. It didn't take him long, 5 minutes each, to make 3 pieces of indoor soil. The area occupied by each indoor soil is 3 square meters. There is more than enough space in the basement. After arranging the soil indoors, Tang Ming took out the seeds he picked up from the herbalist. Cabbage. Tang Ming took a look at the name of the seed and planted it. Seeds need water and light to grow. He has all of these. We can harvest in 3 days? I wonder if we can save seeds. If he could leave seeds, Tang Ming felt that he could quickly move from the wasteland era to the era of food and clothing. We can only have food once every 3 days, so it's hard to starve to death. Of course, the prerequisite is that there must be sufficient water. The first level workbench can make so many good things. What about the second level one? Chapter 74, The Thief. Warning, your energy is too low. Please rest as soon as possible. Just when Tang Ming was about to find the stone needed to upgrade the first level workbench to a second level workbench, suddenly a prompt popped up in front of me. Seeing this, Tang Ming looked at his energy level and found that it was almost at the bottom, but he himself did not feel too tired. After reaching the bottom of the game, the character will be forced to sleep. But he is a real person, not a game character. Try. If not, he would have more time to develop more props for the game. Thinking of this, Tang Ming simply ignored the prompt. Return to the workbench and start making the wall lamp. During the production process, he was always paying attention to his decreasing energy level until it drops to 0. Tang Ming didn't feel anything unusual. However, the automatic process of making the wall lamp was forced to stop. Is this forced to sleep? Seeing this, Tang Ming also realized that the limitation of his energy value was not as exaggerated as in the game. You won't go straight into the next day with a blackout. but it cannot be completely ignored. It seems that production work cannot proceed at this time. Moreover, after the energy value drops to zero, the readiness value also begins to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. The preparation value is an important number in the game, and Tang Ming doesn't want to test what happens when it reaches zero. If you mess up, this opportunity to enter the game will be wasted. Thinking of this, he took out the bed he had made earlier. This is a single bed that looks a bit plain. It has a sleeping effect. However, it is still unclear whether this effect actually exists. So comfortable? After lying down, Tang Ming's eyes lit up. This was much more comfortable than the luxurious bed he had brought back from the thief world. Tang Ming thought about this and fell asleep quickly. The next day, when I got up, I felt refreshed. It is indeed a prop with its own attributes. Tang Ming stretched his body and started to continue the unfinished work. After finishing the wall lamp that was forced to stop halfway through production, he left the basement directly and walked towards the old mine that the herbalist mentioned. The stones needed to upgrade the first-level workbench should be found there. The old mine was not too far from where he lived, only about 2 kilometers away. It didn't take too long for him to reach his destination, in front of a dilapidated mine located under the rocks. Can't collect? Tang Ming originally wanted to move the stones outside directly, but he found that these were not collectible resources and could not be put into the backpack. If he wanted to take it back, he had to carry it back with his own hands, or take out a pickup truck for delivery. However, the agent issued him a driving ban, and if he was discovered by the other party, his car would most likely be confiscated. In this case, we must go down to the mines. Tang Ming looked at the dim mine in front of him, and he still remembered the herbalist's words. It's very dangerous here. Originally, he was thinking of upgrading the second-level workbench to see if he could make some equipment before going to the dungeon. Now we can only hope that the monsters here are not too outrageous. Thinking this, Tang Ming took out a flashlight and walked in. After walking for a distance, Tang Ming understood why this place was called a mine instead of a mine cave. Because the Real Mine Tunnel requires an elevator to reach. However, the elevator is broken at this moment. It needs to be repaired like a cable car before it can be used. Why is there no maintenance interface? Tang Ming checked around the elevator and found no repair options, which made him frown. Is there any other requirement to be met? After thinking for a while and coming to no conclusion, Tang Ming raised the flashlight in his hand and shone it deeper into the tunnel. Want to see what's going on inside. However, this photo directly revealed a man with an ugly appearance. When Tang Ming saw the other person also saw Tang Ming. Hi. The man gave a somewhat creepy smile. Caught off guard, the flashlight in Tang Ming's hand was almost dropped by the other party. However, he soon realized that this might be another quest NPC. And that is indeed the case. After Tang Ming approached the other party, the wretched man said, "Do you want to enter the mine? But this is a restricted area. I advise you to leave as soon as possible." Why are the NPCs in this game so terrible? Tang Ming complained in his heart, and then continued. What restricted area? Who set it up? Agent? It's not. Agent, it's... The wretched man scratched his head, seemingly not wanting to continue this topic, and asked instead, "Who are you? I don't think you are from our town. The people in this town talk nonsense all the time, but I see perseverance and kindness in your eyes." Oh, yes. Tang Ming didn't know how the other party could see all this from his eyes, but he just followed what he said. "So, how do I get into this mine? I need to go in and help an herbalist collect a type of mushroom to make medicine." You really are a kind person. "My name is Bob, and I live in the mine, but the elevator is broken now, so I can't go down." Bob sighed when he heard this, then pointed to the elevator behind Tang Ming and said, "However, if you can fix it, I can let you in and give you a cell phone as a reward." No problem. Seeing that there was a reward, Tang Ming agreed immediately. After he took on the task, Bob stopped talking, turned into a dull appearance of an ordinary NPC. Seeing this, Tang Ming went straight back to the elevator and checked again. Damaged elevator. Repair required. 10 metal. Time consumed. 1.5 hours. He has 10 pieces of metal. Select repair directly. After the repairs were completed, he returned to Bob to submit the task. Fixed? But, sorry, I have something very urgent and need to go back and check it right away. As for the reward, you can come to my house to get it later. After Bob finished speaking, he nodded and then walked quickly towards the elevator, as if he was very anxious. Am I being defaulted on? Tang Ming was stunned for a moment as he watched Bob walk into the elevator. After he realized what was happening, his face instantly turned dark. Hurry up and keep up. To be honest, he was speechless about the NPCs in this game. No morals at all. He has to fight for his own reward. Can't you learn from the fat black guy and the fishing master? Look how honest he is. When they say they will fill up your tank with oil, they do so without any shortage. My home is on the -1 floor. You are not qualified to enter yet. You need to find the access card on the basic floor. When Bob saw Tang Ming coming in, he immediately spoke. This is an NPC. No need, don't be angry. Tang Ming muttered to himself. Forget it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I can't bear it anymore. Fuck you. Chapter 75. Going down the mine. Invincible state? You're a real dog. Seeing that the big bag was ineffective, Tang Ming could only curse, pick up a few pieces of clothes, and exit the mine. See you later then. Bob, who was left with only a pair of shorts on his body, waved goodbye, then started the mine elevator and disappeared from Tang Ming's sight. Why are all the NPCs in this game so sinister? Tang Ming cursed under his breath. Fortunately, he managed to grab some textiles in the end, otherwise he would have been left with only his underpants. Some time after Bob went down, Tang Ming walked to the operating table of the mine elevator. This is a machine embedded in the wall that looks like a work time clock. The mine ladder can be controlled up and down. By using permission cards, you can go to unlocked levels. Base layer, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. There are 6 floors in total. At present, as Bob said, he does not have the corresponding layer card and can only go to the basic layer. The card doesn't even say where to get it. It's really a rip-off. Seeing the display on the console change from in use to not in use, Tang Ming immediately controlled the mine elevator to return to the ground. Then walk in and choose to enter the basic layer. He will definitely get this place back later, but right now his primary goal is to collect stones, upgrade the workbench to level 2, and see what new things will be unlocked. While Tang Ming was thinking this, the mine elevator had stopped and sent him to the basic level. There are several mine tunnels in the base layer. He is now in the first mine tunnel of the basic layer, and the other mine tunnels are further down. You can continue going down, but when you're about to go down to the -1 area, the mine ladder will prompt that you do not have enough authority. When collecting supplies, it is natural to make sure that there is no grass growing wherever you go. So after Tang Ming measured this point, he returned to the first mine tunnel and began looking for the stones needed for the workbench. It was a little dark in the mine tunnel. Seeing that the mining lamp on the wall was of no use, Tang Ming had to take it down to remind the people in the mine to replace it with a better one. Otherwise, if you work in such a dim environment for a long time, something bad will happen sooner or later. After putting away the mining lamp, Tang Ming took out the flashlight and continued to move forward. However, the road ahead of him was soon blocked by a huge round stone. What the hell? Seeing the huge stone in front of him, Tang Ming was stunned. He worked so hard, and this is what he sees? Pick up. Just when Tang Ming was about to go to the next floor, he suddenly saw a hint appear on the boulder in front of him. This made him stop, and then I was even more confused. Tang Ming looked at the huge rock in front of him that blocked the entire passage. Is this something I can pick up? Is it really that outrageous? He could understand that the wood could be put into the backpack. After all, he could carry it, but the rock's in front of him. It's so big. Tang Ming stretched out his hand, and the rocks in front of him disappeared. Seeing this, he fell into a brief silence. Well, alternate dimensional pocket. That makes sense. Seeing that the stones blocking the road disappeared, Tang Ming continued to move forward. Bat! Soon he understood what the herbalist meant by very dangerous. After he walked some distance forward, a huge bat appeared in front of him. It was more than 3 times larger than his head. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bat attacked Tang Ming the moment it saw him, making rat-like sounds from its mouth full of sharp teeth. You're a dir. Tang Ming, who had been tricked by Bob and had no place to vent his anger, took out the baseball bat he had made before and rushed forward. It's understandable that the wolf would be a little arrogant when seeing him. But why should you, a bat, be so arrogant? Bang! The mine bat was knocked away by Tang Ming's stick and hit the wall of the mine tunnel hard. But before it could react, Tang Ming's second stick had already arrived. Bang! 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 After a dull sound, Tang Ming wiped the blood that splattered on his face. He spat at the bloody mess on the ground. Little trash. Tang Ming, feeling a little better, continued to go deeper into the mine. After picking up 2 more stones, a deep pit appeared in front of him. There's a wooden ladder going down on the wall. Tang Ming glanced down with a flashlight and saw that there was no danger. Then he went down the wooden ladder. After reaching the bottom, sweep the flashlight inside. Dead end. Seeing that there was no end ahead and no resources, Tang Ming frowned. I feel like the person who dug this mine might have some serious problem. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered that there seemed to be something on the ground at the innermost part. Looking closely, I found that it was a blue card. A card that allows you to access the lower levels? I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon after we separated. It's really fate. Seeing this, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows, and then after sighing, he prepared to walk over and pick up the permission card on the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, after taking only a few steps, another shout came from the front. Another bat? Hearing the cry, Tang Ming swung the baseball bat in his hand and killed the one in one blow, without getting enough satisfaction. This one can only be said to have come at the perfect time. Rat! However, Tang Ming soon discovered that the sound was not made by a bat, but a rat that was a size larger than the puppy. Seeing the big rat rushing towards him, Tang Ming swung the baseball bat in his hand and hit a home run. It's just a rat. It's the same anyway. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After dealing with it, two more ran out. Seeing this, Tang Ming frowned slightly. It won't be the same as that wolf. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. After dealing with the two new rats, the mine became completely quiet. Seeing this, Tang Ming walked to the blue card, bent down, and picked it up. There is an asterisk and a -1 mark on the card. As he expected, it was the permission card to the -1 level. After getting the authority card, Tang Ming went straight back to the mine ladder, but did not go to the -1 floor immediately. Although he still had to find a place, it would not prevent him from going there after he had plundered the resources on the basic layer. After all, people can't run away. After collecting a few more stones and killing a few bats, Tang Ming arrived at a mine tunnel at the bottom of the base layer. The terrain of this mine tunnel is much more complicated than the previous ones, and it goes up and down. However, at the innermost part of the mine tunnel, there was a wooden box. A large amount of gasoline and some stone resources are stored inside. After putting the supplies in the wooden box into his backpack, Tang Ming looked at the empty wooden box on the ground. The wooden box has 20 storage compartments with no weight limit. And down below is Bob's home. It seems like maybe it should probably. Chapter 76 Moving. Tang Ming felt that he could help Bob move. Living in a mine is dangerous no matter how you think about it. Although the other party did some things wrong, Tang Ming is such a magnanimous person. Why would you care about such a trivial matter? According to the game's weight limit of 100, it is impossible to carry a wooden box around with you. And wooden boxes containing items cannot be put into backpacks. But the game is dead and the people are alive. Since the wooden box filled with things cannot be put into the backpack, can't he just carry it on his back? Thinking of this, Tang Ming grabbed the wooden box on the ground. Although the wooden box shows a weight of 98, the materials used are 8 pieces of wood and 1 piece of metal. But its actual weight is less than half that of a piece of wood. For Tang Ming, who became a militiaman and whose physique is twice that of an ordinary person, there is no problem in carrying the weight as long as he does not do strenuous exercise. Return to the mine ladder. Tang Ming also chose to go directly to the -1 level of the mine. This time the mine ladder descended for a long time before it stopped. Obviously, this -1 layer is much deeper than the base layer. After the mine elevator stopped, Tang Ming looked to both sides. This is a mine tunnel that is opened up on both sides, unlike the base layer, which is only opened up on one side. What's this? After looking around, Tang Ming saw a huge machine at the end of the mine tunnel on the right. Out of curiosity, he didn't rush to find out where Bob's home was, but walked directly behind the machine. The machine is very old and covered with a lot of rust. Looks like it's been here for many years. In front of it, there was a huge disc covered with sharp spikes. Charge! Check! Seeing the prompt appearing in front of him, Tang Ming clicked to view it. Mining machine. Introduction. After filling it with fuel, it can mine for you, and you can come back to collect it after a while. Mining. After reading the introduction, Tang Ming directly took out the gasoline that had been packed in the wooden box and chose to charge. After he poured several barrels of gasoline in, the mining machine in front of him started to operate. Crack, crack, crack. The saw teeth turned rapidly, and the huge noise filled the entire mine tunnel. Tang Ming looked at the mining machine, the saw teeth spinning at high speed in the air, and touched his chin. This void mining is possible. When the game is about to end, I will use the shed card to get one. He has plenty of gasoline, so he can go to the fishing expert and get a few hundred boats in a while. You will have to wait for a while before you can harvest the ore. Tang Ming turned and walked to the left side of the mine tunnel and began looking for Bob's house. Bob's house is not particularly hard to find. There is a big hole in the wall of the mine tunnel. The area is slightly larger than the herbalist's house, but limited. It's only about 20 square meters. The entire house was supported by a large amount of wood, apparently to prevent the mine from collapsing suddenly. After Tang Ming entered the room, he saw a large number of posters covering the walls. There are various styles, but they are all more retro. Big head computer, TV, shelves, there are many things, but there are a lot of books. After Tang Ming scanned the room, he looked at Bob, who was standing there wearing only a pair of shorts. I didn't even change my clothes. Seeing this, Tang Ming let out a sigh, then walked over to ask for his reward. Hi, sir. I'm sorry I left in a hurry last time because I had to remember to check something. When Tang Ming approached, Bob immediately came out of his dull state and said to Tang Ming, "Thank you again for fixing the elevator. It was a big help. You came here to get paid this time, right?" Having said this, Bob turned around, and when he turned around again, he had a radio in his hand. "Here, this is the phone I promised to give you. Is this a cell phone?" Tang Ming looked at the radio that Bob handed him and was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he reached out and took the radio that Bob handed to him. Black technology? Thinking it was some kind of black technology, Tang Ming pressed the power button on the radio. Today's weather forecast. Sunny in the morning until light rain after 6 p.m. When Tang Ming heard the weather forecast on the radio, his face turned completely dark. Is this a fucking cell phone? The King of Heaven is here, and he is also a radio. Sure enough, I shouldn't have any expectations for the NPCs in this game. Tang Ming gritted his teeth and put the radio in his backpack. After seeing Tang Ming put away the radio, Bob rubbed his arms. "Sir, are you going to help the old man collect mushrooms next? I don't know why I feel a little cold now, but my jacket was forgotten downstairs. Can you please help me get it back?" The dress is white and black, and even though it's a little dirty, it's really important to me right now. Because it's warm. Tang Ming's face darkened when he heard this, but after thinking for a while he said, "If I see it, I will definitely bring it back for you." Obviously, this is a serial quest, and it is likely related to the main storyline. "Thank you, you are such a kind person." After receiving Tang Ming's reply, Bob showed gratitude on his face, but after he finished speaking, he reminded, "But when you go down, be sure to be careful of the creatures down there. They will move, bite, scratch, or drag your body into." Bob paused here, and a look of fear appeared on his face, as if he had thought of something terrible. "I see." After saying this perfunctorily, he saw that Bob in front of him didn't say anything else. Tang Ming also put the wooden box on the ground. He began to help his good neighbor move house to prevent him from accidentally dying in the mine collapse that day. When it comes to moving, Tang Ming is very experienced. First, I think of large furniture such as shelves and TVs. Next comes the gadgets, and finally the frame of the house. Comics. While collecting, Tang Ming discovered that a shelf was filled with comics. He flipped through a few of them and found that they were all about war themes. You should have seen all of these. They take up too much space. It's better to throw them away. As Tang Ming spoke, he packed hundreds of comic books into a wooden box. In addition to comics, there are some other books. Nuclear War, Post-Nuclear World. This seems to be reflecting something. This is definitely a banned book. Confiscate. Confiscate. Then came the posters. Each of these things takes up a storage slot, and he is also bothered by them taking up space, let alone Bob. Tang Ming thought of this and rolled it up, held it in his hand, and would go back to recycle it later. Now that the family has moved, these support frames are probably no longer useful. After that, all the furniture was put away. Look at the wood used for support in the house. If you count them carefully, there are more than 200 of them. It is a bit troublesome, but we can't waste it, right? A few hours later, looking at the brand new mine and the naked Bob, Tang Ming lifted the wooden box without saying a word, turned around and left, leaving Bob alone. After all, this was the home where the other party had lived for a long time, and he always had some thoughts about it. When the other party came out, he would help him move the furniture to the new home. As for the period of time before he finds a new home, he can only use the furniture for the time being. After all, many home appliances will easily break down if not used for a long time. Bob is lucky to have such a good neighbor. It is simply a blessing earned through 10 lifetimes of hard work. Chapter 77: Production and Upgrade. It is inconvenient to continue exploring with the wooden box, and the materials for making the second-level workbench have been collected. Tang Ming simply returned home. Nothing has changed at home. The calendar shows that the agent will come to check on the 8th of this month. There are still 6 days until number 8, so he still has plenty of time. After returning home, Tang Ming went straight to the basement. Open the first level workbench, put the 15 pieces of wood, 15 pieces of metal, and 5 pieces of stone required for the upgrade into it, and start upgrading. Upgrading to a secondary workbench takes 2 hours. It was indeed a bit boring during this period, so Tang Ming took out the comic book he had just picked up from Bob and started reading it. One hand works at the same speed anyway. All right, 2 hours passed quickly. Looking at the workbench that had completely changed its appearance, Tang Ming opened the production panel. Check to see what additional craftable items are available. Level 3 workbench. Metal, 30. Glass, 30. Introduction. Make more stuff. New bed. Fabric, 8. Wood, 4. Metal, 4. Introduction. Sleep is useful for restoring energy. Refrigerator. Plastic, 10. Metal, 10. Introduction. Used to store food to prevent it from expiration. Furnace. Stone, 15. Introduction. It can be used to melt some materials. Put some stone or iron ore in it and see what happens. Dryer. Metal, 8. Electronic components, 1. Introduction. An important tool for making dried fruits and vegetables. Steam generator. Metal, 12. Description. A source of electricity that uses wood as fuel. Desk lamp. Glass, 2. Introduction. It is said to be very suitable for use in shelters. Backpack. Fabric, 5. Introduction. You can increase your weight. Beast trap. Metal, 5. Introduction. Place it in the forest to catch some animals. Tang Ming's eyes scanned the production list and finally stopped on the backpack. That's exactly what he wanted. There is no concept of storage space in reality, but after taking this backpack out, perhaps you will be able to gain the ability to put real items into the game backpack. 5 pieces of fabric are required to make a backpack. Fabric is a material that can be obtained by decomposing clothes and carpets. Isn't this a coincidence? He just happened to pick up a set from Bob. Just disassemble Bob's suit. No more, no less, exactly 5 fabrics. Start making. Soon he made a military green backpack that looked like a military level 3 bag. Increase the load by 40 points. Tang Ming took a look at the attributes of the backpack and then looked away. The character's own storage slots are unlimited. The only limitation is the weight. Once the weight is exceeded, no more items can be taken in. I don't know if the weight-bearing attribute will be based on the game's standard or the real-life standard when it comes to reality. If we follow the standards in the game, the things that can be stored in the backpack are very limited. However, we will have to wait until we leave the game to find out what the result is. Let's put the backpack issue aside for now. Tang Ming looked at the other items he could currently make. Upgrading a level 3 workbench requires 30 metals and 30 glasses. Metal is easy to deal with. He has a lot of I-beams, and one can be decomposed into 5 metals. As for glass, he had picked up quite a few windows in his previous time in the World of Thieves. That's enough. However, each window can only be decomposed into 1 piece of glass. It will definitely take a lot of time to decompose the 30 pieces required for the upgrade. Let's see if there's anything else of value before upgrading. Tang Ming thought of this and looked at the remaining items. You can make a new bed and see how it goes. There's no need to make a refrigerator or dryer. After the things in the game world are put into the game backpack, they will be in a static state. Besides, I don't have any electronic components or plastics, so I can't make them even if I want to. You could try the furnace. Perhaps you can use the materials it produces to make items. We can also make a steam generator and a trap. After listing the items he wanted to make, Tang Ming began to make them. It took 3.5 hours to make everything this time. A steam generator can generate electricity continuously by simply putting in wood. That way I can get a desktop computer. Seeing this, Tang Ming nodded. He always felt that something was missing when playing with his laptop. He remembered that some wealthy people in the World of Thieves had desktop computers at home, so he could get a big screen one when the time comes. There was nothing special about the remaining trap. It was just an ordinary trap. The furnace. You can only process 1 material at a time, and it uses electricity. Wall lamps can generate electricity out of thin air, and you tell me you can't? Tang Ming was speechless when he saw this. Can this be called a melting pot? It's obviously an induction cooker. Let's charge and see the specific situation. Tang Ming started the steam generator. It takes quite a long time to generate electricity. He won't be able to use the furnace for a short period of time. To be honest, apart from the backpack, which gave him a little surprise, nothing else that could be made on the 2nd level workbench satisfied him. As for the 3rd level workbench, metal is easy to say. 1 I-beam can provide 5 metals. But you can only get 1 glass, plate, or cup each time you decompose it, which is too slow. However, there is no other way but to decompose it slowly. Tang Ming was busy until the evening, and finally he separated all the materials needed to upgrade the third-level workbench. It would take 2.5 hours to upgrade the level 2 workbench to level 3. Tang Ming took a look at his remaining energy. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to make it. He couldn't sleep until he made the third-level workbench. Soon his energy value reached the bottom, and his preparation value dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, he had done enough before, which made his preparation value quite sufficient and could fully support this degree of reduction. 2.5 hours later, the level 3 upgrade was completed. Tang Ming glanced at the production list and then frowned. Why is there only this little bit? There are many things that can be made on a level 3 workbench, but few of them are useful, and most of them are furniture. The only thing that Tang Ming felt was somewhat useful was the switch. Switch. Plastic 1. Electronic components 1. Introduction. Placing it in an area or room can quickly turn off all electrical appliances in the area or room, which is very suitable for power management. Later he needed to use a lot of electric lights, and having a switch could help him manage these lights more easily. Plastics and electronic components, those things are obtained there. Tang Ming took a look at the materials needed to upgrade the level 4 workbench. Level 4 workbench. Glass, 40. Electronic components, 10. Metal, 20. He is not sure where the electronic components and plastics came from. But, can it be decomposed? Tang Ming looked at the items he currently had. Chapter 78, The Source of Rocket Blueprint. Computer disassembly. Plastic, 3. Glass, 2. Metal, 1. Electronic components, 4. Radio, disassembled. Plastic, 2. Metal, 1. Electronic components, 2. Fortunately, it can be disassembled. Seeing this, Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. But now his energy level has reached the bottom, and he has to wait until tomorrow to make the 4th level workbench. Thinking of this, he lay down on the newly made single bed and rested. The next day, just when Tang Ming got up and prepared to continue working, there was a knock on the door. The agent arrived early? That shouldn't happen. Hearing the knock on the door, Tang Ming quickly picked up the suspicious things in the house and then opened the door. There was a fat man standing at the door, who seemed to be a postman delivering letters. "There's your letter." The postman spoke after seeing Tang Ming. Seeing that it was not an agent, Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and then took the letter handed to him by the postman with some doubts. I don't know who sent him the letter. Isn't it another NPC like the herbalist who's a jerk? Thinking of this, Tang Ming felt a little toothache, but he still opened the letter. The person who sent the letter was called the Sons of Liberty. The letter contained a drawing of a rocket. The moment Tang Ming saw this blueprint, a prompt popped up to prompt him to obtain a new blueprint. Seeing this, he clicked to view it directly. Ultimate Rocket Project Phase 1. Make an underground base that can hold rockets. Stone, 50. Metal, 20. Glass, 10. Rocket. Originally, Tang Ming thought that only by upgrading the workbench to the final level could he obtain the method of making a rocket, but he did not expect that the rocket manufacturing blueprint would appear in this way. Sons of Liberty. Tang Ming muttered something, which made him pay attention to the letter in his hand. Dear Mr. Tang Ming, I hope my gift to you will inspire you. If you agree, we can start a small exchange. I will send you a letter from time to time, as well as a package with important information, and believe me, I can get hold of some very good resources. But some things are hard for me to get, so I need your help, Mr. Tang Ming. You can send me something just like an online courier. As an icebreaker, I really like blueberry jam. Mr. Tang Ming, can you send me one? Blueberry jam? Tang Ming entered the kitchen and clicked to view the production method. Blueberry jam. Blueberries 10. Sugar 1. Glass 1. Still missing some sugar. Seeing this, Tang Ming returned to his mailbox and remembered that the sugar could be bought online. The price of sugar is 10 yuan, and he currently has 24 yuan. The money was picked up from the ground while helping the herbalist clean the room. Seeing that he could afford it, Tang Ming just bought a pack. Delivery takes 2 hours. Seeing this, he also went into the basement and began to upgrade the level 4 workbench. It took more than 4 hours in total. After upgrading the level 4 workbench, Tang Ming found that he could no longer proceed to the next upgrade. Is level for the maximum level? Seeing this, Tang Ming checked and found that there were new craftable items and more weapons available, but they were all melee weapons. The only machines that can be made are automatic gas stations. This is far from what Tang Ming imagined the items that could be made on a full-level workbench could be. Wrong. Tang Ming frowned, feeling that there shouldn't be so few things. Is it like the rocket? I need to get the design myself? Thinking of rockets, Tang Ming remembered the materials needed to build a rocket base. He didn't have 50 of the stones yet, and he needed to go to the old mine to get them. And this is only the first stage of making the rocket. The subsequent design drawings may have to be obtained from the Sons of Liberty. Thinking of this, Tang Ming went out to get sugar to make blueberry jam. How to make rockets is one of the reasons why he entered this game, so it is naturally a priority. However, after walking out of the room, he found that there was a strange woman standing at the door. "Hello, I'm your next-door neighbor. Can you lend me a bag of candy?" When the female neighbor saw Tang Ming coming out, she immediately reached out to ask Tang Ming for the money. It was as if she knew that Tang Ming had just bought a bag of candy. Roll! Looking at the hand extended by the female neighbor, Tang Ming's face immediately darkened. He uttered a word and closed the door without looking back. The NPCs in this game are really more shameless than each other. They just think they are good people and keep taking advantage of them. He returned to the kitchen and quickly made the blueberry jam. When Tang Ming came out again, the female neighbor was gone. Without looking for where the other person had gone, Tang Ming put the blueberry jam in the mailbox and sent it to the man called Son of Liberty. It takes 2 hours to send the stuff. Seeing this, Tang Ming walked straight towards the old mine. I plan to gather all the materials for building a rocket base as soon as possible. Returning to the old mine, Tang Ming directly chose to enter the -1 level. He has already explored the area above, and there is no value in exploring further. Walking to the mining cart, Tang Ming looked at the harvest. Only 3 stones? Each stone could be broken down into 5 stones. Add to that what he had left before, and it was still a lot less. It looks like we can only go deeper. Seeing this, Tang Ming operated the mine ladder and continued to go down. However, after entering the next mine tunnel, they found that the mine tunnel in front of them was blocked by a huge rock. Unlike the round stones that can be collected, the stones in front of us are irregular in shape. A pickaxe is required for mining. The pickaxe can be purchased at Bob's shop. Bob's shop unlocked. After Tang Ming approached the roadblock, 3 messages popped up in front of him one after another. A pickaxe. Tang Ming frowned and looked down at other mine tunnels and found that there was such a roadblock blocking the way. It seems that this pickaxe is a necessary prop for exploring further down. Seeing this, he controlled the mine ladder to return to the top and entered Bob's cabin again. "Hey, did you find my jacket?" Bob asked after Tang Ming entered the cabin. "No, the mine tunnel below is blocked by rocks, and I need some tools." "Is that so? I have some things here. Take a look at what you need." After Bob finished speaking, a shopping interface appeared in front of Tang Ming. Stone, 2 yuan. Glass, 5 yuan. Plastic, 9 yuan. Poster of Doomsday, 30 yuan. Pickaxe, 36 yuan. Per poster, 45 yuan. Huh? This game also has skill books. After taking a quick look at the store interface and seeing the last few items that looked like books, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. With a quick click, you can view the detailed information of these books. Underground Garden, 80 yuan. Introduction. Is this book about underground gardening or about dodging the government? Both. Gardening, 80 yuan. Introduction. Garden cheats, learn how to grow plants quickly. Do it yourself, 100 yuan. Introduction. Handyman's manual, learn to make crafts quickly. Strength training, 130 yuan. Introduction. Human crane, learn how to lift heavy objects. Builder's manual, 150 yuan. Introduction. A complete guide to extreme shelter renovations. Learn how to build a room faster. Chapter 79. Making money. Seeing the skill book on the store page, Tang Ming was somewhat interested. However, this intention disappeared instantly when he saw that he only had $14 in his hand. He didn't expect that he would have to spend the moving money again before he could even warm up to it. Go back and break down the materials and sell them. Due to insufficient money, Tang Ming finally had no choice but to close Bob's store page with reluctance. Then they quickly returned home and prepared to disassemble the materials for sale. What he has the most in his hands now are wooden items that can be decomposed into wood. The price of a piece of wood sold in the mall is $1. He removed the supporting wooden boards from Bob's house, each of which could be decomposed into 3 pieces of wood. It takes 5 minutes to decompose once, and he needed $500. $3 for 5 minutes, $6 for 10 minutes, $36 for an hour, $360 for 10 hours. By this calculation, it takes more than 10 hours to earn enough money. It's a bit slow. Tang Ming frowned when he thought of this, and went to his mailbox to check the items that could be sold. I want to see if there is any way to make money faster. After completing several tasks, the types of items that can be sold and purchased in the mailbox store have increased significantly. There's material on animals, such as wolf skins, foxtails, deer antlers, and other things, but they are all very cheap. The variety of fruits and vegetables available for sale has also increased. In minerals, can I sell gold now? $5? Fuck. Why don't you go and rob it? 100 diamonds each? Tang Ming was stunned when he saw the selling price of the diamond. In addition to diamonds, the selling prices of some other crystal gems are also not low, ranging from 10 to dozens of dollars, which is much more expensive than gold. So if you want to get rich quickly, you have to mine. Tang Ming thought about this and looked at the materials he currently had. He planned to sell some of them and then go to Bob to buy a pickaxe to go mining. However, just as he was about to sell the materials, the fat postman who delivered letters came staggering over. Here's a letter for you. He spoke and then handed Tang Ming a letter. When Tang Ming saw this, he knew that it must be the guy called Son of Liberty who wrote back to him. He took the letter immediately. You actually gave me money? When Tang Ming saw the 30 yuan in the letter, his eyebrows raised. I never expected that this crappy game would have such a conscientious NPC. Not only did he provide design ideas for the rocket, but blueberry jam, which was originally thought to be a reward, actually paid for it. Why is there such a big difference between the two NPCs? Tang Ming shook his head, looked down on Bob and the herbalist, and then looked at the letter that was sent with the money. Dear friend, thank you for the blueberry jam. It's really delicious. In return, I'll give you some information. I got the tip from the CIA. Agents will be checking your water usage, so please be careful. Also, could you please help me find a book about nuclear war? I need some reference. A book about nuclear war? Tang Ming didn't pay attention to the previous reminder. After all, he hardly used water. However, he did pick up a book about nuclear war from Bob. I don't know if it is. Thinking of this, he went straight back to his room, took out the book, and handed it to the postman, asking him to send it to the Son of Liberty. If not, then think of other solutions later. Just when I said I was short of money, the money came. After the postman left, Tang Ming looked at the 30 yuan in his hand and returned to the old mine again. The $30 plus the $14 he had on him were more than enough to buy a pickaxe. After he paid the money, a pickaxe instantly appeared in Bob's hand. Tisk! Tang Ming sighed when he saw this. He thought that Bob had a special room to store these goods, but now Bob's behavior of conjuring a pickaxe out of thin air obviously dashed his expectations. Without wasting any more time, Tang Ming took the pickaxe from Bob's hand and then took the mine ladder into the mine tunnels blocked by rocks. Just dig it? Looking at the huge rock in front of him, Tang Ming didn't see any hints, so he just picked up the pickaxe and started digging. Clang, clang, clang. After about 7 or 8 times, the rock in front of him disappeared out of thin air, and there was an extra stone in his backpack. Seeing this, Tang Ming looked at the pickaxe in his hand and felt that the effect of this thing seemed a bit abnormal. Is it only effective for rocks that are not too large? After some attempts, Tang Ming found that the effect of the pickaxe was not as amazing as he had imagined, but it was still pretty good. After the rocks blocking the way disappeared, Tang Ming began to explore the mine. There are more bats than in the base layer. After dealing with these bats, Tang Ming discovered some glowing mushrooms. Are you sure this isn't poisonous? Tang Ming squatted down and poked the mushroom on the umbrella cap that was emitting a faint blue light. This must be the kind of mushroom the herbalist wants. Why do I feel like this thing is more like making poison? After complaining, Tang Ming collected the mushrooms on the ground. 3 in total, 5 short of the mission target. In addition to these mushrooms, he also found 2 stones and a piece of gold nuggets the size of a head in the mine. To be honest, even though it's a gold nugget, such a big piece can only be sold for $5 in this game. The price setting is really unique. The designers are really making games with their feet. After exploring the mine tunnel in front of him, Tang Ming took the mine elevator and continued down. He quickly completed the task of collecting mushrooms, and then he just had to submit them to the herbalist. In addition, he also found the access card to the -2 level. Seeing this, Tang Ming went down without any hesitation. Those precious minerals can most likely only be found in the lower layer materials. Soon he entered the -2 level. Another mining machine? After looking around, Tang Ming found another mining machine in the passage on the right. Walkover. Next to the mining machine is a mine cart specifically used to store the excavated minerals. Tang Ming clicked to view. Salt, X3. Iron, or X4. It turns out that the salt is already bottled when it is dug out. Tang Ming felt speechless as he looked at the bottle of salt in his hand. However, a bottle of salt can be sold for 3 yuan, which is 9 yuan here, which is a good profit. After Tang Ming put away the salt, he looked at the mining machine in front of him. It seems that there is a mining machine like this on every level, and the deeper you go, the more valuable things the mining machine can collect. Thinking of this, he also planned to take all these mining machines away before leaving. As for now, Tang Ming took out gasoline and charged it. Life lies in movement. Even a machine, if it does not move, is no different from a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 80 is still a pitfall. After starting the mining machine, Tang Ming continued to explore downwards. There are more bats on the -2 layer than on the -1 layer. It's almost to the point where you'll encounter one every few steps. However, just waving his hand did not cause much hindrance to his exploration speed. There are many more good things on the -2 floor than on the -1 floor. There were a lot of iron, ore, and nuggets of gold on the ground. In addition, there were also a lot of wooden boxes like the ones he opened on the basic level. Some wooden boxes contain mined minerals, such as salt, iron, ore, gold, and stone. Some are survival supplies, instant canned food, energy bars, etc. Tang Ming opened another wooden box, and after seeing what was inside, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this a bomb? In a storage compartment of this wooden box, there are 3 blue fuse bombs. Tang Ming took one out and found that the bomb was as big as a football. It's outrageous. For blasting mines? Tang Ming weighed it and found it was about 20 kilograms. I don't know how powerful it is. However, given the somewhat exaggerated size of the items in this game, Tang Ming did not hold much hope for the power of this bomb. In addition to the bomb, there was also a dagger in the wooden box. Tang Ming took out the dagger, waved it around for a bit, then felt it wasn't as convenient as a baseball bat, so he threw it directly into his backpack. Then continue exploring. The permission card to the -3 layer is the same as the previous one, in the lowest mine tunnel of the -2 layer. After killing more than 10 bats and 7 or 8 rats guarding the authority card, Tang Ming also entered the -3 floor directly with the authorization card. Diamond. After seeing the wild diamonds in the mine card on the -3 level, Tang Ming's eyes lit up. In addition to diamonds, there are many other gem minerals in the mine card. The total value of this truckload of ore alone is over 200. It turns out that only mining can make you rich overnight. Tang Ming put the things into his backpack with a smile, then start exploring the -3 layer. There are more bats here, basically 1 per step. However, relative to the risks, the benefits are equally huge. Many of the wooden boxes here contain a large number of gemstones and minerals. After exploring the -3 floor, Tang Ming calculated that not only had he earned all the 500 yuan he needed, he even had a few dozen more. But why is there no permission card? The control console of the mine ladder shows that there are 7 floors in the mine. However, he had only explored up to the -3 floor, and there were 3 more floors below. Maybe he missed it. Thinking of this, Tang Ming searched the -3 floor again, and then found a hole dug out from the wall. It was somewhat similar to Bob's house, but he hadn't noticed it before because it was too dark and his attention was on the bats. Is the permission card in here? Seeing this, Tang Ming stepped in. The rock mine was very simple and did not contain the authorization card he was looking for. But even though there was no authorization card, the red and white jacket that Bob asked him to find was here. Is the authority card a reward for the mission? Thinking of this, Tang Ming picked up the jacket, then went straight back to the mine ladder and returned to Bob's house. Oh my God, Mr. Tang Ming, you found my jacket. Great, but it seems a little too dirty. I need to wash it thoroughly. Mr. Tang Ming, you are not in danger, right? When Bob saw the jacket Tang Ming took out, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. I did. It was very dangerous. I almost died there. Hearing Bob's question, Tang Ming answered truthfully. Ah, is that so? I understand. Bob was stunned for a moment, as if he had not expected Tang Ming to answer like this. After a long silence, he took out a pistol. Here, this is your reward, a powerful revolver. Gun, not a permission card? Looking at the revolver handed over by Bob, Tang Ming frowned. But if you have a gun, you should also have bullets, right? Maybe it could be made later or purchased directly. Thinking of this, he took the revolver handed to him by Bob. Then the next moment, Bob said, It's broken though, and I know someone who knows how to fix it. What the hell? Tang Ming raised the baseball bat in his hand. He couldn't bear it anymore. Bob seemed unaware of this and continued. You can meet him if you go to the garbage dump in the desert at night. Apparently, this is a quest to unlock new characters and new maps. Tang Ming calmed down a little after hearing this. However, he still took off the jacket that Bob had worn for less than a minute before he stopped. Ignore the pitfalls in front of you and open the store page instead. Start selling or and buying the required skill books. Underground garden. Gardening. Do-it-yourself, strength training, builder's manual. After he purchased the skill book he bought disappeared from the store and was replaced by a new batch. In addition, there was an additional option to purchase bullets. Bullet, 1 yuan. Car fans, 130 yuan. Introduction. Learn how to use fuel more efficiently. Martial arts, 130 yuan. Introduction. Skills learned in battle. Healthy diet, 130 yuan. Introduction. Learn to make the most of food. Negotiation and art, 160 yuan. Introduction. Learn how to negotiate a better price. To be honest, Tang Ming didn't want to give money to Bob, but he gave him too much. Chow. Cursing silently, Tang Ming opened his backpack and checked the books he had just purchased. These skill books in the store are taken off the shelves directly after purchase. It is obvious that these books are disposable. So in order to ensure that the skills can be brought into reality, Tang Ming plans to use one first to see if it is really a skill book. If so, it won't be too late to use the remaining skill books after returning to reality. After all, if you can't bring it back to reality after using it, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at the skill book he currently had. Looking at the introduction to gardening has the least effect on him. It can only speed up the growth of plants. But in reality, he doesn't need this skill. Thinking of this, Tang Ming directly chose gardening to use. The next moment, a skill panel appeared in front of him. Gardening. Accelerates plant growth. Passive? It seems that the effect of the skill is the same as described in the book introduction. Tang Ming nodded. In this way, after learning do-it-yourself and builder's manual in reality, he may be able to rub various items by hand like in the game. Save some money and buy the remaining skill books. I'll see if other ones will appear. If not, I'll ask those scavengers to go out and help me collect more materials for use when I get out. Chapter 81 Airplane. After thinking through his future plans, Tang Ming began to think about how to make the remaining 500 yuan. Going into the deeper old mines is probably the fastest way to make money. However, he does not have the permission card to enter the -4 level. The task of repairing the revolver would require waiting until night to find the new NPC, and he was not sure whether the other party really had the -4 permission card. Liver anyway. Seeing this, Tang Ming came to the workbench, took out the stones he had harvested this time, and began to decompose them. This time, we harvested more than 40 pieces of stone. Each piece of stone can be decomposed into 5 stones. More than 40 pieces of stone means more than 200 stones. Excluding the materials for building the rocket base, there are still more than 150 left. The stones are sold in stores for $1 each. But it's not cost-effective. After all the stones were decomposed, Tang Ming came to the furnace that had been made earlier. More than 150 stones were placed directly into it and then charged. After processing, stone can be turned into glass, and the price of glass in the store is 3 times that of stone, which is $3. More than 150 pieces of glass cost more than 450 yuan. Add to that the remaining money and sell some materials, and the money from selling the remaining skill books will be enough. Watching the furnace start to operate, Tang Ming was not idle either. He looked around and then walked to the basement near the ground door. Open the blueprint for making a rocket base. At this moment, the required materials shown on the blueprint are sufficient. Seeing this, Tang Ming did not hesitate and directly clicked to start production. 6 hours remaining. So long. Looking at the prompt that appeared in front of him, Tang Ming frowned but did not stop. The main purpose is to see whether the drawings for the next step will appear directly after the rocket base is built. If I can. Herbalist Bobhu? Are they familiar with each other? The rocket base was completed quickly. Ultimate Rocket Stage 2 unlocked. Metal 60. Plastic 20. Aviation Attitude Indicator 1. Aviational Attitude Instrument. Looking at the required materials, Tang Ming frowned. This thing didn't seem like something that could be picked up casually. It seems that I still have to complete the task. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. After the rocket base was built, it was already late at night. At the same time, his energy level is about to reach the bottom. Tang Ming took a look and then looked away. Walk over to the furnace. Check the firing condition of the glass. 2 more hours? Seeing this, Tang Ming was no longer in a hurry. Turned back to the bedroom and started to rest. Wait until the next day. After taking out more than 150 pieces of burned glass from the furnace, Tang Ming put in a dozen pieces of iron, or that he had picked up from the old mine. Although he has no shortage of metal, he doesn't mind saving a little. After doing all this, Tang Ming prepared to go out and buy the remaining skill books from Bob. However, as soon as he went out, he saw the postman delivering the letter again. There's your package, sir. The fat postman handed the package to Tang Ming as he spoke. Is it from that Son of Liberty again? Tang Ming took it and looked at what was inside the package. 2 letters, $60, and 2 room upgrade modules. Room upgrade greenhouse unlocked. Land 2. Glass 1. Wood 1. Introduction. After use, a room can be upgraded to a greenhouse, where plants can grow faster. This thing. Tang Ming looked back and forth at the 2 palm-sized upgrade modules in his hand, then put them into his backpack, ready to try them later. $60 was the book money for the Sons of Liberty. In one of the letters, the other party thanked him for giving them books and wanted him to help find a radiation detector called a Geiger counter. He's not trying to rub mushroom bombs with his hands, is he? When Tang Ming saw the request in the other party's letter, the corners of his mouth twitched. Then he looked at another letter. How did he know that my rocket base was built? However, after reading the content of the letter, Tang Ming frowned. His rocket base was just completed yesterday, and today the other party sent him a letter of congratulations. There is a problem. Although this game is quite unreasonable in some places, for example, the items sold will disappear instantly, so he cannot regret it, and making things only requires moving your mouth. But after playing the game for a while, Tang Ming was able to discover that this game has a plot. So this kind of logical loophole should not occur. From this point of view, this Son of Liberty may have been monitoring me all along. How did he monitor? What is his identity? Tang Ming frowned. Glancing around, he saw the female neighbor next door glaring at him, as if she was still upset about what he said yesterday. In response, he simply gave the other person a middle finger. You're already an old lady, but you still think of yourself as a fairy. After making an international friendly gesture, Tang Ming also walked towards the direction of the old mine. As for the identity of the Son of Liberty, you will naturally know it after completing all the tasks. Thinking of this, he soon came to Bob's cabin again. After selling all the things, I bought the skill books that were refreshed yesterday. After buying all the skill books, Tang Ming looked at the store list, hoping to get a few more. However, to his disappointment, it didn't happen. The other party had been completely hollowed out by him. I can't seize any opportunity to make money. Tang Ming expressed contempt for Bob's lack of ambition. After buying the skill book, Tang Ming went to the herbalist again and submitted the mushroom mission. The tea made from mushrooms is not very effective. Kind young man, could you please help me go deep into the forest and pick some guarana fruits? The herbalist looked at Tang Ming. In return, I can help you make some energy drinks so you can get more prepared in the evening. Tang Ming, who was originally planning to take the task and leave, was stunned after hearing the other party's next words. Judging from the other party's last words, it seemed that he knew what he was doing. Does the protagonist of the game have any other identities? This made Tang Ming frown. With such doubts, he walked towards the depths of the forest. Originally, you needed to rely on a cable car to cross the outside and enter the innermost part. However, with the shovel from Plants vs. Zombies, if the road is blocked by trees, you can just dig it. So it didn't take too long for Tang Ming to enter the innermost part of the forest. Here he saw the guarana fruit that the herbalist had asked him to pick. This is a shrub-like, berry-like plant with red fruits and a black seed wrapped in white flesh. However, Tang Ming's attention at this moment was not attracted by these guarana fruits, because not far away, there is something more attractive than these fruits. It was a last-century propeller plane with shark graffiti on it. Chapter 82. The aircraft is overall military green. A pair of sharp teeth were graffitied on the head. The main body of the aircraft is not large, only slightly larger than a pickup truck. At the moment, I am stuck between several trees. When Tang Ming approached, he found that there were many bullet holes on the wings of the plane. It was obvious that the plane in front of him had been shot down, not because of any other factors. Can it be fixed? When Tang Ming thought of this, he immediately went forward to check. If it can be repaired, it would be so great if I could own a plane in the future. However, Tang Ming was a little disappointed because he did not see any signs of repair when he approached. However, there are quite a few things in the storage compartment of the plane. Various materials, $50 a photo, 3 red bombs, an access card from somewhere unknown, and an aerial attitude meter. This. Tang Ming looked at the aviation attitude instrument and felt that it was effortless to obtain it. He originally thought that he had to complete all the tasks before he could get it from the NPC, but he didn't expect that he could just pick it up from the ground. But this photo. He looked at the person in the photo. He was an incredibly handsome man. Tang Ming was not unfamiliar with his appearance. I recognized the person in the photo as myself at first glance. So this plane belongs to the protagonist of this game? He was shot down? But why is there no hint in the opening animation of the game? Tang Ming felt that he should have come into contact with the main storyline. Just as he put the photos away, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing past him. Something white appeared next to him. This sudden change made Tang Ming's heart skip a beat. But before he could react, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Hey, good young man, you look like you've seen a ghost." There is indeed a ghost. Tang Ming looked at the herbalist who appeared like a ghost beside him with a frown on his face, and he didn't know whether he should say MMP or not. "Let me guess, is it because you are in this photo?" The herbalist continued speaking as if he was completely unaware of Tang Ming's reaction. "I'm sure your companion shot you down." Companions? Soldiers? Tang Ming became interested after hearing this. The only people he could think of who could have planes and shoot them down were the military. If the protagonist of the game is a soldier, is there a military base in the game? You're not a member of the government. Don't you think you're nothing like them? Tang Ming's mouth twitched when he heard this. For some reason, he felt that the other party was implying something about him. But compared to this, how do you know this? Now he was certain that the herbalist in front of him was definitely not just a herbalist. Most likely a member of an organization. And the other party knows so much about me. Could it be that he wants an old cow eat young grass? Does this matter now? The herbalist looked at Tang Ming. Now your goal is to escape from here. You are a kind and capable young man. I believe you will be able to find a quick and powerful way to escape from here very soon. Come on. The herbalist said this without stopping to ask Tang Ming any more questions. He just turned around and walked away slowly. Watch the other person leave. Tang Ming has now confirmed that there is something wrong with this herbalist, and besides the herbalist, there is a high possibility that there is also something wrong with Bob. They might be members of the same organization. After all, it was the old mine that the herbalist had asked him to go to. In addition, as soon as I gave the mushrooms to the herbalist said that the mushrooms were useless. All these signs indicated that the herbalist had intentionally lured me there. It felt like they really wanted me to build the rocket quickly. Before, Bob asked me to go to the garbage dump in the desert. Could there be other materials for making rockets there? Thinking this, Tang Ming picked the guarana fruits needed by the herbalist, then returned to the other party's cabin and submitted the task. While getting a few bottles of energy drinks, you also get a new task. Provides 99 guarana fruits. However, he was not asked to collect them, but to grow them himself. It was only after receiving this task that Tang Ming learned the true use of the greenhouse. Generally, plants that you grow yourself need to be replanted after being picked. With a greenhouse, you can plant once and harvest for a lifetime. This effect is also outrageous to the extreme. However, 99 guarana fruits are still a bit too many, and I definitely won't be able to grow them all this time. So after Tang Ming made his decision, he handed the matter over to those scavengers. As for what's next, Tang Ming took a look at the map. The desert garbage dump is not far from the forest. Although according to Bob, the other party will not appear until the evening. We can still go and check out the place in advance. Besides, the desert garbage dump sounded very dirty, so he wanted to see if he could help the other party clean it up. It didn't take too long for Tang Ming to reach his destination. There are a lot of discarded tires and scrap cars in the landfill. In addition, there are many gasoline barrels and oil barrels. There is no grass or trees near the garbage dump, only some cacti. After Tang Ming walked in, he quickly found a small hut, simply built with a few pieces of wood among the pile of scrap items. Tang Ming felt it was a bit of a waste to leave these woods here, so he put them away. Then I picked up some trash that was still usable. This car can actually be repaired. Just when Tang Ming was about to pick up some more scrap metal to take back, he found that when he approached a car with only its frame left, a repair notice popped up. Moreover, the repair only costs 10 metals and no other materials are needed, which makes Tang Ming feel a little outrageous. The previous plane only had a few bullets on the wings and couldn't be repaired, but the car in front of me is just a skeleton left. You tell me it can be repaired? This is too much of a double standard. After Tang Ming cursed the game designer in his heart, he began to repair the car in front of him. In just 1 hour, the car, which was originally just a skeleton, turned into a blue supercar that looked like it had just left the factory. Tisk! Tang Ming sighed when he saw this. The supercar couldn't fit into the backpack, and he couldn't drive it back without attracting the attention of the agents. Now I can only leave this supercar here for now, and come back to get it when I have a chance. If not, forget it. After filling the backpack, Tang Ming went home and prepared to build the second stage of the rocket. The second stage builds the frame of the rocket. The third stage should be the main body of the rocket. While Tang Ming was thinking this, he had already opened the door and walked into the house. Mr. Tang Ming, you disappoint me. However, the next moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ears, bringing him back to reality from his thoughts. At this moment, besides him, there was also a black figure standing in the room. Agent? The moment Tang Ming saw the appearance of the black shadow in front of him, his pupil shrank. Why does the other party appear here? Isn't it going to be a few days before you come to check? This game even has surprise inspections? Chapter 83, Reward Settlement. Just when Tang Ming was about to try to silence the witness. But suddenly he discovered that there was another person next to the agent. He was no stranger to this person either. She was the neighbor woman who came to borrow candy from him yesterday. At this moment, when the woman saw Tang Ming coming in, she also spoke. Agent, I'm not lying to you. I really heard some strange noises at his place last night. Seeing this, Tang Ming instantly understood why the agent came to conduct a surprise inspection on him. It seems like there is a dog. Isn't it just a bag of candy? So what? This is too narrow-minded. Mr. Tang Ming, this is a list of suspicious items I found in your room. You have betrayed the trust that this town has placed in you. I hope you can reflect on yourself in prison next. The agent took out a list that recorded all the prohibited items in Tang Ming's basement. The rocket base is even circled with a big red circle. I'm at home with nothing to do, so I want to make a rocket model. It makes sense to build a launch pad in advance to place the rocket model. Tang Ming took out the bomb and planned to have a good emotional exchange with the agent in front of him. But the next moment, the game settlement interface appeared, which directly ended their friendly communication that had not yet begun. Your escape plan has been discovered. You should be more careful next time. Please select the items you want to take away. Wood, stone. Reminder, you have 240 weights to choose from. Tisk. Tang Ming secretly cursed his bad luck. Now that he has been arrested by agents, he can only get the worst reward. This means you can only bring back to reality the items in a backpack. It can be said that it is a loss to my grandma's family. Thinking of this, he looked at his female neighbor, who had frozen in time after appearing at the settlement interface. This is the first NPC who has caused him such a great loss. Just wait for me. He must get this place back. As for now, Tang Ming looked at the interface for selectable items. Start thinking about what to bring back to reality. The current weight of his backpack is 240 kilograms. It can still bring out a lot of things in the game. The first is the skill book. Each skill book weighs 1, excluding the used gardening book. He now has 8 copies in his hand. How heavy is the workbench? Tang Ming looked at the workbench. The workbench was one of the ways to make items. If he could use it when he brought it back to reality, he could stop the loss in time. The weight of the workbench is 100. In other words, if he took the workbench away, he would only have 142 points of weight left to use. You must take one of the wooden boxes away. The weight of a wooden box is 98. There are still 44 points of weight left. After thinking for a while, I chose to turn all these burdens into electric lights. In addition to the wall lamps he made, many others were found in old mines before. The load of the lamp is 1. 23 in total. Bring a pickaxe, 2, so you can collect stones. Oh, and a bed, a house upgrade module, a switch, a bomb. After confirming the reward, the scene in front of Tang Ming blurred. When it came back to focus again, he was already back in the air raid shelter. I'm back. Tang Ming looked at the familiar environment around him and let out a breath. To be honest, this experience of entering Prepper was much more tiring than the previous few games. Mainly because I'm mentally exhausted. There is just too many NPCs that can't be cheated. Also, his original plan to allow scavengers to work in the game has now been aborted. How could there be someone so despicable as to tell tales? I'm so angry. Tang Ming gritted his teeth. Next time he enters Preppers, he will definitely let his neighbors know what it means to be beaten by society. After calming down, Tang Ming began to sort out his gains. It mainly depends on whether the various items taken out in the game can be used normally. First up is the backpack. As Tang Ming's mind moved, a military green level 3 bag instantly appeared in his hand. From the outside, there doesn't seem to be anything special. However, after opening the backpack, you can find that it is really just an ordinary backpack. Tang Ming opened the backpack in disbelief and checked it from left to right and up and down. But I didn't find anything special. Finally, he took out the identification tools and planned to make a final struggle. Name, backpack. Value, 1,021 kilograms of low-quality food. Description, this is a magical backpack. When you carry it on your back, you can put items far beyond its capacity. But it should be noted that the weight of the items will not disappear after they are put in. I realized it only works when you carry it on your back. I was shocked. Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the description in the identification results. Then we started to experiment with the actual effect of the third level package. Just like an ordinary backpack, the weight of the items put into it does not disappear, but the difference is that there is no storage space limit. You can put as much stuff as you want. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can memorize it. Tang Ming just tried to put an I-beam in, and he almost sprained his waist because of the weight of more than 200 pounds. If it weren't for the malicious physique, he would probably be lying on the ground by now. After testing the backpack, Tang Ming took out the wall lamp. This time, he used the identification tool directly. Name, wall lamp. Value, 11 kilograms of low-quality food. Description, a wall lamp that does not require wires. Although it does not require wires to use, it still requires electricity to maintain operation. Still need electricity? Tang Ming frowned. It took some trying to figure out what the description meant. A wall lamp is just like a real lamp, but the only difference is that it has no wires. The electricity it consumes to generate light is directly drawn from surrounding generators or objects that store electrical energy. This is even less scientific than unlimited energy. Tang Ming felt speechless. However, the light doesn't consume much electricity, so the car engine is enough to keep it going. After testing the wall lamp, it's time to test the switch. The switch functions just as described in the game, which is pretty awesome because after he mounted the switch on the wall and pressed it to turn it off, not only the lights went out, but also his hacker computer. It seems that as long as there is an electrical appliance in a room, it can turn off all of them in an instant. If placed outdoors, its effective range is within a venue. The venue here refers to places like the park where he is or a playground. However, this only turns off the lights outside the venue and does not include the electrical appliances in the buildings within the venue. But even so, it's still outrageous. If this were to enter a mechanical technology game, thinking of this, Tang Ming took a deep breath and didn't dare to think about the scene that followed. This effect can only be described as incredible. It's just a mechanical Terminator. Chapter 84. My brain suddenly became useless. The wooden box works just like it does in the game, and it doesn't have the same drawbacks as a backpack, and it doesn't become heavier after you put items in it. However, the storage limit is a drawback, and only identical items can be stacked, and in reality, it is obviously impossible to find two identical items. It seems that only some large items can be stored. Seeing this, Tang Ming then identified the remaining small items one by one. The effects of the pickaxe and bed were almost the same as in the game. The only thing that surprised Tang Ming was the house upgrade module. After using it, the room he was in instantly changed into a different appearance. The gray and white walls, which were originally a bit old, were covered with wooden boards. The floor tiles also changed from the original white tiles to black and white tiles like chess. It can be called one-click decoration, but only in the room where he is. The other rooms in the air raid shelter remained unchanged. Seeing this effect, Tang Ming was very satisfied. The only pity is that you can't brush the materials. Once the wooden board on the wall of the room is pried open, the whole room will be restored to its original appearance. There is no chance for him to gain unlimited resources. After testing these things, Tang Ming looked at the remaining workbenches and the skill books that had not been tested, and oh, the bombs. Let's try this thing after some time. Looking at the bomb in his hand that was as big as a basketball, Tang Ming thought it would be better to find a bigger place to test it after a while. Otherwise, it's easy to die just by trying. Put the bomb aside for now. Tang Ming took out the workbench and the 8 and used skill books, and then used them directly. Underground garden. Greenhouse module production unlocked. Do it yourself. Quickly craft items. Strength training. Enhance physical strength. Builder's manual. Build more rooms quickly. Car fans. Reduce mechanical energy consumption. Martial arts. One finger yang. Healthy diet. Easier to absorb beneficial ingredients in food. Negotiation and art. Get a good price for both selling and selling. After using all the skill books, what Tang Ming felt most obviously was his body. The feeling got stronger. Before he changed his job to become a militiaman, his physical fitness was level 2, but now he estimated that it should have reached level 3. 3 times more than ordinary people. Whether this is the case or not, we need to conduct actual tests to know. Apart from strength training, I don't feel much about other skills at the moment. Make items quickly. Tang Ming looked at the workbench. The workbench is functional, but not completely functional, because there is only the disassembly function and the house upgrade module he just unlocked can be made. As for other items, at present, it seems that you still need to draw production drawings from the game. In order to test the effect of his skills, Tang Ming began to try to decompose the materials. It originally took 5 minutes, but now after learning the skill, the decomposition speed has been reduced to 1 minute. And this speed is not limited to the production of game items. The production of real items also has this bonus. Even the bonuses for making real objects are more terrifying than in the game. As long as the materials are available and he knows the principles of production, his hands can move on their own. It's like the brain has just barely understood the idea, but the hands can do it, and the thing is made before the brain can even react. As a result, he inexplicably ended up with several nude with sculptures of his teachers. This hands-on ability is a bit too outrageous. Looking at the wood carving in his hand, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He really just had an idea. How do I use the builder's manual? After testing the hands-on skills, Tang Ming began to test the room construction skills. However, this skill seems to require obtaining the basement construction drawings before it can be used. Or building other houses also has speed benefits. As Tang Ming frowned and thought, he saw a furry beast passing by the door. After being fed and cared for by him for a while, this ball of fur became even bigger than before. Try making a pet house. As soon as this thought came to Tang Ming's mind, his hands began to move on their own. During this period, he could have stopped on his own initiative, but there was obviously no need to do so now. It didn't take too long, just about 10 minutes. He made a beautifully designed pet house. There is no way he could have built this pet house so well by himself, and the time it would take would probably be calculated in weeks. But the pet house in front of me? Tang Ming is not sure for the time being whether this is a bonus for item production, a bonus for house construction, or a combination of both. Forget it, I won't be using it for now, so I'll just test the remaining skills. Tang Ming thought about this and looked at the remaining skills. Car fan, there is no need to test this. Just reading the introduction, you will know that it reduces mechanical energy consumption. It has a wide range of uses and is a very effective skill. Healthy diet. Tang Ming took out a piece of compressed water crystal, decompressed it, and then drank it quickly. Close your eyes and start to feel the possible genetic evolutions. But I didn't feel anything. Instead, I feel a little hungry. Could it be the enhanced digestive ability? See, the test failed. Tang Ming could only look at the next skill. Negotiation and art. This should be effective in future games, and it's also a relatively practical skill. As for the last, martial arts. Why is it one finger yang? Tang Ming couldn't understand this. Martial arts. If one cannot master all the 18 martial arts, can it still be called martial arts? Obviously not. So the game designer has to take the blame. But since it's one finger yang, Tang Ming imitated the characters in martial arts TV dramas, stretched out a finger, and pointed at the wall of the air raid shelter in front of him. However, the imagined special effects did not appear. After all, he has no internal strength. However, this does not mean that this one-finger yang technique is a fake move. The actual power of the one-finger zen is still very considerable. When exploded at close range, it can easily penetrate a brick. If the target of the attack was a flesh and blood body, the outcome would be self-evident. However, compared to the authentic one-finger zen, this power is totally insufficient. After completing the skill test, Tang Ming took out the mining lamp and wall lamp and walked out of the air raid shelter. Start using pea shooters to deploy defenses around you. Does this count as building a house? Seeing that his hands actually moved on their own, Tang Ming's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that he can hang up? And the speed of hanging up is much faster than his own. It was originally estimated that it would take half a day's work, but in just an hour, everything was arranged. And the distribution of the pea shooters is much more reasonable than his plan. What is this freedom of mind? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 85. Opening the community to send warmth. It seems that hands are indeed more useful than brains. Looking at the surrounding defensive deployment, Tang Ming could only admit this now. The pea shooter is planted well. He didn't rest. The sunflowers haven't been planted yet. It feels too conspicuous if it's planted outside. Thinking of this, Tang Ming got some soil and planted sunflowers in the air raid shelter to prevent the sunlight produced from being too bright. You got yourself into trouble. I wonder if the greenhouse has any additional effect on the speed at which sunflowers produce sunlight. Tang Ming looked at the smiling sunflower. Relocated the greenhouse housing upgrade module to the room. Do all of this. So he prepared to go out. Find some blind mutant creatures. Test the defensive effectiveness of the pea shooter line outside. However, before he could go out, then I saw the furry beast approaching the sunflower. Sniff this way, sniff that way. Seeing this, Tang Ming grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and lifted it up. Whatever you do to it, I will do to you. Remember? Tang Ming pointed at the sunflowers and said. Facing Tang Ming's threat, the furry beast trembled. After being put down by Tang Ming, he didn't dare to hang around the sunflower anymore. He hid in the corner of the room as if escaping. You're smart. Seeing that his threat worked, Tang Ming nodded. Then leave the air raid shelter. Place a radio on the outside of your defense line. By hacking the program written in advance on the computer, the radio can be quickly controlled and made to make sounds. This is to attract some mutant creatures around. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and many mutant creatures began to return to their hiding places to avoid being eaten by the night demons that swarmed over them after nightfall. This resulted in a long time before a mutant insect creature was attracted by the sound from the radio. Puff, puff, puff. However, before Tang Ming could see the other person's appearance clearly, a salvo of fire from hundreds of pea shooters completely submerged it in a sea of peas. Too weak. Taking out the telescope and seeing the scene of juice splashing in the distance, Tang Ming shook his head. I just feel that these mutated creatures are nothing to worry about. It seems that unless there are creatures with extremely abnormal defenses, ordinary mutant creatures should not be able to get close to my air raid shelter. After seducing several mutant creatures and being beaten, Tang Ming came to this conclusion. Even some mutant creatures' armor can withstand a volley of fire from the pea shooter. Even if they don't die, they will be out of the pea shooter's attack range due to the severe pain. Don't dare to get closer. Of course, there are exceptions. It was a mutant creature that looked like a pig. After being hit by a few peas, it ran away, but came back not long after. The goal is to hit it and then drop the peas on the ground. These peas are a delicacy for these omnivorous animals. Eat the buffet here. Seeing this, Tang Ming directly commanded all the pea shooters to fire a volley of peas in the direction of the pig-headed mutant creature. The pig that was hit started screaming. However, this pig-headed mutant creature does have thick skin and flesh. After experiencing this volley of peas, he could still breathe. Seeing this, Tang Ming could only command the pea shooters to fire another volley to give the opponent a good burial. After dealing with the pig-headed mutant creature, Tang Ming also took back the radio, entered stealth mode, and walked towards the corpses of several mutant creatures. The medium in their bodies has value, so Tang Ming naturally couldn't pretend not to see it. And those peas shot by the pea shooter also recycle, although he can have as much of this thing as he wants. But if we leave these peas alone, those mutant creatures will really think this is a cafeteria, which would be a huge joke. The process of picking peas is very simple, just walk around. On the contrary, handling the medium is a bit more troublesome. After all, most of the bodies of these mutant creatures have turned into meat paste. It took some time to clean up the battlefield. Then Tang Ming returned to the air raid shelter. He glanced at the sunflowers, but there was no sunlight produced yet. Seeing this, he took out the single bed he made in Doomsday Equipment Mania and began to rest. Fall asleep in 1 second. This bed is so comfortable to sleep on. A dreamless sleep. When he opened his eyes again, I was awakened by the strong light. Sunlight. Tang Ming rubbed his eyes, somewhat uncomfortable. It took a long time before I gradually got used to the strong light in the room. Look in the direction of those sunflowers. As he expected, little suns appeared one after another next to these sunflowers. The light emitted by these little suns made the originally dim air raid shelter as bright as day. Tang Ming waved his hand and put all the suns into his game backpack. The room immediately returned to its original dim state. This is too bright. With a thought, a little sun appeared in his hand. Looking at the light emitted by the little sun in his hand, Tang Ming took a breath. This is much more expressive than the sunshine in the game. However, it is also possible that it was during the day, and in the absence of contrast, there was a slight error in the judgment of its brightness, which is understandable. This can be used as a lamp. Just 2 little suns in a room can make it feel exactly like being outside during the day. I don't know how long a sunbeam can last. In the game, if you don't pick up the little sun for too long, the little sun will gradually dissipate. In reality, this is probably the case. However, it will take some time to find out. The production cycle of sunlight is once every 6 hours. Tang Ming opened his notebook and looked at the time. Only 6 hours had passed since he went to rest. Keeping in mind the current time, place some tiny suns around the room and prepare to see how long they continue to shine. After doing all this, Tang Ming left the air raid shelter again. It was just getting light outside. Tang Ming took out a telescope and scanned the surroundings. There are night demons active at night. Now you can still see a lot of night demons around, fleeing towards the buildings in various parts of the park. Tang Ming selected 1 or 2 of them that were relatively close and sneaked over. Prepare to greet those neighbors who have not yet said hello. deliver warmth to the community, and exchange feelings. However, Tang Ming is a polite person and would not disturb others early in the morning. I waited until it was completely light before I went to the door. The first building he chose was a 9-story tower in the park. This tower should have been very beautiful, but after being ravaged by time and fire, it has been completely changed and only darkness remains. Tang Ming, holding the little son in his hand and with a smile on his face, walked slowly into the tower. Roar! Roar! A moment later, the owner of the tower showed great welcome to Tang Ming, who came to visit. Chapter 86 returned without success. In a room as bright as day, Tang Ming looked at the charred corpses on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the sunlight produced by sunflowers is essentially the same as the sunlight from the sun. Both can cause the night demon to spontaneously combust. In this way, the biggest obstacle to his exploration of architecture was removed. After testing the effect of sunlight, Tang Ming also searched the tower. However, nothing of value was found. But think about it, this was once a tourist attraction for the public, so it would be strange if there were any valuable items here. Leave the tower. Tang Ming thought about it and did not return to the air raid shelter immediately, but walked further north. He wanted to verify what Guo Sha said. At the same time, I also want to know what kind of extraordinary powers those Legion commanders possess. He always felt that it was not as simple as just being able to withstand greater blows. The edge of the city was still quite a distance away from the park where he was. Moreover, the closer you get to the edge, the more mutant creatures there are around. In addition, many mutant creatures do not rely entirely on vision to find prey. There is also the sense of smell or some other methods. Therefore, his progress was much more difficult than he had imagined. After spending nearly 2 hours and experiencing more than a dozen sneak attacks, Tang Ming arrived at the edge of the city. Further ahead is a vast field. There is no end in sight. Only after passing through this field can he reach the outermost part of the city and enter the area surrounded by mountains. There were no plants in the field, it was completely bare. And now it is daytime again. This means that there is no obstruction. It was impossible for him to pass through the field in front of him under the eyes of dozens of mutant creatures around him. Wait till evening. Once you're away from the city, the number of night demons isn't that exaggerated. What's more, he now holds the light in his hands, so if he is really attacked by the night demon, he will be completely immune. But in addition to the night demons, there are other mutant creatures at night, but their numbers are not as numerous as during the day. He wanted to take out the sunlight, which was not much different from a target. In this kind of self-destructive situation, stealth is of no use at all. The risk is a bit too great. How did the green snake get there? Tang Ming frowned. With stealth, it was extremely difficult for him to get through. Those green snake soldiers couldn't have it any easier than him, even though they have a lot of hot weapons in their hands. Faced with such a huge number of mutated creatures, the only fate is to be annihilated. Unless they have a method that I don't know about, but can avoid mutant creatures. What will it be? Tang Ming fell into deep thought. Brother Guo Sha should have a similar method. If it's like what the other party said, there are several times more mutant creatures outside the city than inside, then there would be no way they could have come to this city alive. There's too little information. After thinking for a while, Tang Ming still couldn't figure out the key. Maybe I can wait for Green Snake to send his men to the edge of the city and follow them. He had installed cameras in many places in the city, so it wasn't difficult to find out when the Green Snake would move. This is the safest method Tang Ming can think of at the moment. Moreover, the parties involved were present. He can also figure out what the other party wants to do. The only thing we don't know is how long we have to wait the next time Green Snake leads people to the edge of the city. However, he has no shortage of time. Having made the decision, Tang Ming no longer moved forward. He then took out his little notebook and returned along the same route. When passing by the hideout of the mutant creature that attacked you before, it will leave behind a hacker computer and a camera. He set an alarm on these hacker computers that would go off in the early morning. By then, I believe that the night demons active nearby will be happy to come and take a look. Engage in some beneficial multi-person activities. What's more, you can watch the live broadcast. Tang Ming felt excited just thinking about that scene. Because we were familiar with the terrain, the return time was faster than before. It only took an hour and a half. As soon as he arrived near the air raid shelter, Tang Ming discovered that there were several more corpses of mutant creatures around the pea shooter's defense line. Next time I enter Plants vs. Zombies, I have to find a way to accumulate more sunlight. Seeing this, Tang Ming frowned. The pea shooter only surrounded the air raid shelter, which seemed to be a bit of a cover-up. But he had no other choice. He didn't have enough plants and lights, and he couldn't plant enough plants in the entire park. The sunlight produced by sunflowers is not really sunlight for the plants in Plants vs. Zombies, which is ridiculous. Tang Ming was also extremely speechless about this. He previously had the idea of using the sunlight produced by sunflowers to replace wall lamps, but after actual experiments he found that it simply didn't work. It will wither if it should. Use the switch to turn off all lights that you don't need to turn off when you leave. Only then did Tang Ming enter the air raid shelter. Then the furry beast stretched out its pink little tongue and licked the root of the sunflower this way and that way. Good fellow, if you don't give me a good beating, you'll tear the roof off the house, right? Tang Ming thought of what he had said before, and suddenly several black lines appeared on his forehead. Roll! Kick it away with your foot. Woo-woo! The furry beast cried out twice in grievance, and then when it saw Tang Ming's eyes that seemed to be looking at a spicy rabbit head, it immediately hid in fear. Coward! Seeing this, Tang Ming ignored it. He took out the hacker's computer and called up the surveillance footage to see if Green Snake had taken any further action since yesterday. Perhaps it was because too many survivor camps were swallowed up at once. In the surveillance video, Tang Ming saw that the subway tunnel was very chaotic or bloody. Survivors who wanted to resist were killed on the spot. Some scavengers who wanted to take advantage of the situation were caught by the Green Snake. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed immediately. Although there was no sound from the monitor, the shrill screams seemed to be clearly heard by his ears. After taking a look at the real-time surveillance, Tang Ming opened the video captured and recorded by the camera. Among them, Lao Yudo was set as a person of special concern. After his appearance was recognized by the surveillance camera, his video would be sorted into a folder. Already joined the Green Snake? After seeing the Green Snake military uniform on Old Yu in the video, Tang Ming was no longer worried about his safety. In addition to Old Yu, there are many scavengers who have joined Green Snake. Among them was the friend of humanity, whom Tang Ming had met twice. The other party seemed to have listened to his words and joined the Green Snake directly. Their equipment was much better than that of the scavengers who joined later. There was an extra pistol on his waist. Seeing that there was nothing special, Tang Ming reset it, set the monitoring reminder, and then closed the monitoring interface. Turn your attention to the game you haven't played yet. Underground Ant Kingdom. Chapter 87 Underground Ant Kingdom. Tang Ming opened the game interface of Underground Ant Kingdom. Start learning about game settings. This is a real-time combat type level game. Players need to control the ants in their hands to complete tasks one after another in the levels. The background setting of this game is in a laboratory. The ants controlled by the player are in a cultivation chamber. It is a test subject used by two scientists to experiment with ant royal jelly. Can it make insects evolve? Can this ant royal jelly make people evolve? When Tang Ming saw this, he became interested. I feel like this thing has some research value. Maybe by tinkering with it, we can make people evolve without any side effects. The cutscene ends. The beginner tutorial begins. Different from general real-time strategy games, this game relies on ants' pheromones to command ants. Different commands can be issued by leaving different pheromones with the mouse. This is used to control ants to complete various tasks. Also, because it is controlled by pheromones, the command cannot be specific to a single ant, and it can only be divided into several teams. There can be a maximum of 6 such squads in a game. The control settings are very novel. Tang Ming's comment on this was that the feel was terrible. Every time a new command is issued, the ants seem to have suddenly crashed and it takes several seconds for them to react. It's like having Alzheimer's. Do we need to build a granary to store the food we bring back? We also need to build a breeding room to hatch the ants. Whether it's producing ants, building granaries, or building breeding rooms, all of these require sufficient food supply. Food! Tang Ming touched his chin. It doesn't feel challenging at all. Not to mention the hundreds of tons of fish in his game backpack. Just the pile of peas harvested today is enough to clear all the levels of the game. Isn't it possible to play this game with just hands? Tang Ming raised his chin slightly, feeling the loneliness of a master. Without any further hesitation, he used his ability to directly enter the game. See, our queen has adapted well to her new home. A woman's voice came from above my head, and after hearing this voice, Tang Ming also opened his eyes. At this time, he has entered the game, currently in a cave in the mud. My body is different. Tang Ming looked down at his body. I found that this entry was different from any previous game. It seems that it is not the main body that enters the game, but the consciousness that descends. It fell upon the queen ant in the game. No, my consciousness can be transferred to any of my ants and then control it. Tang Ming looked at a red worker ant beside him, and his perspective changed instantly with a thought. His consciousness entered the body of the worker ant. Then he could see clearly the appearance of the queen ant in front of him. A giant red ant, more than 10 times larger than the worker ant he was currently controlling. This big, but is obviously good for childbearing. Tang Ming looked at the huge ants, but in front of him. A thought came to mind. Order the queen to give birth. As for experiencing what it's like to give birth to a baby yourself, that's impossible. After receiving his instructions, the queen ant's abdomen began to move. Soon a white insect egg that looked like a grain of rice was produced. At the beginning of the game, there are 6 breeding rooms around the queen ant. According to the settings of the game, each breeding room, in addition to hatching ants, is also the only way to increase the population limit. And with the existence of the hatching room, new ants can be summoned at a lower cost after the ants die in battle. Each culture room can only increase one upper limit. The queen ant is not counted among them. It can produce 4 more worker ants. The game starts with 40 units. It takes 7 units of food to produce 1 worker ant, minus the one that was just produced. There are now 32 units of food left, which is enough to produce 4 more. Soon, 4 more eggs were produced by the queen ant. It's fascinating. She's already started laying eggs, and it's incredible that we were able to find such a robust specimen. At this time, a voice came from above again, but this time it was a male voice. The female voice and the male voice represent 2 scientists in the laboratory. How long do we expect to see interspecies polymorphism? The female scientist asked after the male scientist finished speaking. The male scientist replied, "We should be patient and let these little guys grow for a while. I have placed food around them. I will put some silky brown forest ants in later to observe their reactions." "Great, that's a good idea. Keep me updated on their progress." The female scientist's voice gradually became quieter, as if she was moving away. After the conversation between the 2 ended, several more pieces of information appeared in Tang Ming's mind. That's the mission of this game. The game is divided into basic levels and challenge levels. Every time you kill a creature of another kind in a level, you will get a corresponding amount of ant royal jelly, which you can take back to reality as a reward when the level is concluded. Only by passing the challenge level can you get special rewards other than the ant royal jelly. Each time you enter the game, you have 1 chance to complete the game, and the novice level is not counted. When Tang Ming finished reading the additional information in his mind, a level panel appeared in front of him. Beginner level, P1, New Home. Basic level, P2, Conquer. Challenge level, P3, Breeding Box Challenge. Basic level, P4, unlocked by completing the challenge level. After completing the novice level, you can directly choose the challenge level. I just don't know what the special rewards for the challenge level are. Tang Ming muttered to himself that this was okay. If he could only complete the challenge step by step, he would not know what the special reward was until next week. Thinking of this, Tang Ming stopped wasting time. Start commanding the newly hatched worker ants. Dig around the walls to expand the territory. This is the clearance requirement for the novice level, is to kill all other insects around the territory. According to the process of the game, he needs to find food first to recruit more ants, and then find the insects hidden in various places in the breeding box and kill them. But he, Tang Ming, is short of food? Just explode the troops, and it's over. Tang Ming looked at the ant nest that was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, nodded with satisfaction, and then walked to an open space. The prerequisite for explosive growth is to have a sufficient population limit. This requires the construction of a large number of incubators. Building an incubator requires food, so the priority is enough food. Get some peas. Tang Ming thought of this, looked at the peas in his game backpack, and then he had an idea. And then in his astonished eyes, a pea as huge as a star appeared out of thin air. Chapter 88, Cheating Failed. Next to the breeding box, the male scientist who was observing the ants inside was stunned when he saw the giant pea suddenly appear in the breeding box. "What's this? What's wrong?" The female scientist heard his puzzled sound and walked over. Then he saw at a glance the pea as big as a fist in the breeding box. "Is this a pea?" The female scientist was a little unsure. "Are peas this big? Could it be that it has mutated? But doesn't ant royal jelly only allow insects to evolve? This has nothing to do with plant evolution at all." "No, take out the peas. See how the ants are doing." The female scientist quickly recovered from her surprise and asked the male scientist next to her to check. Without her instructions, the male scientist had already taken the peas out of the breeding box. "It is peas." He looked at the peas in his hand, said this, and began to check the condition of the ants. Fortunately, in order to facilitate observation of the movements of the ants, the soil in the breeding box is not very deep. The ants were not greatly affected. Seeing this, both scientists breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck, I forgot this is a microscopic world. Tang Ming emerged from the mud cursing. He almost thought he was dead. Fortunately, he was controlling the ants instead of himself entering. Even if you are buried, you can get out quickly. You won't be crushed to death there. However, this accident was also his fault because he forgot that he was now an ant. It's less than the size of a grain of rice. Of course, this is also because he did not take into account that the volume of items in the game backpack will not change with his body size. It's still too inhumane. When Tang Ming was complaining, but I felt a sudden darkness above my head. A large amount of earth, rocks, smoke, and dust fell from the sky. Stunned. Look up. I just saw a giant hand covering the sky. Crash. A mud and rock waterfall, like a torrential rain, was pouring down from the giant hand. Countless pieces of earth and rocks hit the ground, making loud roars like thunder. Before he could react, Tang Ming was buried in the earth and rocks again. Watching the surroundings fall into darkness again, Tang Ming fell silent. Is this the mentality? But there's no way. Just dig again. However, fortunately, he has the skill to accelerate house construction. It can also be used in this game. It didn't take too long to clear all the soil around the queen ant. Fortunately, nothing happened. Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no problem with the queen ant. If the queen ant dies, he will have to quit the game and start over. For food, let's use berries. This is currently the smallest food item in his game backpack. However, he did not take it out immediately because the space in the anthill was still too small. There is no room for even the smallest berry. Use pheromones to call back the other 5 buried worker ants. Then he directed them to start digging. Without the support of skills, these worker ants dug much slower than him. Plus, there are some stones that can't be mined. It took quite some time to finally dig out a space big enough. After checking that there was no problem with the size, Tang Ming took a berry out of his backpack. Looking at the berries that appeared in front of him like a small hill, Tang Ming suddenly felt that becoming smaller was not without benefits. At least I can eat happily enough. However, just as he was about to command his worker ants to share the berries in front of them for the development of the ant nest, the voice of the male scientist came again above his head. Why are there berries here? The experiment is still going on, and you shouldn't be able to get food so easily. You need to complete the tasks I assigned to you before you can get food as a reward. When the male scientist's voice came, a pair of tongs reached into the soil and directly picked up the berry. Watching the food disappear from sight again and the ant nest collapse. Tang Ming, MP. So cheap. However, after this incident, he also realized that using direct violence to take food would probably not work. According to plan? Or, Tang Ming looked at the mud above his head that was covering him. Since he couldn't solve the problem, he decided to solve the person who created the problem. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately dug upwards, ready to give that bitch a hard blow. Why are there stones here? Suddenly, there was an extra layer of rock on top, and he couldn't dig it out at all. Want to get to the ground? Of course, but you need to follow the route I arrange. The male scientist's voice came again. It was obvious that these stones had just been laid by the other party. If you say that all the NPCs in Prepper are scammers, then the one here simply highlights the word cheap. According to Tang Ming's character, a slap in the face is inevitable for such a bitch. But it's a bit difficult to deal with now, given his current body shape. The only thing you can do is find the exit later, and then hit the opponent with a steel door. Thinking of this, Tang Ming returned to the queen ant. Start thinking about your next move. It is somewhat unrealistic to go directly to find the exit. There are many other insects in the breeding box. If you dig in without any preparation, you may get GG directly. It seems that we can only develop step by step. We'll see later if we can get rid of that bastard. But the primary goal now is to collect enough food. As for where to find this food, hunt other insects or pick up those buried by scientists in advance. Tang Ming looked at the mud wall in front of the queen ant. When he was playing the game before, he remembered that there seemed to be food placed by scientists in this direction. Tang Ming immediately began to direct the worker ants to dig forward. Soon a passage was dug out. These worker ants dig a hexagon each time, so the passage appears very neat. There is indeed food here. After the passage was dug out, a large pile of food placed on the ground appeared in his sight. He immediately ordered the worker ants to move it. Then Tang Ming consumed some of the food and began to build the necessary incubation room. There is no rush for the granary. because one hatchery requires 20 units of food. Just the food he has discovered now only amounts to more than 100 units. Build a few hatcheries, and the food will be gone. The granary is of no use at all. After digesting all the food, Tang Ming had 5 new brothers. 11 ants should be enough. Tang Ming thought of this and left 3 ants to guard the house. As for the rest, he controlled them to explore other areas. Chapter 89 Development. The surrounding area was dark. Faintly, you can hear some strange noises. Proves that there are other creatures behind these earth and stone walls. Stay away from the queen ant. Tang Ming explored the surroundings and chose a direction with the least noise to dig. 2 worker ants can only dig one area at a time, which is a hexagonal grid. The digging speed is much faster than that of a single ant, but still not as fast as Tang Ming himself. However, Tang Ming had no intention of going up to help. It wasn't that he wanted to be lazy, but as the big brother who takes the lead, he always pays attention to what is happening around him. If attacked, you can react immediately. If you try to steal the work from your younger brothers, you will not be able to react in time when danger comes. And this is not good for the psychological development of the younger brothers. After all, if you just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, what's the difference between you and a termite? We are all hardworking ants now, and naturally no ant wants to be a woodworm. They are all good comrades. Tang Ming nodded with satisfaction at the worker ants working attentively in front of him. If only the scavengers could work as hard. As channels continue to open up, squeak, the sound behind the earth and rocks became clearer and clearer. It's right behind. After seeing that the sound was clearly audible, Tang Ming controlled the worker ants to emit pheromones in preparation for the attack. Just a moment. Minus the worker ants that are still digging, the 5 worker ants except him all took attacking stances. The front jaw opens wide in anticipation of the coming battle. Voila! The channel was opened. The scene in the space behind the wall came into Tang Ming's sight. Maggot. Wriggling behind the wall were milky white larvae, some of which looked like maggots. But Tang Ming felt that it should not be the case. It must be the larva of some other insect. But if it's a larva, it shouldn't have any fighting power, right? There were a total of 5 such larvae in the space behind the wall. Tang Ming first tentatively sent 2 worker ants in. After the worker ants broke in, the larvae had no intention of attacking the worker ants, but just crawled away from the worker ants. Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately gave the order to attack. Soon, the 5 worker ants behind also rushed forward and began to attack the larvae in front of them. Just as Tang Ming thought, these white worms were not aggressive. If attacked, they can only passively take the beating. Under the siege of many worker ants, the first white worm was soon killed by the worker ants. Curled together, it looks a bit like a cordyceps. The food provided by these white worms is also considerable. It can provide 25 units of food. 5 of them together make 125 units, and can produce 4 more worker ants. While the worker ants killed all the white worms and carried the curled corpses back to the nest, Tang Ming also gave the queen ant an order to continue production. Ant eggs hatch very quickly. I don't know if it's the game setting, or if it's because of the royal jelly mentioned by the 2 scientists that the queen ant has this characteristic. However, this is a good thing for Tang Ming, as it saves him a lot of waiting time. Wait for the 4 new worker ants to hatch. The size of the team has grown again. Should this eliminate all dangers around the queen ant? But as the number of worker ants that could be dispatched reached double digits, Tang Ming became a little bolder. Start directing the ants to dig towards places where the noise is louder. Soon he opened up another underground space. In this space, in addition to 3 white worms, there is also an unknown worm. It's very big, about the size of 3 worker ants. It is brown all over, has 6 legs, a tail that is nearly twice as long as its body, and has 2 tentacles at the end of the tail. When the insect saw the ants entering, it immediately launched an extremely fierce attack on the worker ant closest to it. It only took 3 or 2 bites to kill the worker ant. Fuck it. Seeing his little brother's life or death, Tang Ming couldn't help but burst out with a curse. He immediately ordered the remaining worker ants to attack the brown insects in front of them. The worker ants encountered a devil-winged insect. I don't know if they can win. The male scientist outside the breeding box noticed the movement of the worker ants and said with some anticipation. After hearing what the other party said, Tang Ming finally knew the name of the insect in front of him. Devil's winged bug? He looked towards the battle scene. The name sounded domineering, which made him a little worried about the fight among the worker ants. Huh, die already? However, the devil-winged insect, which was imagined to be a tough opponent, fell to the ground and died in the northwest after only 2 rounds of attacks from the worker ants. So weak. Tang Ming was stunned when he saw this. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. I thought this would be a difficult battle. That's the result? Outwardly strong, but actually weak. With such a cool name, I thought it was very powerful, but in fact it is just a piece of trash that is slightly bigger than a piece of trash. He worried for nothing. Command the worker ants to eliminate the remaining 3 worms in the cave. Then the worker ants carry the corpses back to the ant nest. This devilish winged insect is only worth 15 units of food. It's even worse than a worm? Tang Ming felt that he had suffered a heavy loss in this battle. After all, a worker ant was lost. Fortunately, it takes much less food to rehatch the worker ants that died in battle. Only 2 units of food are needed. The loss won't be too much. Your food storage is full. The basic limit for food storage is 70 units of food. This harvest, plus what was not used up before, has overflowed. Tang Ming thought about it, and then commanded the worker ants to build the cave where they had just encountered the devil-winged insect into a granary. This cave is a huge hexagonal cave. There are 7 building slots in total, which means that 7 granaries can be built. It only takes 5 units of food to build a granary? Not much. The construction of a granary is very simple. The worker ants can build it by shaking it twice. Each granary can increase the food limit by 10 units, and 7 granaries will increase the food limit by 70 units. You can also spend 5 food items to continue upgrading up to level 3. A 2-level granary can store 40 units of food. The 3rd-level granary can store 100 units. Each upgrade only requires 5 kinds of food, which is very cost-effective. However, he doesn't have that much food now, so he is not in a hurry to upgrade the granary to level 3. After upgrading the granary, Tang Ming was also preparing to let the queen ant produce some worker ants. Can we produce soldier ants now? However, this time, there is another type of ant when choosing the option to produce ants. The worker ants, like the queen ant, are red all over, but the newly emerged combat unit is a new species called black ants. It is said that the attack power of soldier ants is naturally much stronger than that of worker ants. However, the amount of food consumed is also much greater. Each soldier ant consumes 12 units of food for production. In addition, the black ant's hatching chamber consumption is much greater than that of worker ants. It takes 50 food items to build. Therefore, if you want to produce a black ant, you need to consume 62 points of food for the first time. Tang Ming took a look at the food he currently had and reluctantly ordered the queen ant to produce one first to see if it was cost-effective. Chapter 90, Conquest. The size of black ants is even smaller than that of worker ants. But this does not mean that its strength is weak. Apart from its front jaws, which are much larger than those of worker ants, the shell on its body alone makes it look like its defense is several times stronger than that of worker ants. And this is indeed the case. Tang Ming transferred his consciousness to the newly born black ant. I immediately felt a completely different feeling from that of a worker ant. Not only their defense, but also their strength and speed are far superior to those of worker ants. Especially in terms of strength, the instantaneous burst of the front jaw is more than twice that of a worker ant. This level of attack power, if used on the devil-winged insect, would probably take away half of its life in an instant. No, I do have physical strength skills. Without them, the actual attack would not be able to achieve the effect I control. Tang Ming quickly remembered this point, but even without the blessing of skills, the comprehensive combat power of a single black ant is still several times stronger than that of ordinary worker ants. After all aspects of the body's values have been significantly improved. Worker ants are used to build, open tunnels, and carry food, while black ants are used to fight. Through the previous battle, Tang Ming also saw the vulnerability of the worker ants. If you want to maximize profits, it is best to hunt without injury. The black ants, a unit that can resist and fight, are just right. But for black ants to completely replace worker ants, at least 3 more need to be produced. That's 186 units of food. Before that, you can let the black ants take on the role of a human shield. Thinking of this, Tang Ming transferred his consciousness back to the worker ant he had been working with before. It then releases pheromones to direct the worker ants to begin digging in the direction of another sound. Voila! The wall shattered, and another completely enclosed space was opened up by the worker ants. Hiss! There are 2 devil-winged insects in this cave, and 3 other worms. When the 2 devil-winged insects saw the invaders breaking in, they immediately stepped forward and attacked the black ants at the front of the team. Crack! The previous devil-winged insect dismembered the worker ant in just 2 or 3 hits. However, this time when the target of attack was changed to black ants, the opponent's bite attack was no longer as effective as before. The sharp teeth bit into the black ant's hard shell, which could only make a series of teeth-grinding sounds, and it was unable to break it open for a while. While the 2 devil-winged insects were attacking the black ants, the worker ants behind them rushed forward. With the cooperation of the black ants, the 2 devil-winged insects in front of them were quickly killed, including the remaining 3 worms. A total of 105 units of food were harvested this time. Another black ant can be produced. With the 2 black ants, the ants' work of cleaning up the surrounding insects became much easier. Soon all dangerous places around the queen ant were cleared. At this time, the number of Tang Ming's black ant team had reached 7. Invincible. Needless to say, the sense of satisfaction he feels when he sees more and more capable subordinates under him is enormous. Let's start exploring the more dangerous places. During the previous cleaning process, Tang Ming marked many dangerous places. The noise coming from these places is very noisy. The number of insects among them is probably an extremely terrifying number. However, he now has 7 powerful generals and more than 10 younger brothers under his command, so he is naturally not at a disadvantage. Arrived at a danger-marked location, Tang Ming began to command his worker ants to expand the size of their cave. After many battles, he had some understanding of the art of war. That is, if you can outnumber the enemy, you should bully the enemy less. If you can gang up on the enemy, you should never fight the enemy one-on-one. The narrow passage cannot fully utilize the advantage of their large numbers. Therefore, Tang Ming decided to wait for the enemies inside to rush out before commanding the ants to rush forward, forming a 360-degree double team with no blind spots. We strive to ensure that the efforts of every ant are put into practice. Put yourself in the trap. Seeing that the battlefield was built by the worker ants, Tang Ming emitted offensive pheromones. Soon 2 worker ants came forward and broke through the wall on the other side where there were a large number of enemies. Walala! Hiss! Along with the sound of earth and rocks breaking, there was also the hissing sound of a large number of devil-winged insects. Tang Ming immediately ordered the 2 worker ants to retreat. However, the disadvantages of giving orders through pheromones became apparent at this moment. Multiple commands cannot be issued in a short period of time. Otherwise, the ants will fall into a temporary state of freeze. To determine which pheromone command you should obey now. This brief moment of daze caused the 2 worker ants to be instantly overwhelmed by the large number of devilish winged insects that emerged from behind. There is not even a chance to escape. Hey! There is no time to grieve for the 2 younger brothers. After Tang Ming had a general understanding of the enemy's strength, he waited for them to rush to the center of the battlefield before giving the order to attack. Let his 7 black ants rush to the front to resist the first and most violent wave of attacks. After the black ants and the devil-winged insects have completely entered into battle, they will release new pheromones to allow the remaining worker ants to follow. Crack! The first black ant to be hit was instantly injured by the attack of 4 devil-winged insects. Both forelimbs were broken directly. He was about to be seriously injured, and then died in the northwest under the siege of 4 devil-winged insects. However, when the next round of attack came, the injured black ant shook its body. It was as if he had used some means to invite a spirit to possess him, and at this moment he seemed to be possessed by a spirit. A devilish winged insect that was originally besieging it flew backwards and hit the wall behind it directly and died silently. The remaining 3 were also dealt with in no time. As for why he suddenly became so powerful, it was naturally the result of Tang Ming's personal control. With physical enhancement and the support of martial arts, Tang Ming's actual combat power is far more exaggerated than imagined. The one-finger Zen can easily break through the defense of the devil's winged insect. Plus, these bugs don't have much intelligence. As long as he knows how to pull, even if the number increases tenfold, Tang Ming feels that it will not be a big problem to solve it. He can pull these devilish winged insects away just by pulling. There's nothing we can do about it. The ancient martial ants are just so awesome. Of course, he doesn't want to take action even if he can avoid it. After all, it is really fun to command your subordinates to beat up others in a group. Not only is it too uncool to just take action directly, but the ants won't shout 666, so the fun is greatly reduced. After dealing with 4 of the devil-winged insects, the remaining 4 are no longer a concern. It was quickly dealt with by the ants that swarmed over it. After the danger is resolved, the next step is to clean up the battlefield. Risks and opportunities coexist. Excluding the 120 units of food provided by the 8 devil-winged insect corpses, there are 8 more worms in the cave, which means 200 units of food. This adds up to 320 units. It can directly add 5 more powerful generals to his command. At this moment, the number of black ants under his command has also reached a terrifying 12. Into Chapter 91 New Home. With the support of the 12 black ants, Tang Ming's exploration became bolder. During his continuous exploration, he discovered that the farther away from the queen ant was, the more insects there were. No doubt about it, this must have been arranged by the bitch outside the breeding box. However, in front of this army of 12 black ants, even if there were more than 10 devil-winged insects attacking at the same time, it would still be completely not enough. The battle looked fierce. But in fact, the only one killed in the battle was the devil-winged bug. It was just that he was inexperienced at the beginning and 2 worker ants died, but Tang Ming was able to resolve the battle without any injuries afterwards. Are they all devil-winged insects? After clearing another area, Tang Ming frowned as he looked at the spoils carried away by the worker ants. A devil-winged insect can only provide 15 units of food, which is not as much as the white worm. In addition to the previous ones, there are also the bodies that have just been recovered. He could now only barely increase the number of black ants from 12 to 20. It seems like you don't want me to get food so easily. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at a wall in front of him that had not been excavated yet. Behind this, there were a lot of buzzing sounds of insects, not only the devil-winged insects, but also some other things. There's only this last one left. He had already cleared away the insects in other places. Now this was the only place where he felt the enemies were the most numerous. Behind this should be the exit. After going out, he must give a cherry to the male scientist to thank him for taking care of him. Tang Ming no longer hesitated. He immediately ordered his worker ants to go forward and dig. Rustle, earth, and rocks fall. Soon a passage was dug out by the worker ants. With previous experience, Tang Ming had already released retreat pheromones when the worker ants were about to open up the passage. This gives the worker ants enough time to react and retreat. They retreated before the enemy insects behind them rushed out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soon, a large number of devil-winged insects poured out from the tunnels dug by the worker ants. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count how many there were. In addition to these devil-winged insects, Tang Ming also saw a new species of insect that looked similar to the devil-winged insect, but its butt was several times larger. Just when Tang Ming was wondering what kind of insect it was, the male scientist above his head spoke again to help him clear up the confusion. Our ants discovered a camp of fully developed devil-winged insects. A fully grown devil's winged insect is 5 times the size of a black ant and is protected by a thick shell. While it attacks the defenders, it can also secrete a foul-smelling secretion from its abdomen that disorients the ants. During the time when the male scientist was conducting popular science research, the devil-winged insects in the cave had already entered the center of the battlefield. Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately ordered the black ants to attack. At the same time, his eyes also fell on the huge tails of the adult devil-winged insects on the battlefield. I want to see what a secretion attack from a male scientist's mouth looks like. After the black ants came into contact with the devil-winged insects, the battle immediately entered a white-hot state. The 2 adult devil-winged insects located in the center of the battlefield raised their fat tails at this time. Puff, puff, puff. After a series of disgusting sounds, a large amount of yellow-brown liquid spurted out from its abdominal cavity, pouring onto several black ants that were besieging them. The unpleasant stench instantly filled the entire space, and this smell seems to affect the ants' reception of pheromones. The besieging troops were immediately thrown into chaos. Although there was no situation where one person attacked another, the attack speed of several black ants was slowed down. Seeing this, Tang Ming frowned. We have to deal with these 2 adults first. If the opponent is allowed to use this interference attack, it is likely to cause the sacrifice of a large number of black ants. This was something he didn't want to see. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at a black ant in the siege team, and the next moment, his consciousness entered the body of the black ant and gained control of its body. The moment he gained control, Tang Ming did not hesitate and launched a brutal attack on the 2 adult devil-wing insects. The 1 finger's end can be used with more than just fingers. It can also be used with ant claws, and the effect is much better than when he was still a human. Crack! Just 1 strike was enough to shatter the devil's winged insect's hard shell. The sharp pincers pierced into the flesh. Tear! With a tear from Tang Ming, The devil-winged insect attacked by him was killed instantly. And then the next one. The battle, which was originally somewhat dangerous, instantly became easy after Tang Ming joined. However, in this situation, it is obviously difficult to achieve zero loss. 8. When the battle was over and the losses were counted, Tang Ming discovered that 8 black ants on his side had been killed. The loss is huge. Fortunately, if it is just resurrection, it will not consume too much food. Within an acceptable range. After calculating the losses this time, it is time to take stock of the gains. 23 larvae and 2 adults. The adult insect actually has 100 units of food. Seeing this, Tang Ming's eyes lit up. Originally, he thought it was just doubling. The result was a direct 6.66 times increase. All I can say is that the adults are indeed different. In this wave, he harvested a total of 545 units of food. The harvest was pretty good. Minus the food consumed to resurrect the 8 fallen black ants, the queen ant can still produce 8 more black ants. This allowed his army of black ants to expand again, reaching a terrifying number of 28. Of course, these are not the point. Tang Ming looked at the light coming from the cave in front of him and directly controlled the ants to walk towards the exit emitting light. Feelings. New homeland has been cleared. Ant royal jelly rewards are being distributed. Number of insects killed. Worm, 19 by 1. Devil's wing bug, larva 61 by 2. Devil's wing bug, adult 2 by 5. Total royal jelly, 151G. Please select the next level. Basic, conquer. Challenge, breeding box challenge 1. Tang Ming was stunned when he saw the prompt message appearing in front of him. No, that's it. He hasn't had time to entertain the scientist yet. Tang Ming tried to move, but the game world was completely frozen at this moment, and he couldn't do it at all. After trying that without success, he turned his attention to 2 other options. The basic challenge is to directly change the map to the wild. Does this mean that I can produce as many troops as I want at the basic level? However, the rewards for the basic level and the novice level are the same, which is royal ant jelly, and there are no special rewards. The breeding box challenge is to continue to release insects in the breeding box by scientists, which is equivalent to monsters attacking the city. After completing this, you will not only get royal jelly, but also special rewards, and you can also become a SB scientist. Everyone knows how to choose. Chapter 92. Violent Clearance. Massive Rewards. Without hesitation, Tang Ming directly chose the breeding box challenge. The scene changed, and when he came to his senses, he was back in the ant nest, right next to the queen ant. At this time, the voices of the 2 scientists outside the breeding box appeared again. Female scientist. I think now is the time to add ant colonies to the surface environment chamber. I want to see how they react under stress. Male scientist. I'll prepare the experiment. Female scientist. Let's start with a small threat. Male scientist. We are bringing in brown wood ants, starting with 10. While the 2 were talking, Tang Ming had already gathered the 28 black ants in the nest and rushed towards the exit. When the army of ants swarmed to the vicinity of the exit, reddish-brown forest ants also entered the anthill through the entrance. This ant is about the same size as the black ant. The front jaw is very powerful and the attack power should be strong. But these brown forest ants were instantly dismembered by the surrounding black ants as soon as they entered the anthill, without even a chance to launch an attack. It's not that these brown forest ants are too weak, but that they are sending. They come in one by one, which is no different from the story of Calabash Brothers saving his grandfather. It is impossible to form combat effectiveness at all. Tang Ming was naturally happy to see this. Soon, all 10 brown forest ants were killed by him. Male scientist. They detected the threat, and they addressed it quickly. Female scientist. Great. Now let's see how they handle more invaders. Male scientist. This time, put in 20 brown forest ants. As the words fell, enemies emerged at the entrance again. However, no matter how many of them come one by one, they cannot pose a threat to Tang Ming's ant nest. The newly introduced brown forest ants were quickly dealt with by the black ants. Male scientist. Our ants cleared the threat for their queen. Female scientist. Good. You continue the experiment and then report the results to me. But remember, don't add more than 30 at a time. I don't want our queen ant to get hurt. Scientist male. I understand. Accompanied by the sound of the scientist woman's high heels walking away. The scientist man said again, How will they deal with the thieving wood ants like themselves? Very good. Put in 40 thief wood ants. As the male scientist finished his words, enemies emerged at the entrance again. This time the enemies are the same species, but they're still taken one by one. Didn't you say there would be no more than 30? However, although this did not pose a threat to Tang Ming's ant nest, he still couldn't help but complain. Oh, that's great. Then this time 50. Although the ants released by the other party did not pose a threat to him, but that's so cheap. This kind of NPC is really disgusting. After taking a deep breath, Tang Ming took advantage of the gap when the enemy entered and went directly through the exit and came out. His actions attracted the attention of many hostile ants outside. However, after Tang Ming entered stealth mode, these ants then resumed their attack on the anthill. It's you, kid, right? Tang Ming raised his head and looked upwards. There was a white man with a sick smile on his face. You could tell he's a villain at first glance. Looking at the smile on the other person's face, Tang Ming snorted and then put his thoughts into the game backpack. It's amazing. The scientist man looked at the reaction of the ant colony below, an excited and morbid smile on his face. Our ants react incredibly well to the overwhelming onslaught from the outside world. Oops, I accidentally dropped my beetle in there. Hopefully they won't cause any harm to the little ants. As he spoke, he picked up a box and prepared to take the beetles out of it and put them into the breeding box. What is this? However, the next moment his movements paused. He looked with some confusion at the two cherries with angry expressions that suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could figure out what it was, the cherry in front of me quickly swelled up. Then, boom! A loud noise resounded throughout the laboratory. The ants and insects that were attacking were all turned into ashes in an instant. It's not just insects, male scientists are like this as well. On a pile of black ashes, only two confused eyes were still blinking. Although I don't know why I can still blink without eyelids. But the effect of this cherry bomb was completely beyond Tang Ming's expectations. Can you actually blow an NPC into ashes? Originally, he thought that this cherry bomb was just an ordinary bomb with a buff that would not harm friendly forces or destroy buildings. But what he didn't expect was that the explosion effect was exactly the same as in the game. Can turn the enemy into ashes directly. Then why did I work so hard before? After seeing this effect, Tang Ming fell into deep thought. If he had known this would happen, what's the point of development? Just bomb the map. Clear a level in 1 second. Are you unhappy? Farming box challenge completed. Rewards are being settled. Challenge reward. Queen Ant X1. The amount of ant royal jelly is being calculated. Kill 131 creatures. Light brown forest ant. 30 by 1. Thief forest ant. 90 by 1. Beetle. 10 by 10. Scientist 2:10,000 X1. Total royal jelly. 10220G. There's a reward for killing the scientist? So he's the boss? Not some invincible NPC. Tang Ming, who was originally wondering why the cherry bomb had an effect on NPCs, instantly understood the reason after seeing the rewards calculated by the system. However, I finally defeated the boss. What will happen next time I enter this game? After figuring out the answer to one question, a new question emerged in Tang Ming's mind. Can I clear the game directly, or can I defeat the boss repeatedly? Because he had never encountered such a thing before, Tang Ming couldn't figure out the reason for a while. It seems that the answer to this question can only be known when I enter the game next time. Tang Ming thought about this, looked at the reward, and chose to receive it. Then, the next moment he was back in the air raid shelter. It didn't take too long to enter the underground ant kingdom this time. Reality has only been a few minutes. However, compared to this, Tang Ming cares more about the reward this time. What is the function of the ant royal jelly and the queen ant rewarded as a challenge level reward? Take out 2 items. Don't waste time figuring it out yourself. Just use the identification tools to do the identification directly. Soon the identification results of the ant royal jelly came out. Name, ant royal jelly. Weight, 10G. Value, 10 kilograms of low-quality food. Description, it can make ants evolve and acquire some genes from other creatures. Please do not use it on creatures other than ants, as it will cause irreversible effects. Irreversible effect? Seeing this, Tang Ming touched his chin. The less explanation was given, the more curious he became. Let's find a mutant creature and try it later. Chapter 93 Ant Clone. Name, Queen Ant. Value, 1G of low-quality food. Description, this is a queen ant capable of producing ants. There is nothing special about the description of the queen ant in the identification tool. However, Tang Ming felt that things would not be that simple. After all, it's impossible for the rewards for challenge levels to be worse than those for basic levels, right? Thinking of this, Tang Ming began to study the red queen ant on his fingertips, which was only the size of a melon seed. And he actually figured out the trick for this research. Tang Ming looked up at his huge face with a flash of surprise in his eyes. It's just like in the game. I can control it with my mind. Doesn't this mean that I have countless ant clones? Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at the queen ant in his hand. This surprise was too big for him. In this way, his spies can really be spread all over the city. Ants need to consume food to produce. But is he short of food? There is no shortage at all. Maybe we can use ants to defend against enemies in the future. I just don't know if it can give birth to other queen ants. Although ants reproduce very quickly, there is one bad thing. Only the queen ant can reproduce. There is a limit to the reproduction speed, and in this case, no matter how much food you have, it is useless. After thinking about this, Tang Ming also started to try it. Take out some berries and feed them to the queen ant in your hand. However, after the queen ant ate the food, she did not start laying eggs immediately like in the game. Seeing this, Tang Ming frowned. Then, as if he had thought of something, he immediately took out 6 grams of ant royal jelly from his game backpack and fed it to the queen ant. It was just as he thought. After the queen ant ate the royal jelly, its abdomen immediately began to rise and fall. Soon, 6 insect eggs, each smaller than a grain of sugar, emerged from its abdomen. When exposed to air, the eggs swell rapidly and then harden. Crack! After just a few seconds of waiting, cracks appeared on the surface of the 6 eggs at the same time. 6 worker ants that looked exactly like the ones in the game crawled out. It seems that the ant royal jelly can not only make ants evolve, but also speed up their reproduction. Seeing this, Tang Ming attached more importance to the value of ant royal jelly. Now he just hopes that the male scientist can be stronger and allow him to get another 10,000 units of ant royal jelly when he enters the game next time. After confirming his idea, Tang Ming took out a clock and began to record the time when the queen ant would produce the next batch of eggs, so as to estimate how many eggs the queen ant could produce in a day. Produced once every 7 minutes, 3 each time. Tang Ming waited for half an hour and came up with this data. This is the reproductive limit of the queen ant when food is sufficient. About 600 per day. And the hatching time of the eggs without royal jelly is also unknown. Tang Ming looked at the insect eggs that had not changed at all in more than half an hour, and confirmed that the reason the eggs could hatch so quickly was all thanks to the ant royal jelly. After that, we can throw the queen ant into the game world for a few weeks and use the time difference between the game and reality to speed up the production of ants. Before that, Tang Ming looked at the queen ant in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then took out all the media he had collected from the mutant organisms. He wanted to see what the evolutionary effect of this ant royal jelly was. It should be that the ant royal jelly is combined with the tissues of other organisms to achieve the effect of evolution. Tang Ming also didn't know how to use the ant royal jelly to make the ants evolve. At present, we can only conduct experiments based on speculation. After the queen ant eats the luminous medium, it itself begins to emit a faint green light from the inside out. There won't be any accidents, right? Tang Ming was a little worried that the queen ant could not withstand the radiation in the luminous medium. If he died suddenly, he would suffer a huge loss. Fortunately, after feeding the queen ant some royal jelly, the light in her body began to weaken. Isn't that enough? After feeding the queen ant more than 10 grams of royal ant jelly, Tang Ming frowned when he saw that she still had no intention of laying eggs. But he only thought about it for a moment and continued feeding. Eating a lot does not necessarily mean it is a bad thing. The greater the consumption, the more it shows that the ants to be produced will not be simple. Although many items taken from the game cannot be explained by science. But there is one rule in the game that is absolute, and that is the Krypton Gold rule. The more you spend, the better things you get. This will not change no matter what game you are in. That's enough. After feeding more than 60 grams of ant royal jelly, seeing that the queen ant stopped eating, Tang Ming stopped feeding and began to wait patiently. The production speed of special ants is much slower than that of worker ants. It took more than 10 seconds before the queen ant's abdomen began to wriggle. Then 3 insect eggs were produced by it. These 3 insect eggs are completely different from the previous ant eggs. There are some strange patterns on it, and more importantly, they are glowing. When the ant eggs come into contact with the air, they begin to expand rapidly and soon grow to the size of peanuts. Crack! 3 ants that looked 70% similar to spiders broke out of the shell one after another. Name: Poisonous giant spider ant. Value: 1 kilogram of low-quality food. Description: this is an ant with spider-like characteristics that can spit highly corrosive formic acid. After reading the identification tools and the description of the identification, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. Consciousness directly invades the body of a poisonous giant spider ant. He soon learned what the spider characteristics described meant. Climbing ability, dynamic vision, and explosive power have been improved several times. In addition, it also has the ability of spiders to spin silk. What's more important is that Tang Ming discovered that this poisonous giant spider ant does not consume any energy when spitting silk or releasing poison. Just like in the game, pay once and enjoy for life. In addition, Tang Ming also discovered that the queen ant can continue to produce poisonous giant spider ants. In other words, as long as the gene lock of a special ant is unlocked, the queen ant can produce on her own without the corresponding materials. However, without the use of royal jelly, the production speed would definitely be impressive. Afterwards, Tang Ming tried other media to see what kind of ants they could produce and whether the amount of ant royal jelly consumed to unlock special ants was fixed. Experiments have shown that the consumption of ant royal jelly is not fixed. The consumption is approximately in the range of 40 G, 1000 G. Of course, it is possible that some consume more and some consume less. He just didn't collect them. The ant royal jelly is a little insufficient. After several experiments, Tang Ming discovered that the more than 10,000 grams of ant royal jelly, which he originally thought was a lot, was simply a drop in the bucket for wanting to evolve useful ants. However, judging from the results of the experiment, the 10,000 grams of royal jelly was well worth it. Let him unlock 17 special ants. Chapter 94. Green Snake begins to move. These ants have different abilities, partly biological. For example, they have evolved abilities such as infrared vision, scent capture, flight, and parasitism. But Tang Ming found some of them outrageous. For example, there is one that can breathe fire. Tang Ming looked at the red ant the size of a green bean in his hand. Fire ant. On its shell, there are dots of red flames shining. Just put it on your fingertips, and you can feel a slight burning sensation on your fingertips. Tang Ming controlled it and spewed flames forward. Suddenly, a half-centimeter-long tongue of fire shot out from the fire ant's mouth. The area around Tang Ming's fingertips was illuminated in a fiery red color. Don't underestimate this power. But ants never rely on individual strength, but rather the strength of the entire colony. Imagine millions of fire ants breathing fire simultaneously. That's no different from purgatory. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just when Tang Ming wanted to try out the specific abilities of these special ants one by one, the hacker notebook he placed beside him suddenly vibrated. Is there something going on with the green snake? Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately put aside the matter of ant, took the hacker notebook, and began to check it. He had previously set up a prompt so that if a vehicle appeared near the green snake, the computer would automatically vibrate. He turned on the surveillance camera that issued the alert, and soon the image from the surveillance camera was transmitted over. A completely enclosed truck drove into the green snake camp from the east, and then green snake soldiers carried some cages covered with white cloth into the compartment at the rear of the truck. Are you going to take action so soon? Seeing this scene, Tang Ming took action immediately. The people in the cage obviously contained the scavengers who were imprisoned. He originally thought that after unifying the subway tunnel, Green Snake would take some time to reorganize the survivors. But he did not expect to take action so quickly. In this situation, the other party should be able to set off immediately after packing the person. So Tang Ming didn't waste any time. After packing up his things, he went out directly. I walked quickly towards the subway station so as not to miss this opportunity. I had to go again. What a hassle. In the Green Snake camp, Wen Jian yawned and looked at the truck being loaded in the distance, feeling unmotivated. Click, click. Next to her was a fat anaconda, which was holding a huge snack bag in its hand and constantly stuffing the food in it into its mouth and chewing it. After hearing what Wen Jian said, he looked at the air beside him and then said in a deep voice, "If you don't go back, the venomous snake will really die. Without our bodies, we can't stay out there forever." Gulp! After saying this, he swallowed the food in his mouth, then grabbed another handful of food and put it into his mouth and began chewing. Hearing what the anaconda said, the tip of its snout looked in the direction the other party was looking at, and then sighed. The words, "what a trouble," were almost written on her face. "Kiss the tip? You're so lazy." Lin Han walked out of the underground camp at this time, and seeing Wen Jian's decadent look as if the world was not going to be destroyed soon, he started to scold him. This guy was the one who made him most speechless, except Wu Buxiao. The last time I encountered a mutant creature, I didn't even bother to put up a fight and just laid on the ground waiting to die. There is no limit to the losses that have already occurred. Wen Jian was naturally too lazy to respond to Lin Han's scolding. He simply turned his head to the side, pretending that he didn't hear it. Why did you guys get out in the first place? Seeing Wen Jian's attitude, Lin Han didn't want to say anything anymore. He looked at the anaconda beside him. There are a lot of people this time. It's possible that another member of the tribe will come out. When Lin Han said this, he seemed to have heard something and looked at the air beside him. There is no body that fits you at the moment. Let's wait until later. Aren't you going to take those traitors with you this time? Sun Ran asked after swallowing the food in his mouth. The green snake's promise to them was to give them enough status among the green snakes and extraordinary powers like immortality. They are still somewhat useful. After hearing Lin Han's answer, Sun Anaconda also understood what the other party meant, nodded, and then looked at the loaded vehicle. Okay, let's go. After saying that, he directly picked up the tip of the kiss that was lifeless beside him and walked towards the off-road vehicle in front of the truck. After Lin Han saw both of them got into the car, he withdrew his gaze. He turned and looked at the camp behind him, looking at the busy green snake soldiers. There was an inexplicable light in his eyes. Their golden age is coming. Have you caught up yet? On a tall building, Tang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead as he watched the convoy approaching quickly from behind. The intense exercise in a short period of time consumed a lot of his energy. But luckily I made it in time. Fortunately, he chose to intercept them halfway, instead of rushing to the green snake camp. Otherwise, you might really miss this opportunity to find out the strength of the green snake. He saw that green snake's convoy was about to arrive under the high-rise building where he was. Tang Ming moved his mind, and 3 ants with flying ability were taken out from his game backpack, and then floated towards the convoy below. Originally, he planned to follow in person, but now with the ant clone, there is no need to take this risk anymore. The effect is the same anyway, and it's safer too. However, one bad thing about the ant clone is that he can only enter with consciousness within his field of vision. In other words, after losing sight of the green snake's convoy, he could not recall his consciousness. Otherwise, you will lose control of the ants. And because of this, Tang Ming made corresponding preparations immediately after arriving here. The top floor of this high-rise building was temporarily turned into a relatively safe base. There are a large number of pea shooters placed around. Even if he really encounters danger, with the pea shooters as the first line of defense, he will have enough time to withdraw his consciousness from the ant clone. Check it again to make sure there is no problem. Tang Ming also put his consciousness into the body of one of the flying ants. The perspective suddenly changed. The whole world seemed to be magnified tens of thousands times in that instant. After admiring it for a moment, Tang Ming looked away. He flapped his wings and landed on the huge roof of the truck with his 2 little brothers. The landing of the 3 ants did not attract the attention of anyone in the car. The team continued to move forward. Just as I thought, Green Snake has a way to move safely in the city. On the roof of the car, Tang Ming looked at the vast plain in the distance and said in his heart, "It took the Green Snake's convoy more than 2 hours to get here, and during these 2 hours, they only encountered an attack from 1 mutant creature. Less than when he entered stealth mode." And through the chat between the 2 Green Snake soldiers in the driver's seat of the truck, Tang Ming also understood what methods they used. That is to take advantage of the territorial awareness of those powerful mutant creatures. Chapter 95 Tips. You have a chance to get something for free. Do you want to take it? A. Reject. B. Don't. C. No. D. No. Chapter 96 Preparation. In natural environment, weak creatures will be driven by instinct. Stay away from areas with strong predators. The green snake relies on this method. Several safe paths have been demarcated based on the edge areas where these powerful predators operate. This route to the easternmost part of the city is one of them. In addition to these, Tang Ming also heard some information about the numbered creatures. Green Snake defines these as ordinal organisms. These are superregular creatures that humans cannot defeat no matter what methods they use. There are more than 20 such creatures in the entire city. Each one occupies a very large area. The bone flower should also be. Thinking about the fact that there were more than 20 such weird things like bone flowers in this city, Tang Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, the good news is that these numbered creatures generally do not leave their territory. Situations like bone flower only have a very small chance of happening. The convoy continued to move forward. Soon he entered a remote area that he had not dared to set foot in before. There is no end to the barren fields. The convoy did not take the main road, but chose a winding path. The rest of the journey was a bit bumpy. However, Tang Ming, who was possessed by an ant at the moment, did not feel much about this. It was not until an hour and a half later that the violent shaking finally disappeared. The convoy returned to the avenue. At this time, they also came to an area close to the edge of the city. It was a jungle with many strange rocks. The path under the wheels stretched straight ahead until it disappeared at the end of the rocky jungle. These are plants? Tang Ming frowned. On these strange rocks, there are many things that look like kelp hanging, swaying in the breeze. What are those? Are they plants? Just when Tang Ming was wondering what it was, the green soldier in the co-pilot seat below, who seemed to be doing this kind of transportation work for the first time, asked his companion in the driver's seat. It's not a plant, it's something that grows out of a stone like cloth. The bandages worn by the Legion leaders are made of this stuff. I heard that wrapping it around your body for a long time is good for your health. I tried it before, but I didn't feel any benefit. Instead, I got a lot of prickly heat. The green snake soldier, driving the car, was not surprised that his companion would ask such a question, and began to explain. How can a stone grow something? The green snake soldier who asked the question didn't seem to understand, but there were so many things in this wasteland that he didn't understand. If he wanted to understand everything, he would tire himself to death sooner or later. So after a moment of confusion, he looked towards the carriage behind him and changed the subject. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to allow these guys to gain extraordinary powers? He knew the purpose of this operation before he got on the car. The intention is to cultivate new extraordinary people. But the people who have this opportunity right now are those who have been caught and imprisoned by the green snake. So it is inevitable that they will be a little worried. Don't worry, everything will be fine with Master Anaconda here. Seeing this, the green snake soldier who was driving comforted him. 2. However, it would be great if I could also obtain extraordinary powers so that I could make more contributions to the development of green snake. The chance is 1%, and failure means death. Even if you want to, the Legion leaders won't agree. While the two green snake soldiers were talking, the truck also drove into the strange rock forest. Seeing this, Tang Ming had an idea and wanted to take out the camera from his gaming backpack and place it nearby for future surveillance. No! However, after some attempts, I found that the situation in reality was somewhat different from that in the game. In reality, objects can only appear within 10 meters of his body. Therefore, the idea of using props for clones is not feasible. Seeing this, Tang Ming was not too disappointed. This was within his expectations. He wanted to give it a try just to see if there would be any unexpected surprises. Then collect some of these things that grow out of the stones and go back to identify what they are useful for. Tang Ming was also somewhat curious about this thing that grew out of the stone. He immediately commanded a flying ant to leave the top of the truck and fly towards one of the strange rocks. Let it collect some debris, and when the truck returns, take it back and use the identification tools to see what this thing is used for. He had been curious about the bandages on the Green Snake Legion leader for a long time. Not long after he finished doing these things, the convoy went deep into the depths of the stone forest. Not a single mutant creature? Tang Ming entered stealth mode and looked around, but did not see any trace of any mutant creature. This made him feel very strange, because even before in the city, even on the edge of the territory of those powerful mutant creatures, there were still many mutant creatures around who were eyeing the convoy. It's just that they don't dare to move forward because of the power of those powerful mutant creatures. And in this stone forest before our eyes, there is literally not a single ghost to be seen. Is it true, as Guisha said, that there is a strange force field here? Or maybe this place is extremely dangerous, so dangerous that no mutant creature dares to approach. There was a light in Tang Ming's eyes. To know the exact situation, we had to wait and see what the sacrifice that Guisha mentioned was. After driving for a while, the convoy finally stopped in front of a cliff. Arrive! The anaconda opened the car door and greeted the tip of its snout towards the passenger seat. However, when Jian ignored his greeting, supported his head with his right hand, looked at the cliff not far away with a drowsy look, and had no intention of moving at all. Anaconda knew when Jian's personality, so he just asked casually. Seeing that he had no intention of getting out of the car, he didn't waste any more time and got out of the driver's seat alone. Don't forget to take the snacks with you before closing the car door. Click, click. He put a handful in his mouth and began to chew. Then he directed the green snake soldiers who came out of the vehicle to release the scavengers imprisoned in the cages. There were more than 50 people in total. Are we finally here? When I become the leader of the Green Snake Army, I will teach those green snake soldiers who look down on me a lesson. Hurry up, I can't wait. The hands and feet of these scavengers are not tied. And after they were released, there wasn't much fear on their faces. It's more of a feeling of excitement. Because before they came, someone had already told them the purpose of their visit. Go through the ceremony and become a transcendent. One step to success. As long as one obtains that extraordinary power, one can be on equal footing with the leader of the Green Snake Legion and enjoy all the privileges they have. What you want and who you want to kill is just a matter of words. How can this kind of power not be exciting? As for failure, at worst, he will continue to be locked up in prison, but at least he will be well fed and well served. Although not very free. But it is much better than the life outside where one has to keep his head on his belt every day. Looking at these scavengers who were fantasizing about the future, there was no expression on the anaconda's face. He swallowed the food in his mouth, then waved his hand to let his green snake soldiers make final preparations. Chapter 97, The Invisible Person. 6 soldiers armed with rifles and live ammunition dispersed. Driving the 50 or so scavengers, they stood in a neat line. The remaining 4 green snake soldiers took out the sickles they had prepared in advance at their waists and began to cut and collect the kelp-like stone cloth on the surrounding stone pillars. These stone cloths are gray-green in color, and each one is about 10 feet long. Under the skillful operation of the 4 green snake soldiers, a large amount of stone cloth was quickly cut off and piled together. Each person takes 2 and wraps them around their body. After seeing that the collection was almost complete, a green snake soldier distributed stone cloth to the 50 or so scavengers present and began to explain. This is the necessary medium to receive the power to become a transcendent. The scavengers were originally looking at each other in bewilderment. Upon hearing this, there was an immediate commotion. They subconsciously believed that the more stone cloths they had, the greater the chance of becoming a transcendent. Thinking of this, several people in the team pushed through the crowd and came to the front of the green snake soldier. I want to grab as much of the stone cloth in front of me as possible. Increase your chances of becoming a transcendent. Bang! However, the next moment a bullet hit the ground in front of them. This frightened those who had left the team, and they immediately stopped what they were doing. Afraid that the opponent's next bullet will hit me. 2 rules for each person. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed. The soldier who was distributing the stone cloth glanced coldly at the scavengers fighting for the stone cloth in front of him and spoke in a bad tone. After hearing his words, several scavengers did not dare to stay where they were. After each taking 2 stone cloths, they quickly returned to the queue. Why are you so proud? Wait for me. One of the scavengers seemed to feel embarrassed and muttered something under his breath after receiving the stone cloth. But the next moment, bang, blood splattered. Ah, my legs! The talkative scavenger fell to the ground, holding his right leg that was pierced by a bullet with both hands, rolling over and howling in pain. The anaconda retracted the pistol, reached into the snack bag, grabbed all the remaining food out, and put it into his mouth. Click, click. The sound of chewing food made the scavenger's heartbeats involuntarily speed up. At this moment, let alone talking, they didn't even dare to breathe. He was afraid that the mountain of flesh in front of him would suddenly shoot him. After the anaconda made an example of someone killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, the following process went much more smoothly. Soon everyone received 2 pieces of stone cloth, and as instructed, he wrapped it around his body. The stone cloth is very long, and 2 strips are enough to wrap a person's upper and lower body. You step aside and prepare for the ceremony. Looking at the scavenger, who wrapped himself in gray-white stone cloth like a dumpling, the anaconda gave an order to the green snake soldiers around him. He took a step forward and came in front of the scavengers. He crumpled the bag of snacks in his hand into a ball and threw it aside. At this moment, a serious look appeared on his fat face for the first time. Do as I say. Relax your mind. Feel the special energies in the air around you and breathe them into your body. After giving the reminder, he waved his hand, and the next moment the 6 green snake soldiers surrounding them took out a smoke bomb from their waists and threw it into the crowd. Suddenly, gray-white smoke covered everyone, including the anaconda. At the same time, the anaconda's heavy voice rang in the ears of everyone present. It's a language I've never heard of, extremely obscure. The scavengers in the smoke did not pay attention to these. All their attention was focused on the special energy in the anaconda's mouth. At first I didn't feel anything, and was even choked by the gray smoke. But as the anaconda continued to chant in that strange language, gradually some people felt the difference. It seems like there is an invisible person around me. Is this special energy? I feel it. It's touching me. I'm about to become a transcendent. Come in quickly. Come in quickly. The gray-white smoke that was originally spreading around at a uniform speed began to fluctuate. It was as if people kept walking in, one after another. Vague outlines appear and disappear in a certain moment, like an illusion. I'm absorbing the energy. It's coming in. No. Why is there so much? Stop. Stop now. Ah, bang. The scream was accompanied by a dull sound. Gradually, the grayish-white mist was stained with a layer of blood. What's going on? Didn't you say there was no danger? The scavengers around him saw the other side explode into a bloody mist in an instant. Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale. It was also at this time that they realized that they seemed to have overlooked something. How can there be such a good thing as pie falling from the sky in this world? If it is really that easy to become a transcendent, why didn't Green Snake send its own people over, but instead these scavengers imprisoned in the cells? It is obvious that their current identity is the little white mice imprisoned in the laboratory. There is a possibility of sudden death at any time. We've been tricked. We're going to die. We're all going to die. Run. We must escape from here, and everything will be fine. When they discovered this, some scavengers immediately wanted to escape from the smoke. However, when they really wanted to escape, they found that their bodies, limbs, and hands seemed to be grabbed by countless people. No matter how hard they struggled or resisted, they could not move even a little bit. The swelling feeling quickly spread throughout the body, and a tearing sensation appeared in every corner of the body. No! Get out! Get out now! I don't want to be a superhuman anymore. Ah! Devils! You are devils! Green Snake, I'm waiting for you down there! Various screams and curses continued to ring out in the smoke, and then gradually disappeared. In the truck, Tang Ming, who witnessed the entire process, felt a chill down his spine. What the hell are these? What frightened him was not this kind of method that could cause a person to explode and die. Time goes back to a few minutes ago, when the anaconda uttered obscure syllables. In his vision, one white eye icon after another emerged from the ground and rushed towards the gray smoke. In the eyes of the surrounding Green Snake soldiers, the 50 or so scavengers were just wrapped in smoke. However, the actual situation is that it is wrapped and torn by tens of thousands of creatures that ordinary people cannot capture with the naked eye. They are constantly trying to drill into the bodies of these scavengers and occupy their bodies. Tang Ming remembered the second eye in the poisonous snake's body. It was obvious that the other party was a walking corpse controlled by this group of invisible creatures. It's not just the venomous snakes. I'm afraid these Green Snake Legion leaders can no longer be called human beings. Chapter 98 come. What outsiders see is just a puppet controlled by them. Tang Ming looked at the anaconda in the gray-white smoke and the car in front of him that was not paying any attention to the screams. Lost in thought. Perhaps this is another intelligent species that evolved naturally after the catastrophe. But without a body, how do they exist? Consciousness, information, or the fictional spiritual life in novels? Just as Tang Ming was thinking about these questions in his mind, he suddenly felt a palpitation. Not far away, a strange wave surged out from the bottom of the cliff. This fluctuation can be easily sensed by people. It passed by everyone present at an extremely fast speed and then rushed away to a farther distance. The stone cloth on the stone pillar began to grow rapidly under the influence of this force field. Those that were cut off by the Green Snake soldiers grew back in just a few blinks of an eye. Although it doesn't reach the original length, it is still half a meter long. This growth rate cannot be explained by the science known to Tang Ming. However, the game items in his hand were much more unscientific than this phenomenon, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. But soon, Tang Ming's attention was all focused on the gray-white fog in the distance. His eyes were fixed on the gray-white mist that had been completely dyed red with blood. In it, he felt a breath that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It's a very strange feeling that cannot be described in words. If I really have to make an analogy, it would be like a disabled person who suddenly sees the missing part of his body one day. Disappeared. This feeling appeared suddenly and disappeared without any warning. At one point, Tang Ming thought he was having an illusion. Or maybe it's not an illusion. Is it related to the explosion of that strange force field? Tang Ming thought of this and looked in the direction of the cliff. I plan to go down and check it out. The smoke in the stone forest gradually dissipated. At this moment, There are only 2 people left out of the more than 50 people standing in the smoke. An obese anaconda, and a man with his eyes closed, head tilted back, hands outstretched, looking as if he were enjoying himself. He was a man about 1.9 meters tall. His skin was extremely pale, just like the other Green Snake Legion leaders, without any trace of the blood color that a living person should have. Apart from that, his eyes were gray. If he didn't have that look of enjoyment on his face, he would really be no different from a corpse. Strange? Not any of the 50 scavengers. Tang Ming looked at the new person and frowned. The reason why I am so sure is that among the previous group of people, the tallest one was only about 1.7 meters tall. The bodies of the others disappeared as well. There was no trace of blood or flesh on the ground where the two were, as if what had just happened was just Tang Ming's illusion. Body remodeling, or is it because of the invasion of unknown creatures that caused the body to change? While Tang Ming was wondering, the anaconda in the field had already walked up to the newly appeared man. He looked at the man in front of him. "Who are you?" After putting on the skin, he couldn't tell who the other person was. After hearing his words, the man greedily took a breath of air, looked at him with a look of disdain, and spoke with a hint of majesty in his tone. "I am a king snake, the king of the world, King Snake." Hearing the king snake's words, the anaconda scratched his head. Another one who was affected by his physical personality. He felt a headache. "Whenever my head hurts, I want to eat something. Forget it, let's go back first." There was no food around now, so he could only take the king cobra back and let the cold snake worry about it on its own. "How can you sit in front of me?" Seeing the anaconda sitting in the driver's seat, the king snake frowned. "Can you drive? How can a noble person like me drive for others?" The king snake looked displeased. The anaconda looked at the king snake for a long time, and after that, it seemed that it could not win over the other party, so it turned its head to look at the tip of the snout on the co-pilot. "Will you give up your seat?" When Jin closed his eyes and obviously didn't want to pay any attention to the anaconda. "Then take another car." The king snake nodded, but soon he found that the anaconda actually wanted people to sit side by side with him, and his face immediately showed displeasure again. "I am the king of the world. Who can be equal to me? What is the meaning of your words? Are you thinking?" "Stop! You sit here." The anaconda obviously didn't want to waste any more time talking to the king cobra. It pointed at the roof of the truck, then returned to the SUV without looking back, started the car immediately, and returned the same way. The whole set of movements is smooth and flexible, and he doesn't look like a fat man. Seeing this, the king snake frowned. "I will remember your rude behavior today. One day, I will make you kneel before me and kowtow and admit your mistakes." After saying that, he looked at the roof of the truck. "Come here, carry me to the carriage." The Green Snake soldiers who were cleaning the scene looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. However, after a while, 2 people came out and took the King Snake to sit on top of the truck. "Would you 2 like to become my soldiers from now on? Help me expand my territory and establish a legacy that will last forever." The King Snake was very satisfied with the 2 Green Snake soldiers' understanding and immediately wanted to recruit them. Well, the King Snake's sudden recruitment made the 2 Green Snake soldiers at a loss. However, in order to avoid more trouble on the way back, the 2 of them nodded and agreed quickly. Very good. Let's get going. I want to go and see how my territory is managed by the Prophet now." The truck started quickly amid the King Snake's laughter. "Are you going back?" Hearing the sound of the engine starting, Tang Ming flew back to the roof of the truck from the top of the cliff. However, he was obviously a little absent-minded at the moment, his mind completely focused on his discovery under the cliff. And just as he was thinking, "How dare you, a mere ant, disturb my peace and quiet?" Suddenly, a voice came to my ear. Before Tang Ming could react, his vision went completely dark. On the rooftop in the city, Tang Ming looked up at the sky in a daze. "The clone is dead? What a psychopath!" Tang Ming was speechless. He just passed by. Who did he offend? Shit. Also, these guys seem to be getting more crazy than each other. Thinking of this, Tang Ming also discovered that the few Green Snake Legion commanders he had met so far all had some flaws in their personalities to a greater or lesser extent. The cruelty of the serpent, Golden Scale's aggression, Wu Buxiao's thick nerves, Anaconda's gluttony, sloth with a tip of kiss, and the King Cobra we saw today is the best among them. Personality is influenced by the body. Tang Ming frowned and thought of what Anaconda had said before. Since there is such a side effect, the other party still wants to occupy the human body, so he must have some great conspiracy. Simply want to control humans? Or some other reason? And what exactly is under that cliff? Why does it give me a familiar feeling? Tang Ming frowned and fell into thought. Before that, he controlled the flying ants to check the bottom of the cliff and found that it was a huge meteorite crater. There was indeed something inside that was calling him, but after exploring it, he found nothing. Finally, driven by curiosity, he tried to respond to the call. Then he got a word. Come. Chapter 99. The other party's meaning is very clear. Let his real body pass. But if you ask me to come over, I will go over. Use me as a taxi. Tang Ming snorted. He would never do anything that would put himself in danger without ensuring his own life. Of course, if you can figure out the whole story or find a way to stay out of it. He doesn't mind being a fun guy either. Go see what's down there. After all, everyone would be curious about this kind of thing. Maybe there is another way. Tang Ming touched his chin. Joining Green Snake may give you a chance to learn relevant information. In addition to inquiring about information, Tang Ming also values the hardworking and good employees in Green Snake. It is a blessing for the boss to recruit one employee of this type in peacetime. And there are a bunch of green snakes. I'll try it later. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately put the pea shooter he had placed on the rooftop back into his game backpack. Then take out a mirror. In order to avoid being recognized by acquaintances, he needs to dress up properly. It didn't take long for him to change his look. I'm afraid even old you wouldn't be able to recognize me in this state. Tang Ming looked at himself in the mirror, who had completely changed his appearance, and nodded. The three great sorceries in Asia are indeed worthy of their reputation. Even though he was not very proficient in this, he could still easily achieve the desired effect. After putting on makeup, Tang Ming searched the area nearby and found nothing before heading to the Green Snake Camp. After unification, the Green Snake Camp also began to expand outward. Various defensive buildings began to be built in the passage. It seems that they want to make the entire subway tunnel into a piece of iron plate. During this process, teams of guards patrolled back and forth in the various passages. While cleaning up the mutant creatures that suddenly broke in, they were also checking the scavengers who entered the tunnel. Stop! Tang Ming looked at the five-man team that stopped him. Immediately stopped forward motion. With his stealth abilities, it was impossible for him to be discovered by the patrolling Green Snake soldiers unless he wanted to. But entering the camp like that would inevitably arouse suspicion from those who were interested. So it's better to expose it actively. There's no danger anyway. The person introduced by Sunchaser, the leading team leader, took the medal handed over by Tang Ming, looked through it carefully, and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he said to a subordinate beside him, Lao Tian, take this brother to register. Because of the special job that Sunchaser is in charge of, most of the Green Snakes know him. His introduction certainly worked. If it were any other scavenger, let alone sending someone to escort you, it would be considered good that they didn't strip you naked on the spot and carefully check whether you were carrying any dangerous items. The soldier who received the order nodded, then left the team and came to Tang Ming. Come with me. After the soldier named Lao Tian said this, he waved his hand to signal Tang Ming to follow him. Seeing this, Tang Ming followed behind him. And, while he was on the road, he was not idle. Asked about some current information within Green Snake. What will happen to us scavengers who join the camp? In response to Tang Ming's question, the soldier called Lao Tian answered very patiently. I will study for a while first. It will only take a few days. After that, you will be assigned to a corresponding position based on your personal abilities. What are you studying? Tang Ming was puzzled. Correct life values and some rules in the camp. Lao Tian explained. Our goal is to rebuild human civilization, and order is essential. After all, many survivors are used to acting recklessly. If they are not restricted, it will easily cause chaos in the camp. After chatting casually, the two soon arrived at the entrance of the Green Snake Camp. There are quite a few scavengers here at this time, waiting in line to get something. Tang Ming looked to the front of the team. It was a wooden table with a worn-out notebook on it. Next to the computer, there is something like a printer connected. Register your identity and then print your ID card. After Lao Tian explained, he took him to the front of the team. He said to the Green Snake member who was working on the chair, Give this brother a shot. What's your name? Huang Ming. Tang Ming answered. Of course, you can't use your real name. After all, he is still a wanted criminal, and being too arrogant could easily lead to trouble. How old are you? 23. There was a camera in front of the computer. Tang Ming stood at the designated position according to the instructions, and soon received an identity certificate printed with his photo, name, and number. Number 9527? Tang Ming looked at the number on his ID card and felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu about his number. Okay, now I'll take you to where you live. Seeing that the identity proof was completed, the soldier named Lao Tian led Tang Ming into the camp. He quickly brought Tang Ming to a simple wooden house. To call this a house is really an exaggeration, because it is just a place that can accommodate one person to sleep. About 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. There was a yellowed quilt on the floor. The conditions are a bit poor. After the rooms in the tunnel are repaired, we will redistribute the accommodation. Lao Tian explained. Fine. Tang Ming waved his hand. He originally thought it was a large dormitory bed, but the room in front of him, although narrow, was just what he wanted. There is a certain amount of privacy. It will be much more convenient to do something later. Someone will come to arrange classes tomorrow. I have to go back to patrol, so I'll leave first. When Captain Sunchaser comes back, I'll tell him you're here. Also, the newly joined scavengers are only allowed to move around here. You'd better not move around randomly, otherwise something bad may happen. Before leaving, the green snake soldier named Tian reminded him again. Tang Ming nodded, sent the other person away, and went straight into the room. There was nothing much to see. After all, he had already visited almost everything here last time. Enter the room and close the door. Tang Ming took out his computer. Currently, the cooldown for entering the gold miner and the stacking world has been refreshed. After taking a look, Tang Ming went straight into the gold miner and spent a few minutes collecting the resources inside. This time, he did not sell the gold he dug. Be prepared to upgrade your skills the next time you enter the world of thieves. In addition to gold, he also dug up a diamond this time. With a thought, a diamond as big as his head appeared in his hand. I don't know how much a diamond this big would sell for in peacetime, but now, I don't know if diamonds can be used as charcoal. Diamond can be regarded as high-density carbon, and the user experience should be very good. Just when Tang Ming decided to give it a try, there was a sudden knock on the door. Oh, the diamond in Tang Ming's hand disappeared instantly, and then he asked, I can't figure out who would come back to see me at this time. Brother, I live next door to you. My name is Qin Yang. I want to meet you. After hearing what was said outside the door, Tang Ming thought for a moment and finally opened the door for the other party. There was a man standing outside who looked a little shifty, about 30 years old. When he saw Tang Ming, he grinned, revealing a row of blackened and rotten teeth. Just call me Huang Ming. After Tang Ming introduced himself, he asked, What do you want from me? Looking at the other person's expression, he didn't believe that the other person just wanted to get to know him. Hey, brother Huang Ming, shall we go inside and talk? After looking around, Qin Yang whispered to Tang Ming. After hearing this, Tang Ming hesitated for a moment, but finally made way for him. He also wanted to see what the other party wanted him to do. Forming cliques or factions, or are there other purposes? The narrow room suddenly became crowded after 2 people entered. Qin Yang looked around the door, and when he saw that no one was paying attention to them, he closed the door. Brother Huang Ming was also forced to join Green Snake, right? After closing the door, he showed an expression as if he saw through everything. Those who wanted to join the Green Snakes had already joined, and only those scavengers who had run out of food and were left with nowhere else would choose to join at this time. Yes, yes, yes. Tang Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, he was forced to join. Qin Yang nodded to Tang Ming's answer, and then asked, If there is enough food, I wonder if you will join the Green Snake? Needless to say, I know it won't happen. Qin Yang interrupted Tang Ming and continued. After all, who wants to be controlled by others? And I don't think Green Snake has any good intentions in recruiting us. It sounds good to say that you want to bring humans back to the surface, but have you ever thought about how long it will take? Maybe one day in the future, but definitely not now. We are just cannon fodder for them to realize their ideals. Hearing this, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. You mean? The other party obviously wants to cause trouble, but it's good to stir up trouble. If he does something, he will have something to watch again. Qin Yang did not answer Tang Ming's question immediately, but asked, Do you know where the food in the city comes from? Food? Granary? Department store? Tang Ming wondered why the other party asked this question. No, it's not. Over the past few decades, except for a small portion of the food, most of the rest has long been inedible. And the small amount of food left is actually not enough for us to squander. But the reality is that although food is hard to come by, we have never been short of it. If you think about it carefully, there aren't that many people who died of starvation due to lack of food. Do you know where this endless supply of food comes from? Qin Yang asked when he got to this point. Tang Ming frowned. After being reminded by the other party, he found that this point did not make sense. There was not much food to be found on the ground, and most of his previous food sources were obtained through bartering from those large survivor camps. If you think about it carefully, These large survivor camps never seemed to be short of food. And through previous surveillance, he did not see any food such as rice planted in these large survivor camps. Do you know where this food comes from? All I know is that it has something to do with green snakes. Qinyang nodded and then shook his head. I once stayed in a survivor camp for a while. The food in the camp was all obtained through the green snake trade. I doubt the green snake has a place that provides a constant supply of food. As long as we can find this place, we will have enough food and won't be restricted by green snakes. Having said that, Qinyang finally stated his purpose. There are too many rules in Green Snake, and there is endless work to do every day. As a scavenger, I have long been accustomed to freedom and cannot adapt to this kind of life at all. In response to Chun Yang's invitation, Tang Ming simply gave a reply that he needed to think about it again. There's no need to join in on this kind of thing. Anyway, he has no shortage of food. Just watch it for fun. Okay, come back to me when you've made up your mind. Qinyang was not surprised that Tang Ming did not agree immediately. He has found a lot of people during this period, and most of the scavengers have the same attitude as Tang Ming. However, after several sessions of study arranged by Green Snake, he soon figured it out. After the other party left, Tang Ming took out the computer again. It takes a lot of time to enter the stacking world. In order to prevent anyone from looking for him later, he decided to enter after nightfall. As for now, you can play it in advance and familiarize yourself with the process. This will prevent you from being sent away by some strange mechanism that suddenly appears in the game. But after I finish the game, it feels like there's no point in playing it again. Tang Ming still likes the feeling of exploring the unknown. After all, life in the wasteland is so boring that you have to find some fun to pass the time. After stacking the world, you can create a lumberyard and a quarry out of nothing. After arranging the villagers to work inside, wood and stone can be produced continuously. It is an infinite resource. The materials required to build these two cards are not difficult to obtain. The only thing that's a bit troublesome is the iron ingot. In the game, he can directly use steel instead of iron ingots, but after returning to reality, this is not possible. You can only use the gold coins earned at settlement time and try your luck by opening card packs. I'll arrange for the 4 scavengers in the shed to go in this week and let them survive for me. When they go in next week, the money I'll earn from that time should be enough to build the lumberyard and the quarry. At night, after eating the big pot of rice brought by Green Snake, Tang Ming immediately returned to his room. It was not until late at night, after he made sure that everyone around him had gone to sleep, that he took out his notebook, opened the stacking world, and entered it. Chapter 100 Arrangement of Work. What am I doing? Baibo opened his eyes somewhat confusedly. He remembered that he was hitting a sandbag. There was a sudden pain at the back of my head, and then, yes, you're the one with the best quality among this group of newcomers. Just when Baibo had just woken up and was still in a daze, a man's voice suddenly came to his ears. It was after hearing the man's voice that he realized that the world he was in seemed a little strange. A two-dimensional world made of crayon scribbles. Seeing this scene, Baibo was stunned for a moment. Subconsciously, he looked down at his body. Then the pupils suddenly contracted. He found that his body had turned into a card with his own body drawn on it. The dull pain in his body, especially in his lower body, was telling him that what he was seeing was not a dream. What is this place? Everything that was happening right now was completely beyond his understanding. It made him feel extremely frightened. There was also a look of horror on his face. He was clearly in the city before. How did he end up in this place in the blink of an eye? Just when he was terrified, he suddenly remembered the voice he had just heard. Baibo immediately grasped at the last straw, like a drowning man. He quickly looked up in the direction where the previous voice came from. Soon, a character card that looked 70% similar to him came into view. The person in the card moved his eyes as if looking him up and down. This feeling gave Baibo a creepy feeling. But in order to clarify the current situation, he still asked with gritted teeth. You just said I'm new, what do you mean? After asking this question, he waited anxiously for the other party's answer. Don't worry. Wait until your teammates next to you wake up. When Baibo heard the man's answer, he turned his head to look beside him and found that there was another character card with the same character as himself next to him. However, the character portrait in this character card has his eyes closed. After all, there are sleeping symbols constantly appearing. Indicates that the other party is still asleep. I learned from the mysterious man that he was the same person as me, and I was eager to know the current situation. Baibo walked up and slapped him twice. Who the hell is hitting me? The man felt a stinging pain on his face and immediately woke up from his coma. He was about to get angry, but the next moment, after seeing Baibona's card body, his brain instantly froze. I got hit with a card? This was the only thought in his mind at this moment. Baibo didn't think too much about it. After seeing the other party wake up and exhale, he immediately looked at the other card man who was watching them with interest. Now you can tell me. Can. Say what? The scavenger who was awakened by Baibo was still a little confused and didn't understand the current situation. He asked almost instinctively. Hearing his question, Tang Ming, the instigator, smiled. Let the other party look around, and after he had experienced a similar mental journey as Baibo, he spoke. You and I are actually dead. What? How is this possible? After hearing the bombshell news released by Tang Ming, the scavenger, who had just come to his senses, fell into shock again. Baibo's reaction was relatively normal. He should have thought of related things. After all, this is the only possibility that can explain the strange world they are in now. So he was able to stay calm and asked Tang Ming a question. I've heard people tell stories about the underworld and hell, but aren't the worlds in those stories all eerie and scary? But here, Baibo said this and looked at the painted world around him. If you just look at the painting style of this world, it is somewhat fresh and refreshing. It is not completely different from the world of the dead that is passed down from generation to generation, but it is also not in line with the past. Tang Ming was well prepared for this kind of question from the other party. That was the same rhetoric that was used to fool the green snake soldier. There are gods in the world of the dead. You are lucky to be chosen by the gods to participate in a game with rich rewards. As long as you can complete the tasks in 9981 worlds, you will have the opportunity to return to reality with all the rewards you have obtained. Countless beauties and money, all kinds of weapons that can destroy the world, endless food, items that can revive, and even props for immortality. After Tang Ming finished speaking, he threw out a few baits. Although he currently only has enough food that he can never finish, he believes that he will have other things in the future. The two were skeptical about Tang Ming's words. After all, without the real thing, it is hard for people to believe it just because of words. If they were not in this strange world right before their eyes, they would even think that Tang Ming was mentally ill. I have another question. Who are you, and why are you telling us this? When you say newcomer, do you mean you are an old man who has been through several world missions? And what is our mission? Faced with several consecutive questions asked by the two, Tang Ming did not show any impatience and began to explain them one by one. You guessed right. I'm the same as you, but I have already gone through 7 world missions. I'm barely an old man. You can call me your guide. For helping you survive in this world for just over 20 days, I can get a nice reward. You may also have the opportunity to obtain this kind of welfare mission in the future. As for your mission, Tang Ming paused here and then pointed behind the two of them. Baibo and the other man looked in the direction he pointed and soon found a card different from theirs not far away. It was a golden mission card. No need for Tang Ming to explain. The two of them immediately understood that their mission should be there. Mission card. Basic tasks. Survive 420 days. Advanced tasks. Survival 840 days. Collect 10,000 pieces of wood. Collect 10,000 stones. Collect 1,000 iron ingots. Is there any difference between the basic tasks and the advanced tasks? Looking at the 2 tasks on the task card, Baibo asked Tang Ming. This advanced task seems to be many times more difficult than the basic task. He wanted to know what the difference was. After completing the basic tasks, you can choose to enter the next world directly, but there will be no rewards. To obtain the reward, you must complete the advanced tasks. I would like to remind you that the first world for newbies is relatively easy and simple. It is best for you to complete the advanced tasks and get the clearance rewards. Otherwise, it will be difficult to complete the tasks in the future world. As a boss with a conscience but not much, Tang Ming still respects the wishes of his employees and lets them choose whether to work overtime. After hearing Tang Ming's words, the scavenger whose name he didn't know hesitated for a moment and then asked, what will happen if the mission fails? Real hell. Tang Ming suddenly became gloomy and his tone became more serious. Under Tang Ming's sudden serious expression, the hearts of Baibo and the other man couldn't help but tighten. If possible, they didn't want to know what the real hell that Tang Ming mentioned was, because that might be something more terrifying than death. Chapter 101 Return. The gameplay of Stack World is simple. It didn't take Tang Ming too long for the two of them to understand the general rules. After that, he stopped worrying about things here and just found a place to watch the two of them develop. The food at the beginning was not enough for 3 people, so when entering the game, he had already prepared a lot of berry bushes on the map. This was all thanks to the villager he opened last time, who allowed him to achieve berry freedom. Human beings have strong adaptability, Otherwise, they would not have stood out from many species and become the overlord of the planet. After Bo and the others understood the general gameplay, it didn't take them too long to become familiar with the rules of the stacking world. Start using the mined resources to create and experiment with various buildings. Soon they tried out methods of making bricks, wooden boards, sheds, and other items. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 6th day arrived. Be careful, a wild monster appears. Tang Ming spoke up to remind him. Upon hearing this, the two people who were collecting materials immediately looked in the direction Tang Ming pointed. Sure enough, I found several monster cards with rats written on them coming over there. At this moment, both of them had been transformed into militiamen through wooden spears, so it was not difficult for them to kill a few rats. All the mice were killed quickly. After the two of them dealt with the rat, Tang Ming spoke again. Based on my experience of going through 7 worlds, the number of monsters that attack should increase in the future. You'd better produce more people to defend against the enemy, otherwise it will be difficult to hold out for more than 400 days. Produce population? How are people produced? Bo frowned when he heard Tang Ming's words. I haven't the slightest idea about this. Didn't you build a house before? According to the rules of this world, we should be able to create a baby directly. Tang Ming reminded. But there are no women. Bo shook his head. It was nonsense to say that no woman wanted to have a baby, just like a eunuch visiting a brothel. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work? Tang Ming bewitched. The tone was full of evil amusement. This? Bo frowned. How about giving it a try? The scavenger, whose name was still unknown, asked tentatively. Let's take another look. Bo shook his head. He is a real man, and asking him to have a child with another man is really hard for him to accept. Seeing that Bo did not agree, the nameless scavenger looked at Tang Ming. Feeling his gaze, Tang Ming felt an inexplicable chill in his heart and waved his hands quickly. As a guide, I cannot participate in your mission. After leaving these words, he quickly left and hid in a corner to eat melon quietly. This, Bo, what do you think? The scavenger scratched his head and looked at Bo. Bo took a deep breath, exhaled, and said, Wait for the next wave. Wait for the next wave of monsters to attack and see if the number will really increase. If so, let's try again. That's fine. No accidents happened. After the 12th day of monster attacks, Bo's face turned completely black. After hesitating for a moment, he finally entered the house with the unknown scavenger. It seems that the baby is really created from nothing. After the two entered the house, they just looked at each other, and the baby-making progress bar began to grow slowly. Tang Ming shook his head. However, it's a good thing that the baby was created in the void. Otherwise, the scene would be a bit eye-catching. Thinking of that scene, Tang Ming shuddered. After Bo and the other mastered the technology of creating babies in the void, their subsequent survival should not be difficult as long as they don't do anything stupid. After all, this stacking world is, in many ways, a casual management game. The game is mainly based on management, and the monsters added are just spice of the game. During the remaining days, nothing unexpected happened, and the camp developed steadily. On the 20th day, Tang Ming also said goodbye to the two. Okay, my mission is accomplished. I hope we can meet again in the future. After saying this, without waiting for the other two to say goodbye, Tang Ming directly chose to quit the game. In the next moment, the card representing his character disappeared from their sight. Upon seeing this, Bo and the other man looked at each other and continued to collect various materials to develop their territory. To be honest, although this world looks a little weird, it is many times better than reality. There is danger, but at least you know when it is coming. Unlike reality, you don't know when danger will befall you. To this day, they don't know how they died. What is this? Suddenly, Bo opened a card with the word Holy Grail written on it. This card cannot be sold, and the description does not explain what it does, except that it requires a temple. Let's build a temple later and see if it has any special function. Seeing this, the unnamed scavenger nearby suggested. Upon hearing this, Bo nodded and agreed to the other party's proposal. But now they don't know the specific construction method of the temple. This Holy Grail can only be put aside for now. On the other side, Tang Ming returned to reality. He looked at the stacked world interface running in the hacker's computer and could see that the cards representing Bo and the other person were constantly moving and working. After leaving the game, he can still observe the situation of the survivors he brought into the game through the game. It's a bit like a god's perspective. However, in this case, he has no way of controlling the game and can only be a spectator. After watching for a while, Tang Ming turned off the hacker computer and put away his gaming backpack. Then he took out all his spoils. This time I stayed in the game for 20 days, 1 gold coin a day, which means 20 gold coins. There are no guaranteed card packs. I don't know if it's only available the first time, or if I have to wait until the game is completely settled. But even without these, 20 gold coins allowed him to buy 6 Humble Beginnings card packs. But this is just a small part. This time he entered the stacking world, not just to simply arrange work. During the 20 days he was in the stacking world, he took out a lot of things from the game backpack and turned them into cards using the rules of the stacking world. Then I put it into the backpack I brought out from the Doomsday Prepper to see if I could find a bug. No! Tang Ming looked at the stack of cards in his hand and frowned. He succeeded, but not completely. The cards were indeed brought out by him from the stacking world, but these cards were just ordinary cards, without the special rules of the stacking world. Let's see if the villagers can process it. Thinking of this, he took out the villager card and asked it to process these materials. Can. When Tang Ming saw the progress bar appear, his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he took out the iron ingots and asked the villagers to start making long swords. It is good to change from a militiaman to a swordsman. However, this process takes a long time. This time he stayed in the stacked world for 20 days, which is equivalent to 8 hours in the real world. So it's already morning. Seeing this, Tang Ming did not do anything else. After putting the cards away, he lay down on the quilt on the floor and took a nap. Wait for the Green Snake's people to come and inform him to go to class. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone wake up. It didn't take long before the quiet outside became noisy. The sounds of various people getting up and opening doors merged into one. Seeing this, Tang Ming quickly stood up and walked out. Chapter 102 Rules. Tang Ming opened the door, and the lively atmosphere outside immediately came. There are a lot more people than you imagine. Everywhere you look, you can see heads of people. Aren't there more than just scavengers? Tang Ming looked at the children gathered together by the Green Snake soldiers not far away and seemed to be thinking about something. Many of these children were crying, and some looked at the surrounding Green Snake soldiers with hatred in their eyes. Obviously, these children were from the survivor camps that were breached by the Green Snakes. The training of coolies starts from childhood. After Tang Ming complained, he shook his head, looked away, and walked to the other side. The training of these scavengers is obviously not in the same place as these children. Since we were all adults, we gathered quickly, all crowded in the narrow aisle. The exact number of people could not be counted, but Tang Ming estimated that there were at least 100. Follow me, don't wander around. If you die, don't blame me for not warning you. Seeing that most people had come out, the Green Snake soldier shouted loudly with the loudspeaker in his hand, and then turned around and walked in one direction. Seeing this, the scavenger behind him immediately followed. Tang Ming also followed behind the team. As he was walking, he discovered that Chun Yang, who had come to see him yesterday, was just a few steps ahead of him. It seems that the other person really lives next to me. At this time, the scavenger named Chun Yang was whispering with several scavengers beside him, as if they were plotting something. Seeing this scene, Tang Ming's mouth twitched. Is there really nothing wrong with such an open conspiracy? When he thought this in his heart, the scavengers surrounding Chun Yang seemed to have made some agreement with him. They all nodded slightly and stopped talking. Seeing this, Tang Ming also withdrew his gaze. After thinking for a while, he decided to release some ants into these people's rooms at night to serve as his spies. The advancing crowd gradually quieted down, following the Green Snake soldier leading the way in front, and soon walked out of the camp and arrived outside the site. Why is it a shopping mall? Tang Ming frowned. In his impression, the situation outside the Green Snake camp was not like this. Another site? Thinking of this, he began to look around. This is a very large shopping mall with approximately 6 floors. The exit of the subway station is on the underground floor of this shopping mall. The exact area is unknown, but a shopping mall that can have a subway exit built in it cannot be too small. Generally, subway stations have at least 4 entrances and exits. Have the other 2 exits also been modified by the Green Snake? While Tang Ming was thinking about these, the scavengers who came out of the exit later, when they saw this scene, it was inevitable that a cry of surprise was uttered. Obviously, he didn't expect this. There is actually another world above the Green Snake camp. I heard screams from behind. The Green Snake soldier walking in the front had a look of pride on his face, but he quickly restrained himself so that the scavengers behind him didn't notice it. Follow me, don't wander around. There are some places here where mutant creatures exist. He turned around with a stern face and gave a reminder. He quickened his pace and walked towards the first floor of them all. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a place that looks like it was a gym before the cataclysm. There is a fierce-looking man inside. There were also several green snake soldiers with rifles in their hands. "Come in, your instructor is inside." The green soldier who led the way brought them here, said something, and then turned and left. Seeing this, the scavengers also walked into the gym in front of them one after another. "My last name is He. You can call me Instructor He." After everyone entered the room, the fierce-looking He Fong spoke. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the nearly 200 people present, with disgust in his eyes. "To be honest, you are just a bunch of worthless trash in my opinion. I don't know why the Legion leaders let a bunch of you rubbish join the Green Snakes." Everyone at the scene frowned when they heard his words. There are many people with bad tempers in the wasteland. Being pointed at and called a waste, it was already very restrained for me not to take direct action. Of course, the rifles in the hands of the Green Snake soldiers behind the opponent also played a certain role in this. He Fong seemed to be unaware of the changes in the eyes of the people present, and just continued. "Green Snakes don't support idlers. If you want to get food, you need to earn it through your own labor. Don't worry about not being able to find a job. I will assign one to you after the training. However, these jobs are good and bad. Only capable people can have better jobs, and incompetent rubbish deserves to eat rubbish." He Fong paused here, and then talked about other things that need attention in Green Snake. For example, in a fight, both parties will be punished regardless of which side initiated it first. Fighting is not allowed, let alone killing. The murderer will be imprisoned forever. There are many detailed rules in Green Snake. It took He Fong nearly an hour to finish explaining all the rules. If you break any of the rules I mentioned before, you will only be able to do the lowest level of work from now on. That means you will work yourself to death every day and barely make enough to eat. Green Snakes don't need waste, let alone garbage. When everyone heard this, they felt an inexplicable tightness in their hearts. After all, this is a matter of self-interest. Many scavengers who had not listened carefully showed regret on their faces. However, He Fong ignored these people and continued. "Currently, the population in the camp is very scarce, so any newborn green snake will be given material subsidies. Meat, canned fruit, easy work. We will also arrange some relatively easy work for pregnant women during their pregnancy to ensure the health of mother and child. Besides that, you don't need to worry about the baby that's born. There will be special personnel to take care of it." Upon hearing this, many female scavengers showed a hint of excitement on their faces. The male scavenger frowned. To be honest, this reward also made them excited. But having a baby is a matter for two people. Even if they want to have a baby with someone else, they don't have the conditions to do so. Because the gender ratio in the wasteland is seriously unbalanced, the number of men is often several times that of women. The situation in the survivor camp was better, and among these scavengers, there were only a few women among 100 people. Is it possible to create a baby out of thin air without a woman? Why am I not a woman? There were many sighs like this among the crowd at once. It feels like she is a female, and her life in Green Snake will probably be much better in the future. When Tang Ming heard this, he touched his chin. If she could give him one more villager, Niwa would have to purchase goods from him. The only thing I don't know is what the person who comes out will look like after using the villager card. Can it be the same as a real person? Chapter 103, Narrow Victory. After explaining the rules and policies of Green Snake, it is time for a practical test. Women were not included in this test. Challenge. 10 people who can defeat 3 people in a row in the ring will have their treatment upgraded by 1 level. You can have a separate room and a pistol as a sidearm. During the challenge, you must not attack others' vital parts, you must not harm their lives, and you must not cause them to become disabled. Everyone only has 1 chance to challenge. Okay, let's get started. The rules are simple. Defend the title. There are 3 rings in the gym where you can defend. However, after He Fong gave the start order, no one in the scene moved. Because everyone knows that the first person to go up will definitely be attacked the most violently. Don't you have the guts to do this? You are really a bunch of losers. Seeing this, He Fong signaled the 3 Green Snake soldiers behind him to go up to the stage. If you defeat any of them, your salary will be increased directly, but only the first person to challenge will get it. If the challenge fails, you will defend the ring for them. In addition, if no one challenges you within 10 minutes, you will be eligible for the salary increase directly. 3 Green Snake soldiers mean 3 places, and in the eyes of the scavengers, defeating 1 person is obviously easier than defeating 3 people in a row. I'll do it. Soon 3 scavengers walked onto the ring. Damn it, they got there first. My heart was moved, but the scavenger, who was a little slow to react, regretted it deeply after seeing this. Do you think this position is so easy to get? Some sober scavengers shook their heads. The fact that the green snake soldiers can eat their fill every day makes their physical fitness much better than those scavengers who live one day hungry and one day hungry. Not to mention that they are likely to go through a lot of training every day. And this is indeed the case. None of the 3 scavengers who went up to challenge could last more than 10 moves. He was quickly taken care of by 3 green snake warriors. In just 1 minute, the defenders became the 3 challengers. Seeing this, a burly scavenger in the audience immediately went on stage. The thinnest of the 3 was chosen. The opponent had just experienced a battle, so this was obviously a good opportunity to take advantage. No accidents occurred. The burly scavenger easily knocked the defender off the stage. Is it possible? When the scavengers in the audience saw this, their eyes lit up, and 2 more people came up and wanted to do the same. However, it is not as easy as the burly scavenger. There was even one person who was knocked out of the ring by the person defending the ring. As the saying goes, all things are difficult at the beginning. Once the competition started, it immediately entered a white-hot stage. The first one to get the spot was the burly man. The opponent didn't expend much energy in the first match, but in the second match he fought against a person of equal strength for a long time and won narrowly. In the third game, another bamboo pole wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but was suddenly attacked and killed instantly by the opponent. There were 10 places and one was missing. The fight in the ring became fierce. Tang Ming was watching from the audience, preparing to wait a while before going up. Fong was just watching from the side, and it would be unreasonable for him not to go up and fight. And he also wants to improve his treatment. The room, which was barely big enough for lying down, was really a little inconvenient. And there is only a wooden board separating it from the next door, so there is almost no privacy at all. He has to enter the game world frequently, and it would be troublesome if he was accidentally discovered. I just don't know what the green snake chose these 10 people for. Just when Tang Ming was thinking about this, the 10 places were reduced by 2 again. Among the nearly 200 people, there are quite a few who are gifted physically. As long as you don't encounter a very difficult opponent, it is not difficult to defeat 3 people in a row. Soon, there were 4 spots left and 50 or 60 people had not yet gone on stage. Now go ahead. Seeing this, Tang Ming walked towards the arena in the middle. The person standing on this stage is a middle-aged man. Tang Ming, who had watched the opponent's previous battle, knew that although the opponent's strength was not as good as that of the young man, he had extremely rich combat experience. With only a very small price to pay, he defeated the previous champion. The 2 men were not familiar with each other, and most scavengers are cold-hearted by nature, so they started fighting without even talking. Tang Ming doesn't have much experience in fighting others, but his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even though he lacked experience, his strong reaction ability still made the attacks of the middle-aged man on the opposite side fail repeatedly. He had the ability to knock his opponent off the ring, but he didn't do it. Tang Ming still wants to keep a low profile and doesn't want to stand out too much. It should be about the same. After dozens of moves, Tang Ming, who was fighting hard with the middle-aged man, kicked out and hit the opponent's abdomen. Bang! Although he used only 70% of his strength in this attack, he still kicked his opponent out of the ring. Tang Ming breathed heavily, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and pretended to be very tired. Seeing him in such a weak kidney state, which scavenger would not be tempted, immediately someone came up to challenge. Tang Ming once again fought fiercely with his opponent. It took 5 or 6 minutes of fighting before they managed to knock him off the ring. At this time, Tang Ming was really sweating. It is not tiring to hit someone, but you have to be careful not to kill the person and also show that you are equal to the other person, which is very tiring. Seeing him almost fainting, how could anyone bear it? However, what Tang Ming did not expect was that the person who came up to challenge him this time was an acquaintance. It was Chen Yang, who looked a bit wretched. I'm sorry, Brother Huang Ming. Just consider it as my brother owing you a favor this time. Chen Yang smiled and clasped his hands towards Tang Ming, as if he had already secured victory. I'm afraid that's going to have to wait until you beat me. Seeing this, Tang Ming also showed his white teeth. He started his evenly matched battle again. Instructor don't you know what kind of jobs we winners will be assigned? While Tang Ming and Chen Yang were fighting back and forth, the burly scavenger who got the spot first asked Instructor after he had a good rest. The other party must have other purposes in selecting those with strong fighting capabilities, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that. We will conduct special training. If the training is successful, you may have the opportunity to become the commander of a corps. What? Become the Legion leader? After hearing what Fong said, the few people who got the quota all exclaimed. Their exclamations were also heard by everyone present. This immediately caused an uproar at the scene. After all, he is the Legion commander, the powerful class among the green snakes. Now tell them that this test is to select reserve Legion commanders. How can they not be shocked? Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier? Some people who have already entered the ring regret it. However, those scavengers who had never fought before became excited. There are still 4 spots left, and they still have a chance. Tang Ming fell silent when he heard the exclamation and saw Qin Yang, who had just been knocked away by him and was about to fall off the ring. He felt that he might still be able to save the situation. The movements of the hands are faster than the thoughts. Just when Qin Yang thought he had lost, he suddenly felt his ankle tighten, and then he returned to the ring inexplicably. Before he could react, he felt a pain in his shoulder, as if he had hit something hard. The next moment, he saw Tang Ming flying backwards with an unwilling look and an expression that showed that he was just 1 step away from success. I won. Qin Yang was confused. How did I win? Chapter 104 Maintenance. Qin Yang was confused. However, others in the audience would not. After seeing Tang Ming fly out of the ring, someone immediately went on stage. Fought fiercely with him. Qin Yang's strength was obviously not as good as the newcomer, but no one knew what he said. The man paused and then began to be beaten by Qin Yang. Then he was not paying attention and fell off the stage. When Tang Ming saw this scene on the ring, the corners of his mouth twitched. I didn't expect that besides him, there were other people who played fake games. But I have to say, this guy's acting skills are much better than his. The third person to come on stage was a scavenger who had been very close to Qin Yang before. Tang Ming raised his eyebrows when he saw this. As expected, it was still a fake match. It seems that this was planned long ago, but I just don't know what the other party's expression will be when he knows the truth. The remaining 3 places were quickly selected after fierce competition. Then he was led out of the gym by a green snake soldier. I don't know where he went. Fong saw that after the 10 people left, everyone present had a disappointed expression and snorted coldly. You don't need to envy them. As long as you have a skill, you can enjoy better treatment. What kind of specialties are okay? Hearing his words, a scavenger asked. Anything that's good for the camp. Fong nodded and then gave a few examples. Making wearable items, processing various parts, or repairing items. All of these are possible. After hearing his words, many of the 200 people stood up immediately. In order to survive in the wasteland, many scavengers master more than one skill. Of course, this does not mean that if they stand up, they will get the treatment that Fong describes. Further audit testing is required. See if your abilities are qualified. Tang Ming was also among the crowd that stood up. What's your name? What are you good at? Soon, a green snake soldier who came to register came over and asked Tang Ming. Huang Ming, good at repairing items. Tang Ming said. He had another plan when he entered Green Snake, which was to find new games, and the job of repairing items was obviously very suitable for him. After recording the information reported by Tang Ming, the Green Snake soldier did not stop and went straight to the next one. Those who stood out soon were divided into 7 teams according to their different specialties. Tang Ming's maintenance team has 12 people, which ranks in the middle compared with other teams. You guys come with me. A Green Snake soldier walked to the front of Tang Ming's team, said this, and then led everyone out of the gym and walked towards the 2nd floor of the mall. The structure of the 2nd floor is not much different from that of the 1st floor. However, the shops on the 2nd floor were transformed into warehouses by Green Snake. The things inside made Tang Ming's eyes sparkle. I decided that when I have time, I must come over to help Green Snake clean up the place. It's right here. After walking for a while, the Green Snake soldier stopped, pointed to a messy room behind him, and said to the 12 people behind him, as long as you can fix any of the machines inside, you'll pass the test, and you can take the repaired items away. As for the tools, there are plenty on the shelf over there. You can use whatever you like. When everyone heard this, they all looked towards the room behind him. It turned out to be a garbage room. Not like other warehouses. The items inside were placed in a very messy manner, and the types of items were also varied. From various large machines to tables, chairs, and benches, everything could be seen inside. Those who reacted quickly walked in and started looking through the pile of garbage for things that were easy to repair. Seeing this, Tang Ming followed the crowd into the garbage warehouse in front of them. There is a tool rack in the Green Snake soldier's mouth, which can be seen after entering the door. Tang Ming took a quick look and found that they were just some simple tools like screwdrivers and wrenches. "What are you repairing?" Tang Ming withdrew his gaze and began to look for his repair target. The green snake soldier said he could take them all away, so he would definitely choose the most expensive one. Soon a scrapped motorcycle came into his sight. The middle of the motorcycle is sunken. It felt like I was hit by something. The main rod is also a bit bent, and there are some parts missing. Tang Ming lifted the motorcycle from the ground and inspected it carefully. "If you want to repair it, it is very simple. You just need to restore the damaged parts. After figuring out what needs to be fixed, the rest, just leave it to your hands. It already has a pair of mature hands and can repair things by itself." When this thought came to Tang Ming's mind, his body had already started moving uncontrollably. When he started to take action, the other scavengers present had not yet found their targets. Green Snake itself has its own maintenance staff. The electrical appliances that can be thrown here are either too complicated to repair or are completely damaged and difficult to repair. Finding a suitable one is not so easy. Therefore, the maintenance noise coming from Tang Ming immediately attracted the attention of several people around him. "I want to see what the other party is repairing and whether it is of reference value." Motorcycle. However, after seeing the items that Tang Ming was repairing, several people showed expressions of surprise on their faces. Is there something wrong with his brain? Seeing the shabby state of the motorcycle, several people shook their heads. In this kind of damage, the parts that need to be replaced are no different from buying a new car. It would be fine if we had the materials, but in this situation where everything around is in tatters, it is simply a fantasy to want to repair the car. Seeing this, the few people no longer paid attention to Tang Ming and started looking for their own repair targets in the garbage dump again. Someone found a lawnmower. Some people choose to repair the water pump. Another person found a slightly damaged mechanical alarm clock from the garbage dump. When the people around saw this, they were so envious that their mouths were watering and they wished they could take his place. Buzz buzz. Just when everyone had chosen their targets and started trying to repair them. But suddenly, I heard a unique roar of a gasoline generator coming from the corner of the room. What? I remember that place was... Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction where the sound came from. And then they saw a brand new motorcycle standing in front of Tang Ming. Wait, brand new? Several people's eyes widened. Where did this motorcycle come from? What? You said this is what the damaged motorcycle looks like after it was repaired. Baby, you are obsessed. However, compared to their incomprehension, the green snake soldier who watched Tang Ming's entire maintenance process was even more confused. He fell silent as he looked at the brand new motorcycle that Tang Ming pushed in front of him. The other party seemed to be like this just now, and then like that, so what happened? He also blinked. Chapter 105. Giving me a cold shoulder? Tang Ming is undoubtedly qualified. Not only did he pass the test, he also scared the green snake soldier. He left a message, asking Tang Ming to help watch over other scavengers while they repaired their items. He quickly ran away from the second floor, apparently going to report the situation to Fong. He didn't have to wait too long. Fong frowned and walked back with the green snake soldier. He was skeptical about what his men said. You fix this? As he got closer, he looked at the brand new motorcycle parked next to Tang Ming, and his doubts immediately turned into confusion. Because even Green Snake doesn't use such a new motorcycle. I watched him build it. The soldier spoke again. Fong frowned and carefully examined the motorcycle in front of him, becoming even more confused. It's just like it just left the factory. I got in the car and started the engine, no problems. Can you fix one more thing for me? If there is no problem, I can decide to raise your salary to the same level as those alternate Legion commanders. You can eat meat every day, and you can also be assigned a separate workroom. After the examination, Feng's attitude towards Tang Ming changed greatly, and his tone became much softer than before in the gym. After all, if Tang Ming's repair skills are really so advanced, then Green Snake has really found a treasure this time. Tang Ming had no objection to this, because there was nothing unusual in his maintenance process. As for not understanding, it's okay if you don't understand. He himself can't understand it, so how can you, an outsider, understand it? Fong did not let Tang Ming go in to find Lejixiu, but asked his men to bring a rifle. This gun's bullets often jam, and the slide is broken. Can you see if it can be repaired? Fong briefly explained the problem. He handed the gun to Tang Ming, wanting to see how Tang Ming would repair it next. Then, Fong looked at the brand new rifle in his hand and fell silent. Did he just blink? Recalling carefully, Tang Ming could recall every repair process, but how did this gun become like this? After testing the rifle, there were no problems. You watch here. Fong gave an order to his men beside him. Then he looked at Tang Ming, and the next moment, a slightly flattering smile appeared on his face. Brother Huang Ming, come on, follow me. I will take you to your new residence. Looking at the smile on Feng's face that shouldn't have appeared on him, Tang Ming shuddered and felt like he was getting goosebumps all over his body. Well, I still like the way you were before. He spoke quickly. The other person's smile made him feel like Nan Tong was staring at him. Ahem. Fong coughed twice and realized that his facial expression management was a little inappropriate, so he quickly returned to normal. Let's go. This car. Tang Ming looked at the motorcycle he had repaired. Fong obviously knew the promise his subordinates had made to everyone before, so he reached out and patted the shoulder of a subordinate beside him. He will help you carry the car over later. What? Say yes. Yes. The green snake soldier stood still with a droopy face. After giving instructions for things here, Fong took Tang Ming back downstairs and then went through another subway exit and arrived at the base on the other side. With Feng's explanation, Tang Ming also learned the general structure of the green snake camp. There are 5 exits in the campsite: A, B, C, D, and E. Exit A is the one that Tang Ming had seen through surveillance before. It is responsible for cargo transportation, with a large number of vehicles parked there. B has nothing. C is where the green snake soldiers usually train. Exit D is the technical department. Exit E is the department store just above, which is used as a warehouse. Now Fong is taking Tang Ming to the technical department. If your ability allows, you can live there directly. Someone will deliver food every day. Besides that, there are some hidden benefits. You will find out when you get there. What benefits? Can't you just tell me? Tang Ming hates people who only speak half of their sentences the most. In response, Fong just smiled and did not give any direct explanation. Exit D is also an exit located inside a building. But it is not a shopping mall, but a technology exhibition hall. Fong said there are 8 floors in total, and his maintenance department is on the first floor. The second and third floors are the medical department, and the fourth and fifth floors are the manufacturing department. As for where is further up, Fong doesn't know. Only some special personnel and Legion commanders are qualified to go above that. Be careful, don't go up there. While Fong was giving the reminder, he also took Tang Ming to the first floor. The ground looked dirty. It seems like there are a lot of black oil stains. But in fact, someone cleans the place every day. However, over the years, the black oil stains have seeped into the tiles on the floor. Fong, why did you personally send someone here today? As soon as they arrived at the place, a white-haired old man came over. After greeting Fong, he looked up and down at Tang Ming, who was with Fong. Is there only one qualified person today? What kind of repairs are you good at, kid? The old man asked directly. He's the head of Ke Zhe's maintenance department. You could just call him Mr. Ke. This is Huang Ming, the talent I discovered this time. Fong briefly introduced the two of them to each other. What, Mr. Ke? Just call me Old Ke. Ke Zhe waved his hands, seemingly modest, but in fact his eyes were constantly sizing up Tang Ming. What kind of person is worthy of your personal visit? Instructor he? It's like this. Upon hearing this, Fong directly described what had happened before. After hearing this, Ke Zhe frowned, and his eyes changed again and again when he looked at Tang Ming. But he didn't say anything, but nodded and said, You go back and get busy. I'll take care of the rest of the work. Okay then, Mr. Ke, I'll trouble you then. Seeing this, Fong did not stay. After leaving this sentence, he left. Only Ke Zhe and Tang Ming were left standing there. After Fong left, the smile on Ke Zhe's face immediately disappeared. You should familiarize yourself with this place first. After leaving these words to Tang Ming, he turned around and left. This change in attitude made Tang Ming frown. Was I being given the cold shoulder? Tang Ming didn't care much about this. He took out a notebook and recorded his experience today. So I followed the other party's instructions and started to walk around the first floor by myself. There are quite a few things in this building that need repair. However, most of them are in a state where they can be repaired or not. Whether to repair it depends entirely on their mood. Only some things that are specially sent to you need to be repaired. Computer? After walking around, Tang Ming quickly found his target. In a room full of electronic equipment, there is a person holding a soldering pen, seemingly repairing a circuit board in his hand. Seeing this, Tang Ming walked in and went straight to the counter where computer accessories were placed. Chapter 106 New Game. There are many kinds of computer accessories on the shelves. Graphics card, memory stick, motherboard. Of course, the hard drive he was looking for was also there. And there are quite a few of them. A shelf was filled to the brim. This is going to be posted. Tang Ming looked at the hard drives on the shelves with shining eyes. The number is at least several hundred. As long as one of the 10 hard drives has games installed, it's all a great profit. There are ready-made computers in this electronic component repair room. A bit old, but it works fine. This computer seems to be browsing the files on the hard drive frequently. There is an external interface, so you don't need to dismantle the host. You can directly connect the hard drive to the external interface to view the contents of the hard drive. Why is it blank? Tang Ming frowned. Then I checked other hard drives and found that they were all blank. One is blank, and it can be said to be a coincidence, but all of them are. Obviously, the data was deleted. This is such a waste of resources. What are you looking for? Just when Tang Ming was secretly cursing the green snake for being an unhuman being, a voice suddenly came from behind him. There were only two people in the room. One was him, and the other was a maintenance worker who was originally working in this room. This is a man in his 40s with untidy beard on his chin and mouth, looking a little sloppy. I want to see some information about the peacetime era. Do you have any? Tang Ming asked. Some hard drives contain important data, and he didn't believe that Green Snake would be willing to delete them all. It should be placed somewhere else. Data from the peacetime era, I have backed up a lot of it before. If you want, I can help you back up a copy. The sloppy man said in a slightly ambiguous tone. Tang Ming didn't notice anything unusual and asked for it directly. Can I take a look first? What he wants is the game, so forget about the ordinary information. Then take your time to read it. My hard drive is very large, and I don't think you can finish reading it in a short time. The sloppy man smiled and took out a hard drive from his arms, then handed it to Tang Ming. 10 tons? It's really big. When Tang Ming saw the capacity display on the hard drive, he was a little shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a large hard drive. After the shock came anticipation. With such a large capacity, it is reasonable to have 5 or 6 games, right? Tang Ming opened the hard drive. Spring is here, and it's time for animals to react. Look, teacher Rolla Takizawa is hiding in the grass waiting for prey to come to her. This is not what I want to see. Half an hour later, Tang Ming, who had watched the entire documentary from beginning to end, found the sloppy man again. Don't you like it? The sloppy man asked in confusion when he saw Tang Ming coming over so quickly. Even if 10T is for backup, it won't be that fast. For something with a stronger taste, I also have it. As the sloppy man said this, he took out another hard drive. Tang Ming's face twitched when he saw this. After thinking for a while, he said directly, "Do you have any games there?" Games? I like real people. I don't like paper ones. But someone delivers these things every day. Looking at the time today, they will be delivered soon. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait here. The sloppy man seemed to have just realized what was happening when he said this. He looked up and took a closer look at Tang Ming. By the way, which department are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? I'm new in the maintenance department. Just call me Huang Ming. Tang Ming didn't expect the other party's reaction time to be so long that he only realized now that he was a newcomer. I see. Why haven't I seen this before? The sloppy man nodded and introduced himself. My name is Qin Ning. Just call me by my name. Tang Ming nodded to indicate that he heard it, and then reached out and took the hard drive that the other party had just taken out. Don't get me wrong, he didn't mean anything else. I just want to see if there is really no game on this hard drive. Seeing Tang Ming leave, Qin Ning also started working again. About an hour later, there was a sudden noisy sound outside. When Tang Ming noticed that side, Qin Ning said without even raising his head, "The delivery should have arrived." Just as he said, several workers in ordinary clothes soon came in carrying some things. There are many electronic instruments. There are also several computers that Tang Ming is looking forward to. But judging from their appearance, they should all be bad. After putting all these things down, the workers took away some items placed in the corner of the room. It looks like these are some things that Qin Ning repaired. After the workers left, Qin Ning put down his work, came to the pile of garbage, and started picking and choosing. Seeing this, Tang Ming also moved over. I helped him to choose and also remove the hard drives from those computers. These hard drives have not been tested, and only one is still usable, and even this one has some problems. After the computer got stuck several times after being plugged in, Tang Ming was able to read the files inside normally. Judging from the files, it should be an office computer in the company. Tang Ming suddenly didn't hold much hope for this. It is unlikely that there are games in this kind of computer. There is. However, after 2 more freezes, he finally found a game. Metal Slug. I remember there were mechas in this game. When Tang Ming saw the title of the game, his eyes lit up. He took out the USB drive he had picked up from the jewelry store from his pocket and backed up the data into it. After backing up the game, He came to Qin Ning and asked, "Where do you live?" "Hmm? Didn't Kuze tell you?" Hearing Tang Ming's question, Qin Ning looked up and asked. He said, "Let me get familiar with the place," and then left. "This old thing." Qin Ning cursed when he heard this, then looked at Tang Ming and explained. "This old man Kuze is afraid that someone will replace him, so he often suppresses capable people. He just wanted to make the top management feel that the maintenance department would not be able to function without him. I will definitely assign you a particularly bad job later." Qin Ning said this, thought for a moment, and then said, "You must be quite capable, otherwise this old man wouldn't want to suppress you. Well, I'll go find that old guy and ask him to bring you over. You can learn from me how to repair these electronic products here. Although it is a little difficult, it will be easy once you learn it." Tang Ming had no reason to refuse this. I agreed immediately. Qin Ning quickly finished the work at hand and took him to where Kuze was. Kuze is responsible for car maintenance. At this moment, he was directing several of his apprentices to repair a truck. Chapter 107, Entering the Game. How can you be so stupid? How many times have I taught you? And you still can't learn? Even pigs are smarter than you. Teach me shit, this old guy is so selfish. Hearing Kuze scolding his disciples, Qin Ning cursed in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. The other party is worried that teaching the apprentice will starve him to death. The so-called teaching actually only exists verbally. However, although he was extremely dissatisfied with Kuze, Qin Ning still smiled when Kuze looked at him. After all, Kuze is the manager of the maintenance department. You still have to do what you should do. This will help you avoid being hated by them and having them harass you behind your back in the future. Qin Ning, why are you here? Seeing Qin Ning, Kuze frowned. Have you finished your work for the day? Haven't all the camps merged recently? I've been a bit busy over there lately, and I can't handle it all by myself, so I thought of asking you for another person. At this point, Qin Ning pointed to Tang Ming beside him. I think Huang Ming is a good guy, and he also wants to learn how to repair electronic components from me, so I thought I'd come over to tell you. Kuze's brows immediately relaxed upon hearing this. I'm still thinking about what position to assign this kid. Since you're short of people, then let him go to your place. He had heard from Fong before that Tang Ming was very good at repairing motorcycles, and he felt that his position was threatened. But now that the other party wants to go to Qin Ning, he will not only not stop him, but will also strongly support him. After explaining everything, Qin Ning didn't say anything more, but took Tang Ming directly to their residence. It's in the back half of the first floor. There are many rooms divided here. Judging from the walls of these rooms, they should have been built by Green Snake himself in the later period, not by the Science and Technology Museum. Just live across from me. Qin Ning took Tang Ming to the end of the corridor and then pointed to a door on the right and said, "Today, you should have a good rest. I will teach you how to repair electronic components tomorrow." After arranging a room for Tang Ming, Qin Ning left in a hurry after saying this. His work for the day had not been completed yet. After he left, Tang Ming also walked into the room. The room is not big, about 12 square meters. There are 3 pieces of furniture: wardrobe, bed, workbench. The door can be locked. Lock the door. Tang Ming checked the room and made sure there was no surveillance equipment. Then he took out the hacker computer. Copy the metal slug that I just downloaded into the USB drive. After playing for a while and making sure it was not a special version, Tang Ming chose to enter the game. Huff, huff, huff. The huge sound of wind whistled in my ears. When Tang Ming came back to his senses, he found that he was in the air, and a ruin in the jungle below was rapidly enlarging in his eyes. This is the beginning of the game. The player, as a revolutionary, falls from the sky and enters an abandoned city full of rebels. What followed was a process of annihilating all the rebels by one person. However, before killing gods and Buddhas who stand in his way, Tang Ming discovered that he might be a little afraid of heights. Fuck, I'm going to die. Seeing that the ground was close at hand, Tang Ming hurriedly pulled the parachute behind him. Bang! After a sound, the parachute behind him opened instantly. His descent slowed down immediately. It was also at this time that he had time to read the rules of the game. As a horizontal screen level-breaking game, the rules of Metal Slug are not much different from those of previous level-breaking games. The basic reward for clearing a level is that you can return to reality with items that do not exceed your own volume. The higher the score, the richer the reward. The highest score will give you a chance to randomly draw an item that has appeared in the same level. After death, the game ends immediately. To be honest, this reward is dispensable to him. After all, he had a backpack, so he could just put whatever he wanted to take away into it. Items that cannot fit into the backpack can also be taken out of the game through the shed. Obviously, this one is the Welfare Bureau. Not to mention anything else, just the pistol in the game with the feature of unlimited bullets. As long as you can take it out, even if you die as soon as you land, it's not a loss. When this thought flashed through Tang Ming's mind, he had already fallen to the ground. The parachute behind him automatically retracted. After he landed, several soldiers in green uniforms soon appeared from the ruins in front of him. Metal Slug doesn't have so many twists and turns. The battle starts right at the beginning. The soldiers at the beginning of these games are the least threatening and can only attack players with knives. So Tang Ming didn't take them seriously. He just took a look and then looked down at the extra pistol with unlimited bullets on his waist. The style is very simple, a bit of cyberpunk style. I wonder how it will actually work. Tang Ming pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the green uniformed soldiers who were rushing towards him not far away. Keep pulling the trigger. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of the bullets was a little strange. The shooting speed is not as fast as a real bullet, probably about the same speed as the pea shot by a pea shooter. And unlike the horizontal version of the game, when playing, it is now a three-dimensional experience. So, his bullets perfectly missed all the rebels. I just don't believe it. He had wanted to practice his shooting skills well before, so he would not let go of this opportunity. However, after firing dozens of shots, Tang Ming was dumbfounded. Not a single shot hit. Is this cheating? Tang Ming felt that this couldn't be his problem. No matter how bad his shooting skills are, it's impossible that he missed a single shot after firing dozens of times, right? So this could only be a problem with the group of NPCs in front of us. As for these soldiers who used the dodge cheat, Tang Ming felt that he should teach them a lesson. The moment this thought came, a cherry bomb has appeared among the soldiers who are about to rush towards him. Boom! After a loud bang, several game soldiers who rushed over were instantly turned into ashes. The two eyeballs on the ashes kept blinking, as if they were talking to Tang Ming. Can't afford to play? After eliminating the enemy in front of him, Tang Ming started practicing his shooting skills again. After hundreds of training sessions, his marksmanship finally showed some results. No bullet misses its target within 10 meters. Boom! Looking at the NPC who was reduced to ashes by his shot, Tang Ming felt extremely lonely. Oh, by the way, I remember there was an item that can upgrade weapons near the beginning of the first level of the game. It was in a wooden box. After Tang Ming wiped out all the enemies in front of him, he began to search around. Soon he found the wooden box at the beginning of the game. After breaking it, an illusory block with H written in the middle appears. Tang Ming tried to pick it up with his hands, wanting to see if he could bring it back to reality, but after trying, he found that he couldn't touch it with his hands at all. However, after putting the pistol in his hand into the block, changes occurred immediately. It got longer and thicker. The bullets fired were also thick, big, and fast. But it's different from the pistol's unlimited bullets. This type of firearm, which is upgraded with props, has limited bullets. For example, the H gun he has in his hand now only has 200 rounds of bullets. The type that runs out of bullets after a few shots. It's gone after a few shots. Not fun at all. I don't know if I can upgrade the guns in real life. Tang Ming touched his chin and decided to bring a few guns in to try next time he entered the game. If possible, maybe some powerful weapons can be upgraded. Chapter 108 SV-001 Through the Ruins of the City. What appeared in front of Tang Ming was a huge submarine wreckage stranded on the ground. Is this something I can fix? Seeing the huge wreckage in front of him, Tang Ming's eyes lit up and he hurried forward to check. Want to try and see if it can be repaired. If it can be repaired, then he can roam the underwater world as he pleases, right? Fuck. Trash. However, his hands did not react at all. Tang Ming was very disappointed about this. The car was repaired with only a skeleton left. This submarine can't be repaired when only half of its skeleton is left? Tang Ming couldn't understand. They're all skeletons. So who is more noble? Boom! With a quick shot, Tang Ming took out the soldier rushing from the back of the submarine and jumped onto the submarine. He remembered that there seemed to be a few old men up there who could be saved. After rescuing these old guys, you can add a lot of points to your clearance evaluation. There were 3 in total, and they were all rescued. At this time, Tang Ming also arrived at the tail of the submarine. When playing the game outside, when the game character reaches this location, a helicopter will fly overhead and drop bombs at the player. Sure enough, as soon as we arrived, the unique sound of the helicopter's propeller turning was heard. Tang Ming looked up at the sky and saw the helicopter flying straight towards him. So small? Although the plane appeared a little small in the game screen, Tang Ming thought it was just due to the expressiveness of the game screen. But the reality is that the plane is really only that big. It feels a bit crowded even if one person sits there. But it is flying in the sky after all. It's better to be smaller. Tang Ming thought of this and looked at the plane that was almost above his head. I started thinking about how to pack this thing up and take it away. Using a cherry bomb might blow up both the people and the plane. If that's the case, it would be a waste of time. He thought about several solutions he could come up with at the moment, but found that none of them were feasible. I want to get the plane out intact. Killing the driver on the ground is obviously not an option. Without human control, the plane would still crash. Only by jumping on and taking control of the plane can he completely get it out of the game. It's a bit difficult. Seeing the helicopter hovering above him and starting to drop bombs, Tang Ming could only grit his teeth and raise his hand to shoot it down with the machine gun in his hand. No way. I can only wait until the next time I enter this game to see if I can think of any feasible solutions. Bang! After being hit by more than 10 bullets, the plane exploded. It turned into a fireball and fell to the ground not far away. Just like a real helicopter, it will break into pieces if touched. However, it is not impossible to use it when working at high altitudes without giving the enemy a chance to hit you. After shooting down the plane, Tang Ming continued to move forward. After walking past the place where the submarine ran aground, a body of water came into view. Many still houses made of thatched wood and wooden boards have been built in these waters. After Tang Ming killed several soldiers who rushed towards him, he looked towards the water ahead. He squatted down, picked up some and tasted it. Then his eyes lit up. It's fresh water indeed. The most needed supply for him right now is fresh water. After all, the water in the bridge building simulator and fishing master is seawater, so there is no problem in purifying it for use. But that is really too troublesome. It is more convenient to use fresh water directly. Thinking of this, Tang Ming was not polite either. He simply took out the wooden box he had made during the doomsday preparations and packed it up. There are 20 grids in total. Each grid can hold 5 buckets of water. Each bucket weighs 20 kilograms. That is to say, one grid can hold a total of 100 kilograms of water. As for where the bucket came from, Tang Ming didn't know. Put water in the wooden box, and it will grow by itself. Just like the salt in Doomsday Preppers, it comes with its own glass bottle when you dig it out. Fill up all 20 boxes, which is 2,000 kilograms. 2 tons of water is a little less, but it is enough for now. When I get the chance, I will definitely learn water escape. Putting the wooden box into his game backpack, Tang Ming continued to move forward. And every time he moved forward a little, he would throw a cherry bomb underwater. There are Lao Lu in the water. When he was playing before, he died at the hands of these Lao Lu several times. It's lurking in the water, and when you pass by, it suddenly jumps out and throws a missile at you with its bare hands. Who can withstand this? If only he wasn't bad at swimming. The pants of these guys had to be taken off. Found it. After walking for a distance, Tang Ming's eyes lit up and he saw the goal of his entry into the game this time. This is also the reason why the protagonist of this game fights with the villain, a mechanical tank named SV-001. The reason why this chariot became the cause of the fight was because it was so maneuverable. It can run and jump, and except for not having hands, it can do all the movements that humans can do. It also has impressive firepower. Putting this thing on the battlefield is a pure meat grinder. In the game, you can just jump in and start. However, after it became a reality, when Tang Ming entered the control room of the tank, he found that the control was not as simple as he thought. There are several joysticks inside. There's no need for an instruction manual. In the game, the SV-001 has a special move, which is to eject the driver, then rush forward and cause massive damage to the enemy in front of it through self-destruction. I remember that the hacker skill is the ability to perfectly control all machines. Let's try again after we materialize our hacking skills into reality. Thinking of this, Tang Ming took out the shed card and put the unwanted chariot in front of him into his pocket. Continue forward. The number of enemies behind us began to increase. However, with his superb marksmanship, none of these enemies could get within 10 meters. Boom! After defeating another helicopter, Tang Ming arrived at the location of the first level booze. It is called booze, but it is actually a broken ship that was stranded and converted into a camp. If you can't move, you're just a sitting duck. 6 cherry bombs were dropped and exploded directly. At this time, Tang Ming also experienced the joy of throwing bombs. Bang! Bang! Don't be too excited when it's fried. In addition, the cherry bomb only causes damage to the enemy, so the pleasure of bombing people is doubled. After completing the game, the reward settlement interface also appeared in front of him. Top rating. After all, He did not let go of any enemies or buildings he saw along the way. The quest reward is that you can choose an item that is 3 times the size of your own, and a chance to randomly draw items within the level. As for items, Tang Ming naturally chose the pistol in his hand with unlimited bullets, and the clothes on his body. This suit has a built-in parachute function. He definitely won't let it go. There are also a few grenades that come with the game at the beginning. There was still some space left, almost the size of 2 bodies. Tang Ming thought about it and decided to bring some more fresh water. He put all the previous spoils into his backpack in the other dimension. Therefore, I didn't pay much attention to the carrying space of this reward. But it wasn't wasted. After selecting the things, Tang Ming's eyes blurred, and when he came to his senses, he had returned to the room. I don't know what I'll get this time. If possible, he would not be greedy, and 1 plane would be enough. Thinking of this, he looked at his game backpack, looking for the rewards he won in this lottery. As the number of games increased, the number of miscellaneous items in his backpack also increased. After searching for a long time, I finally found the thing. Chapter 109 Invitation. Is this a bazooka? Tang Ming raised his eyebrows as he looked at the new things in his backpack. As his mind moved, a black and thick object appeared in his hand. It looks a bit like a rocket launcher, but if you look closely, you'll find that it's very crude. Apart from a black round hole, there is only a trigger. It feels like the weapon those soldiers use. Tang Ming frowned and directly clicked on the metal slug in the computer and opened a new one to see what this thing was. As for direct testing, that was impossible. After all, this was in the Green Snake's camp, and he was not sure how powerful this thing was. Each level of metal slug is very short. It didn't take Tang Ming too long to find the item in the game that corresponded to the thing in his hand. It's a cannon. It can shoot a slow-moving bomb that will explode instantly when it hits a person, and will not react at all if it does not hit a person. Isn't this a flying mine? I just don't know if it has unlimited bullets. Tang Ming was itching to try it. The cooling down of the Fishing Master is over. But the last time I entered Fishing Master, the place where he quit the game was at the bottom of the ocean. When you enter the game again, you will appear at the place where you last exited the game. So when you go in this time, you need to make some preparations in advance. Thinking of this, Tang Ming took out a wooden box, took out 2 buckets from it, and with a thought, put the water inside into his game backpack. A simple swimming ring is ready. Holding 2 empty buckets in his hands, Tang Ming also chose to join the Fishing Masters. Gurgle, dark and deep. Tang Ming held 2 buckets of water and waited for several hours before he saw a light appear above his head. Another 10 minutes later, he finally surfaced. Pooh, pooh, pooh. It's so salty. Tang Ming spat several times. After surfacing, he immediately took the speedboat out of his backpack. After boarding the speedboat, we quickly returned to the coast. Soon, they returned to the island where Haipang was. It's still better here. Looking at the lush greenery on the island, Tang Ming sighed and began to take out the items obtained from Metal Slug for testing. The first is the cannon mentioned earlier. After taking out the cannon, he pulled the trigger directly towards the beach, not far away. Bang! Soon, a cannonball flashing with red light was fired from the cannon. Then, at a speed of up to 1 meter per second, after flying for 7 seconds, it landed on the ground. So slow? When Tang Ming saw this, his face twitched. Who the hell can this hit? Fortunately, the bullets are unlimited. Tang Ming pulled the trigger several times in succession. I was relieved when I found out that I could continue shooting. If you can only fire 1 shot, then you will really lose a lot of money. In Fishing Master, he has an invincibility buff, so he is not afraid of getting hurt. Walk directly to the bombs he fired and try to touch them. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, followed by a sky full of yellow sand. Cough! Cough! Tang Ming coughed and walked quickly out of the dust. After brushing off the dust on his face, he looked at the deep pit created by the bomb behind him. The killing diameter is 2 meters. It can destroy terrain. Currently, it seems that except for the fact that it will explode only when touched by people, it is not much different from ordinary bombs in other aspects. It's really a landmine. After testing the artillery, Tang Ming took out the pistol and tried it again. Same as in-game performance. Unlimited bullets. But the power and firing rate are much worse than that of a real pistol. However, it is within an acceptable range. After all, it's unlimited bullets. The lack of power is understandable. After checking the harvest this time, Tang Ming then got down to business of becoming a fishing master. As soon as he thought about it, the queen ant appeared in his hand. Find a place to make an ant nest. Tang Ming thought this in his mind, and soon arrived at the back of the black fat man's shop. He plans to build a basement here. With the blessing of hands-on ability, it didn't take him too long to build a basement. He divided the basement into 2 rooms. Placed the queen ant in one room and the pea shooter in another room. 1 pea per hour. After the basement was built, Tang Ming gave orders to a pea shooter he had placed in the basement. Make sure there is enough food for the queen ants to reproduce. Do these well. Tang Ming returned to the ground and covered the basement with sand again. Start taking the next step. The 2 remaining scavengers in the shed also joined the work. Copy the gourd. After 2 experiences, Tang Ming is now adept at fooling people. It didn't take long for the 2 men to believe that they were dead. However, perhaps because the environment here is so good, the work enthusiasm of these 2 people is not very high. It can even be said that there is some slackness. Green snake soldiers are more useful. Look at the one in Thief Simulator. The working environment here is countless times better than here, and people here don't slack off even for a moment. I take the initiative to work overtime every day. It made even the boss feel heartbroken. This won't work. Tang Ming frowned. He asked people to come here to work for him, not to take them on vacation. Giving someone a lesson directly may be useful in the short term, but it is not a long-term solution. But that's human nature. Most people don't do anything until the last minute. And when it comes to the last moment, if I have to finish it, I will do my best. If you can't finish it, you will just choose to give up. Let's be a negative example. There was a gleam in Tang Ming's eyes. These 2 people will definitely do the work, but there is a high probability that they will not be able to complete it. As the number of employees increases in the future, someone will need to know the consequences of not completing the work. For example, a room that is absolutely dark and has no exit. After being locked up for a week or so, these people would probably behave themselves. As for the punishment, it will be reduced gradually. The first time is 1 week, the second time is 1 month, the third time is 1 year, and the fourth time is permanent. Tang Ming didn't intend to kill anyone. After all, he was not a devil. He felt that the punishment of being locked up in a small dark room was enough. After arranging everything in Fishing Master, he did not stay in the game world for too long and returned directly to reality. Near the underground garage where Tang Ming previously lived, a paper flyer was chased by the wind and landed here. What's this? Go Qian, who was looking for supplies outside, saw this flyer that happened to fall in front of her, and a look of doubt flashed in her eyes. Without thinking too much, he bent down and picked up the flyer from the ground. Hello, survivor. I am Enan, the leader of jury. Green Snake is unkind. An invitation letter from jury? After reading the contents of the letter, Go Qian muttered something to herself. There are several addresses written on this invitation letter. As long as you are interested, you can go to any of these addresses. There will be people following the sun to meet us. Besides the green snake, we have other options. The expression on Go Qian's face changed rapidly, and after a moment she seemed to have made a decision. His eyes became firm. She walked quickly towards the base where she and Fan Xiaoxiao were. I hesitated before only because I had no other choice. But now it has. Chapter 1:10 Action. Mom, are we really going? Will there be any danger? Behind Go Qian, Fan Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. Such high-profile invitations are sent out every day. There was no way the green snake didn't know. Maybe they have already ambushed at the location listed on the flyer. That's why we have to hurry. Go Qian looked around vigilantly. After making sure that there were no mutant creatures around, he took Fan Xiaoxiao out of his hiding place and walked towards the next street. The flyer is still new, which means that the invitation was sent out not long ago. As long as they join Chaser of the Sun, while Green Snake has not yet organized its manpower, they will be safe. When Fan Xiaoxiao saw Go Qian say this, she pursed her lips and finally said nothing more. She was naturally gentle by nature, and usually always listened to Go Qian and didn't ask any more questions. The reason I asked these questions today is because of Tang Ming's reminder before. They were worried that the green snakes would attack scavengers like them who joined the camp of other survivors. It's just ahead. We'll be there soon. After walking for a distance, Go Qian signaled Fan Xiaoxiao behind her to stop. She looked around vigilantly. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that there was nothing unusual here. Wait for me here. To be on the safe side, she decided to go there alone first. After making sure there is really no danger, it won't be too late to call Fan Xiaoxiao to join us. Or I'll go. Seeing this, Fan Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and finally seemed to have made up her mind, and she mustered up the courage to speak. Every time there was danger, Go Qian stood in front of her. She was really worried that she would lose her mother one day. Now that she has grown up, she can share these dangers with Go Qian. It's okay, Xiao Xiao. When mom gets old, you will take care of her. When Go Qian heard what Fan Xiao Xiao said, she reached out and rubbed Fan Xiao Xiao's hair with a smile on her face. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the address on the flyer without waiting for Fan Xiao Xiao to speak again. The place they came to was in a residential area. It is a square inside a residential area. It's very quiet, without any noise. Go Qian walked inside cautiously, always paying attention to the movements around her, to prevent mutant creatures from suddenly appearing and attacking her. However, I don't know if the location chosen by Jury is a relatively safe area in itself. After she walked completely into the square in the community, no accidents occurred. The whole process went very smoothly. Is this the place? Go Qian looked at the empty square in front of her and frowned. Where is the contact person? Dark place. In the ruins around the community square. A scavenger has arrived. Should we shoot him dead? A green snake soldier stared at Go Qian in the square below and spoke to the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Let's play the long game and wait for the Sunchaser member to come over and see if we can follow him to find Sunchaser's new base. There was a quick response from the intercom. Yes. The lurking green snake soldier whispered back and then continued to wait. Without waiting too long, a figure swung down from a high-rise building in the community nearby. Day by day, it is the fiery mountain that chases the sun. The lurking soldiers quickly recognized the newcomer. Once you land, shoot the scavenger in the thigh. Another command came from the intercom. In the square, Go Qian, who was unsure whether to leave or stay, finally felt relieved when he saw Lai Shan jumping down from above his head. Just when she saw Lai Zhan land and was about to say something. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot was heard from the ruins not far away. In the next moment, Go Qian felt as if her lower abdomen was torn apart by a huge force. The sudden severe pain caused her expression to twist briefly. Green snake? It's just as Enan said. Seeing this, Lai Zhan showed no surprise on his face. He even knew clearly why the other party did not attack him, but chose to attack the scavenger next to him. Thinking of what Enan said, he didn't waste any words and directly hugged Go Qian's body with his left hand. And then the next moment, the mechanical equipment on his waist tightened instantly. A rope connected to a tall building instantly lifted him and Go Qian off the ground, and then disappeared in the square in the blink of an eye. After seeing Lai Zhan escape, the ambushing soldiers fired a few shots symbolically. At the same time, the reconnaissance teams that had been on standby for a long time all around immediately took action. Take out the telescope and observe the movements of Lai Zhan. About 20 minutes passed. A figure suddenly jumped down from a tall building, using a rope like a swing, and quickly rushed to the outside of the community. He's out! A report came over the intercom. He didn't take the scavenger with him. He planned to escape alone. He fell outside the community, and there was a scavenger there. Lai Shan escaped with the scavenger outside. Listening to the continuous reports coming from the walkie-talkie, Hyman, who was in charge of this operation, frowned. He tapped his fingertips on the passenger door a few times, as if thinking. Continue the pursuit as planned, and send 2 more people to the upper floor of the building to check on the scavenger. Yes. After receiving the order, the 2 green snake soldiers lurking nearby immediately stepped forward and walked towards the building where Lai Zhan jumped off. However, boom! As soon as the 2 walked into the building, it was as if they had touched some mechanism, and the first floor was instantly engulfed in flames. The dilapidated building also began to shake under this impact. It looks like it may collapse at any time. Anyone nearby, evacuate immediately. Seeing this, Hyman immediately gave the order. Shortly after he gave the order, the building collapsed completely. Boom! The loud noise spread throughout the area. This sound quickly attracted all the mutant creatures around. Hyman's eyes also turned cold at this moment. Everyone evacuate this area immediately. Also, warn those ambushing in other areas to kill the Sunchaser if they see him again. After giving this order, Hyman asked the driver beside him to drive away immediately. Their actions this time have been completely seen through by Jury. It can even be said that the main purpose of distributing leaflets every day may be to ambush them. These geckos are becoming more and more troublesome. We must quickly eliminate them. Hyman's face was gloomy as he thought about possible solutions. Ever since the 3 spies that were previously sent and lost contact, Green Snake has become completely ignorant of Jury's intelligence. The only information we know now is that their base has moved to other places. Chapter 1, 11 Transformation. As the earth quickly swept backwards into the sky, Fan Xiaoxiao stared at the collapsed building behind her in a daze. There is a tunnel below, and someone is taking your mother away. Seeing this, Lizhan took the time to say something. But she was seriously injured. He paused here and didn't say anything else. When she heard that Go Qian was still alive, Fan Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually focused. It's all my fault. She began to hate herself a little. If he had just been a little tougher before, perhaps Go Qian could have been prevented from getting hurt. Lizhan didn't understand what Fan Xiaoxiao said. He had a bad temper and naturally didn't know how to comfort others. I can only keep on going. The device that is being developed day by day is very suitable for use in this city with tall buildings. In addition, due to years of operation, cables are connected to many high-rise buildings, which allows them to travel quickly above the city. It didn't take too long. Lizhan brought Fan Xiaoxiao to their new base. City Center. In a leaning, dangerous building. This dangerous building has more than 40 floors. It has survived until now and has not collapsed because of the support of the two nearby buildings. There was no one to give guidance in this dangerous building. Even if the green snakes searched the entire city, it would not have thought that their new base would be here. My mother. After arriving at the stronghold, Fan Xiaoxiao lowered her head and asked Lai Shan beside her in a low voice. She was extremely anxious at the moment, but her cowardly character prevented her from showing it in front of outsiders. They should arrive earlier than us. Lizhan said this and took Fan Xiaoxiao directly into the base from the rooftop. The items in this stronghold are placed in a messy manner and lack the breath of life. However, at this moment, Fan Xiaoxiao's whole heart was on Go Qian, and she had no time to observe these things. He is being treated, but he lost too much blood. Soon Lizhan found the member of jury who brought Go Qian back. However, after saying this, the sun-chasing member shook his head. He was shot in the abdomen and lost too much blood, so they just provide medical care every day. Even if he could survive now, the subsequent recovery process would be extremely difficult, and he might fall into critical condition again at any time due to wound infection or high fever caused by the wound. Therefore, he was not optimistic about whether Go Qian could survive. I have blood. Use my blood. Upon hearing that her mother had lost too much blood, Fan Xiaoxiao spoke up immediately. The Sunchaser member was stunned for a moment, and then after reacting, he patted Fan Xiaoxiao on the shoulder. Don't worry, everything will be fine. We still have blood every day. The process of waiting for treatment is long. Fan Xiaoxiao deeply realized this at this time. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched. She just stared blankly at the door of the emergency room. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened. Fan Xiaoxiao immediately looked inside. At this moment, she wanted to get the result, but was also afraid to get it. After the door of the emergency room opened, a hideous-looking demon walked out. After walking out of the door, the demon glanced at the two people beside her, and finally his eyes fell on her. Feel sorry. Following his whisper, Fan Xiaoxiao felt as if her soul was frozen at this moment. The whole person was stunned. Isn't it okay, Chief? Seeing this, Lizhan frowned and asked, I missed the best time for rescue. Although I am still breathing. Yinan shook his head. Fan Xiaoxiao, who had been in despair, gradually regained her light in her eyes after hearing Yinan's words. She looked at Yinan in front of her, and then knelt down directly. Please, please, save my mother. As long as I can cure my mother, I'll do anything. Feel sorry. Yinan opened his mouth and finally said only this. Go in and see your mother for the last time. Yinan said this, sighed, and moved aside to make way for Fan Xiaoxiao. Tears kept falling from Fan Xiaoxiao's eyes. After a long time, she wiped the tears from her face, stood up, and walked towards the emergency room. Go Qian lay pale on the bed in the emergency room. The whole person seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Feeling Go Qian's increasingly weak breathing, Fan Xiaoxiao's tears, which had originally stopped, began to fall again. An emotion that had never appeared before appeared in her heart, and then grew rapidly. If there were no green snakes... Hearing the crying sound inside, Yinan showed a look of guilt on his face. However, this trace of guilt was quickly suppressed by him. He looked towards Lizhan. Lai Shan knew what he wanted to ask and said, the trap set in advance exploded, but it is estimated that it will not cause much damage to the green snake. They are very cautious. When I came back, I had already asked the brothers in other areas to evacuate. Lu Chong, who brought Go Qian back, said, but if that happens, those scavengers who come to us for help will probably... Send some people to monitor these locations and save as many as possible. After a while, the green snakes will definitely wipe out these scavengers who don't join them. Lu Chang nodded when he heard this. Then he quickly turned and left. How is the research on the new genetic medicine going? Recently, many brothers have been injured in the pursuit of hunting more mutant creatures. If we continue like this, we will definitely not have enough medical supplies. It's almost there. The mortality rate when used on those experimental organisms has dropped below 60%. But that's not a human after all. Lies on side. If Enan was willing to try it on human bodies, perhaps a mature genetic drug would have been developed by now. Didn't we give some away before? Without detailed data, what's the use? The old people in the camp are all willing to contribute to Juri's future. Should Enan hesitate any longer? When Enan heard this, a struggle flashed in his eyes. Wait until the death rate drops a bit. Just as he finished saying this, the emergency room behind him was suddenly opened from the inside. As long as I inject the genetic drug, I can become stronger, right? Fan Xiaoxiao's eyes, which were a little red from crying, stared at Enan's eyes. Yes, but not yet. Use me as an experiment. Before Enan could finish, Fan Xiaoxiao interrupted. At this moment, Enan saw determination in her eyes. The other party seemed to have undergone a transformation in that short period of time. But, no, Enan spoke in a firm tone. Fan Xiaoxiao just looked at Enan and didn't say anything else. After a long time, Enan seemed to understand Fan Xiaoxiao's determination. After struggling for a while, he nodded. Okay, but you have to listen to me and don't do anything rash. Quick, medical staff. In the maintenance department, Tang Ming, who came out to have dinner, frowned as he watched the wounded being carried to the upper floors one by one. I heard it was done by the Sunchaser. Qi Ning saw Tang Ming was confused and explained. Chapter 112. So-called welfare. Don't leave yet. Seeing Tang Ming finish his meal and was about to leave, Qi Ning hurriedly stopped him. Do you have any new movies? Tang Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard this and quickly sat back in his seat. Yes, there is, Qi Ning said, and then reacted. I'm not telling you this. The person who brought you here should have told us technicians that we have special benefits, right? This, I heard Fong mention it to me. Tang Ming nodded, and then his eyes lit up. So, this benefit is... Qi Ning was silent for a moment, then said, although I don't know what you were thinking, it is definitely not what you think. TSK. It's not true. Tang Ming sighed, his face full of disappointment towards the green snake. Okay, although it's not that kind, it's also good stuff. Qi Ning said this, stood up from his seat, and then waved his hand, signaling Tang Ming to follow him. Soon the two of them walked to the back of the cafeteria. After arriving here, Tang Ming discovered that there were a lot more people here than outside. There are not only people from the maintenance department, but also medical staff and higher-level staff. At this time, these people were holding a small bowl in their hands and seemed to be drinking something. This is... Tang Ming was puzzled. It was obvious that this was the benefit Qi Ning mentioned. There is always some radiation in our bodies to a greater or lesser extent. Qi Ning took Tang Ming to an empty seat and sat down, then began to explain. Severe cases can directly cause some cells to mutate, which you should also know. Want to be okay as long as we don't expose ourselves to the sun too often? Tang Ming also knew about the radiation contained in sunlight. Yes, but that's not right. Although it won't affect us in the short term, over time it will lead to a shortened lifespan and various diseases. Also, the probability of deformity in the newborn baby will be greatly increased due to the radiation in both parents' bodies. When Qi Ning said this, a waiter had already brought over 2 bowls of grayish-white sticky substance. After hearing his words, Tang Ming roughly understood what the other party meant by welfare. You mean this paste can remove the radiation in our bodies? After Tang Ming finished speaking, he looked at Ho Hu in front of him. Why do I feel that this thing is a bit like wall putty? Hearing what you said, it's true. This plaster will become hard when it gets cold, just like stone. Okay, you should eat it quickly before it gets cold and is wasted. When Qi Ning said this, he began to eat impatiently. It feels like it's really delicious. Tang Ming didn't dare to eat the strange thing given by the green snake. While Qi Ning was paying attention, all of his attention was focused on the ash paste in his hand. Tang Ming moved the backpack on his back to the front, and then quickly poured the ash paste in his bowl into it. He was going to go back to his room and use identification tools to see what this thing was. Everyone only gets this much every day. It would be nice if we could have a little more. After Qi Ning finished eating the ash paste in the bowl, He looked at Tang Ming and found that Tang Ming had also finished eating it, so he asked, "How do you feel? Do you feel like your body has become lighter after eating?" "There is indeed one thing. That is, it feels too little, and it's gone before I can even taste it." Tang Ming nodded confidently. "Yeah, I think so too, but unfortunately, I don't know what this thing is made of, otherwise I would definitely give myself a snack every day." Qin Ning shook his head, feeling it was a pity. "You don't know either?" Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. He thought Qin Ning would know something. "It's a secret of the camp. I heard that only a few high-ranking officials know the formula." The two chatted and then returned to their own rooms. "Let me see what this is." Returned to the room. Tang Ming also took out all the ash paste he had just put into his backpack. The backpack of the Doomsday Preparer was not fresh, and the gray paste had hardened a bit at this moment. Seeing this, Tang Ming took out the identification tools and started the identification. Name: Stone Powder. Value: 1.2 kilograms of low-quality food. Description: a powder made from edible stones, which has a certain hallucinogenic effect. Long-term use can make the human body produce a special adaptability. Special adaptability. Tang Ming looked at the results of the identification and frowned. At first glance, there seemed to be a problem, but after thinking about it carefully, there didn't seem to be any big problems. This special adaptability may be adaptation to radiation, but it's hallucinogenic. Tang Ming looked at the stone powder in his hand. There was no way he could eat this thing, because in his memory, anything that has something to do with the word hallucinogenic is basically not a good thing. Finish the stone powder business. He took out the hacker computer and checked the surveillance footage from today. "I want to see how Jury fights with the green snake. Isn't there any surveillance installed there?" Tang Ming searched for a long time before he found a camera that captured part of the footage. It was quite far away, and all I saw was a building collapsing, followed by many mutant creatures around, attracted by the sound. I don't know what happened next. Not much can be seen from this brief video, but combined with the fact that the green snake was obviously at a disadvantage this time, it is not difficult to guess the general process. Zhu Ri wants to engage in a guerrilla war with the green snake. Tang Ming frowned. In his opinion, Zhu Ri didn't have much chance of winning. Unless they could research a truly mature genetic medicine, they would have a slight chance of winning. After all, no matter how strong they are, they're still within the scope of living creatures. The Legion leaders of the Green Snake have already shown signs of breaking away from ordinary creatures. Turn off the monitoring and see that there is still plenty of time. Let's check on the employees' work. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately opened the games that would be put into Survivor one by one. First up is the Thief Simulator. You've collected so many things? In the picture, Chunbin dumped a cart of wooden planks on the ground, and in front of him, various materials had piled up into a small hill. It will take another day to cool down, and we can go in and harvest the vegetables tomorrow. Looking at this number, the mission should be completed. Let me think about a reward. Give him a wooden spear and turn him into a militiaman to increase his physical fitness. Then I'll be more powerful when I go to other worlds to carry bricks. By the way, speaking of wooden spears, Tang Ming remembered the iron sword he had asked the militia to make before. This was a good thing that would allow him to change his job to a swordsman. It's been a day. The iron sword should be ready by now. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately took out the card, and it was exactly as he thought. Several materials have been synthesized. Holding it in his hand, a progress bar of his job change suddenly appeared above his head. Chapter 113 is gone. The attributes of the swordsman are Attack 3, Speed 2, and Health 7. According to the previous rules, his strength can be increased to that of an adult, and his endurance can also be slightly improved. As for speed, Militia didn't add any, but it probably made him faster when fencing. A man like the wind. Tang Ming muttered to himself, feeling that it was quite exciting. The job change will take some time, so let's put this matter aside for now. It won't be too late to test it after the job change is completed. Return your eyes to the screen. After more than a year of experience as a thief, Chunbin can be said to have deeply grasped the essence of this world. The screen on the computer moves as his game character moves, and one can see that there are only a few intact houses left in the town. Except for those that could not be picked up, everything else had been moved back to the base by Chunbin. This frugal character is like me. Tang Ming was naturally very satisfied with this. Chunbin has even thought about the next game he will play. That's Doomsday Preparation. The neighbors had thrown their unwanted things everywhere, so it was a good opportunity for Chunbin to help them pick them up. Tang Ming sneered. Dare to play tricks on him? Good mouth. After making sure there was no problem with Chunbin, it was time to stack the world. Because there are monster attacks every 6 days, the two people in the stacked world are relatively diligent. After such a long time, a group of more than 20 people has developed. As long as they are alive, they are generating income for themselves. You don't have to worry about these two people for a short period of time. Fishing Master. Are you sunbathing? The corners of Tang Ming's mouth twitched. Sure enough, these two people didn't take his words to heart. It seems like you two are the negative examples. Tang Ming kept this matter in mind. After inspecting the work of the employees in the 3 games, Tang Ming took out the hard drive borrowed from Qin Ning and continued to search for possible games. This hard drive is a bit large, and it is impossible to check it all in a short period of time, so this is obviously a long-term task. But what Tang Ming lacks the least is perseverance. He would not miss any video. After all, if there was a video game of that kind, he would be at a great loss if he missed it. As expected of a heavy taste, this is too weird. How weird? No, it's too weird. I won't watch it anymore. Well, take another look. Just 100 million. Next day. Huang Ming, what are you doing? Can't sleep well? Qin Ning, who lived just opposite and opened the door with Tang Ming, saw that Tang Ming's face turned pale and his eyebrows slightly frowned, and asked, "It's okay, but I've never slept on such a soft bed before." Tang Ming, who had stayed up all night, was telling lies with his eyes open. "I see. You'll get used to it." Qin Ning smiled when he heard this, then walked over and patted Tang Ming on the shoulder. "Let's go have breakfast, and then we'll go get today's mission. I'll tell you about the work on the way. Wait for me a moment. I'm going to the bathroom." Tang Ming glanced at the progress bar above his head, which was about to be full in a while, said this, and walked towards the public toilet in the dormitory. "I plan to leave with Qin Ning after I change jobs. After completing the job change, he will have an extra weapon in his hand. If Qin Ning sees this, his infiltration will be declared a failure." The reason why he didn't wait for the job transfer bonus in the room was that he didn't want to attract too much attention. After all, if someone calls you and you don't go out, it will arouse suspicion. But it's different when going to the toilet. If you squat for half an hour, people who don't know the truth will just think you are constipated. So Tang Ming squatted in the toilet for more than 40 minutes with a clear conscience before coming out. "Do you need to go upstairs to get some medicine?" Seeing Tang Ming coming out, Qin Ning did not show any impatience on his face. Instead, he asked with some concern. However, as soon as he asked this question, he realized that something seemed wrong. Because of the successful job change, Tang Ming's current physical condition has been refreshed. In addition, the muscles on the body also become more symmetrical. So at first glance, it gives people a brand new feeling. This. Qin Ning looked at Tang Ming in confusion, and then looked at the toilet behind Tang Ming. After thinking for a while, he said, "I've been waiting for you for so long, and I'm starting to feel something. Wait for me." After saying that, he rushed into the toilet without waiting for Tang Ming's reaction. Tang Ming came back to his senses from the exhilarating feeling of his power surge, looked towards the closed toilet, and scratched his head. What did he misunderstand? 10 minutes later, Tang Ming came to the cafeteria with Qin Ning, who was frowning and wondering what was wrong with his toilet posture. After a simple breakfast, Qin Ning finally got over the incident. This is attributed to the fact that everyone has a different physique. Tang Ming might be the type of person who looks more handsome after using the toilet. Let's go to Kaze first. We need to complete the task quota every day from him. The work isn't too much. As long as you don't get lazy, you can finish it in one day. If you finish it quickly, you can have more time to repair other things. You can use these items that are not repaired within the quota yourself, or you can hand them over to the camp. You can get work points by handing them over to the camp. Work points can be regarded as currency in the camp, and you can use them to buy things you want. If there is no item in the camp, or if you cannot buy it, you can also ask the soldiers to help you find it while they're on duty outside. However, I recently heard that the Legion commanders seem to be preparing to create a new currency. Work points will become an internal currency that can be exchanged for precious items. If you can earn more during this period, then earn as much as you can. When Qin Ning was telling Tang Ming these things, he had already brought Tang Ming to the auto repair shop where Kuze was. Many people have already received their work quotas for today and left with their carts. Because Tang Ming was delayed for more than 40 minutes, they were the last batch. "Qin Ning, why did you come so late today?" Kuze took control of his leadership and asked Qin Ning with a frown. He really likes the feeling of blaming his subordinates. "My stomach was a little uncomfortable, so I was delayed a little longer." Although Qin Ning cursed Kuze behind his back, he still smiled in front of him. "Talk to him about the work that needs to be done today. You have 2 people there now, so the work is supposed to be doubled." However, I see that Huang Ming is a newcomer, so let's add 70%. Kuze glanced at Tang Ming out of the corner of his eye, who was looking around the room and completely ignoring him, and felt a little unhappy. I felt that Tang Ming was too rude and planned to teach him a lesson. This. Qin Ning's face looked a little unhappy, but he still nodded and agreed. In fact, new employees should not be assigned any work during the first 3 days after entering the maintenance department, but should be learning instead. It is very obvious that this old dog wants to suppress Tang Ming. But there is no way, as long as it is not too excessive. Kuze has the final say in the maintenance department. Qin Ning put the items that needed repair today, looked at Tang Ming who was wandering around the auto repair room, and said, "Let's go. We have a lot of work to do today. If we don't hurry up, we might have to work overtime today." "Oh, here it comes." Hearing this, Tang Ming wiped the oil off his hands calmly, and then followed Qin Ning out. Seeing the two people leaving, Kuze raised his lips in a smug smile. "When you fail to complete your work, you will learn to respect the elderly." After saying this, he turned around and prepared to start today's work. Every day there are locomotives that need his maintenance. Although he has apprentices to help, he still needs to do some core structures himself. He is not confident in handing these over to his apprentices. I remember the wrench was placed here. Why is the jack gone too? Running out of screws and nuts. Where are the new clothes I just bought with my work points? Kuze looked at the much emptier car repair shop with a confused look on his face. It was still there before? He also saw someone taking it. Is there such a thing? Chapter 114 Inspection. Routine inspection. A large number of items have been stolen from the auto repair shop. Please cooperate. When Tang Ming and his team just returned to the electronics maintenance room, 2 soldiers walked in and spoke to them. "Is there anyone who steals things from the Green Snake? What was stolen? Have you found any clues?" When Tang Ming heard this, a look of confusion appeared on his face. "There are unwanted things everywhere on the ground. Why would anyone steal them? If you just pick them up everywhere, won't you have everything? Some spare parts and tools. There are quite a lot of things," said the soldier who was checking. The other soldier did not stop searching while he was speaking. The electronics repair room was very small, so he finished searching it quickly. Nothing unusual. The searching soldier shook his head. "It would be strange if we could find anything. After that, if nothing is found, someone will go to the dormitory to search. I'm telling you in advance." Before leaving, the soldier who spoke reminded, "Search as you like." Tang Ming waved his hand. As the saying goes, a man of integrity has nothing to fear. He didn't steal anything, he just picked up some unwanted trash. What was there to be afraid of? However, when Qin Ning heard the news, his face instantly turned ugly. However, nothing was said. He just watched quietly as the backs of the 2 soldiers disappeared in front of him, and then his whole body seemed to have lost all strength and collapsed. "It's over. It's over." Qin Ning kept muttering to himself. He had collected a lot of treasures. If they were discovered by others, he would immediately die socially in Green Snake. "What's wrong?" Tang Ming frowned slightly when he saw Qin Ning's distraught look. "I feel like I accidentally hurt a friendly force this time." "Nothing." Qin Ning forced a smile. After saying this, he threw himself into his work somewhat absent-mindedly. He temporarily put aside the idea of teaching Tang Ming how to repair electronic equipment. Seeing him like this, Tang Ming was curious and controlled his ant clone to go to his room and take a look. Good guy. A person of temperament. Tang Ming withdrew his consciousness from the ant clone and gave Qin Ning an apologetic look. But after a few social setbacks, one gets used to it. After watching Qin Ning's maintenance process and understanding the general principles, Tang Ming also put his hands into the work. As for himself, he continued to watch the drama. Qin Ning, who was in a distracted state, put down a repaired electronic board in his hand and reached out to pick up a new one. However, he touched nothing. This brought him back to his senses, and he looked at the trailer containing the items that needed repair today. Has it been completed? He stared at the empty trailer in shock. Then I looked at the clock and thought a long time had passed. However, in reality, only 2 hours had passed since they returned from Kuze. He looked at the circuit boards he had repaired, and then seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly. There's something really dirty. What's the dirt? Hearing the sound coming from his side, Tang Ming looked over here in confusion. What we're going to fix today? Qin Ning answered the question, but when he saw the situation on Tang Ming's side, he paused. Because at this moment he thought that all the stolen things were actually with Tang Ming. You repaired all these? Qin Ning walked to Tang Ming's work desk with a confused look on his face. Looking at the various parts piled together on the table, which looked like they had just been produced, I felt a little confused. Tang Ming just felt it was boring. After all, he didn't feel involved at all. So I asked back, when will the new things usually be delivered? After lunch, Qi Ning replied and began to check the parts that Tang Ming had repaired. The more I checked, the more frightened I became. This doesn't look like it was repaired at all, but rather like it was remade. There's no problem with the functions. How did you do it? After Qi Ning checked all the parts, he looked up at Tang Ming. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Since he was a bit bored, Tang Ming simply took a damaged electric drill from the shelf nearby. Qi Ning is very familiar with everything here. Although this electric drill can be used, it often crashes. Because it is too difficult to use, it has been left here. You'll see, Tang Ming reminded. After he changed his job to a swordsman, his speed doubled. This double speed was not only reflected in his attack speed, but also in his actions. For example, repair items. After he reminded Qi Ning, his hands began to move quickly. Soon a brand new electric drill appeared in his hands. Is that it ready? Qi Ning looked confused. Tang Ming's movements were fast, but not so fast that there would be any afterimages. But how is this fixed? Is this magic? This must be magic. For an outsider, seeing Tang Ming being able to fix things so quickly would only make them feel very cool. But to insiders, it is completely incomprehensible. He knew what Tang Ming wanted to do with each of his movements, but why was it so hard to understand when they were put together? Can you go slower? Qi Ning looked at Tang Ming and asked. His eyes were full of thirst for knowledge at this moment. As for social death or something like that, isn't it social death yet? I'll try my best. Although he said this, his actual speed did not slow down much. After all, his hands have a mind of their own. When their eyes met, Tang Ming showed an awkward smile. It's already muscle memory. There's nothing I can do about it. Forget it. I don't think my brain can learn it. Qi Ning shook his head. Every step of Tang Ming's repair seemed quite simple. But I just can't understand it. I just can't understand it. He did not force it. After all, everyone's physique is different. It is said that genius is 1% talent plus 99% hard work. But the reality is, no matter how little talent you have, your 99% hard work is nothing. Qi Ning was more open-minded. With Tang Ming as his right-hand man, he now had a lot of free time every day to earn work points. Thinking of this, he also reminded Tang Ming, if you have time, do more repairs. You only have a few days to earn work points. It will be difficult to earn work points after you miss this period. Tang Ming naturally did not refuse this. He was also planning to earn more work points. Anyway, he doesn't have to think about repairing these things. He can just do it with his hands, so it would be a waste not to earn these work points. However, before Tang Ming had done much repairing, an acquaintance found him. Haven't seen you for a long time. Sun Sheng walked into the maintenance room and waved to Tang Ming. Chapter 115, a new game is here. Not long. When Tang Ming saw that it was Sun Sheng, he put down his work and calmly closed the video playing on the computer. Then he stood up and greeted him. I forgot to ask your name before. After I came back, I heard someone tell me that your name is Huang Ming. Sun Sheng showed a hearty smile on his face. No matter how you look at it, Tang Ming was his savior, so he was naturally happy to see him again. However, this time he didn't come here specifically to see Tang Ming, but he had something to bother him with. I saw that there were several men following behind him. They were holding several bags in their hands. While Sun Sheng and Tang Ming were talking, the soldiers had already placed the things in front of Qi Ning. Qi Ning was familiar with the situation and knew that Sun Sheng had come to entrust him to repair a specific item. Generally speaking, the work points that can be obtained from such tasks are very considerable. Seeing this, he directly opened a cloth bag and found that it was filled with infrared sensors. Help us figure out how to do it. We want to deploy some on the sidelines to reduce some of the pressure on our personnel. A soldier spoke his thoughts. I've never done this before. Let me take a look first. Qi Ning nodded when he heard this, put down the things he was repairing, and began to study these infrared sensors. However, seeing that he was frowning and thinking, it might not be easy to deal with. Sun Sheng came back this time to replenish supplies, and after replenishing they needed to return to the sideline immediately. So time was very tight, and after exchanging a few words with Tang Ming, he took his people and left. However, before leaving, he left a number plate with B142 written on it for Tang Ming. He said it was the location of the motorcycle he had repaired before. In addition, there is a certain amount of gasoline subsidy every month. This subsidy was obtained by Sun Sheng on behalf of Tang Ming. In addition, If he does not want to drive the motorcycle, he can rent it to the camp, and work points will be deposited into his account as rent every month. Huang Ming, come and take a look. Do you know how to do this? After everyone left, Qi Ning went directly to Tang Ming for help. After seeing Tang Ming's maintenance ability, he subconsciously thought that Tang Ming could do everything. It will probably take a day to figure it out. Tang Ming took a look at the infrared sensors. After he materialized his hacking skills tonight, this thing would only work if he had hands. One day? Then come on, I'll pick up some broken ones and fix them, and then you can have some soup. Qi Ning said this and began to check which of these infrared sensors could not light up normally. I'm going out for a while. Tang Ming shook the license plate in his hand and was about to leave when he seemed to think of something and stopped and said, "Don't touch the contents of those hard drives yet. Leave them for me. I want to see if there's anything interesting there." He planned to take this opportunity to take a good look at the Green Snake camp. Although I have been here before, that was in stealth mode, which is obviously different from a visit in open court. No problem. After Qi Ning finished speaking, he glanced at the license plate in Tang Ming's hand, then lowered his head and worked harder. He also wants to be a car owner. After becoming a technician, Tang Ming had a smooth journey in the Green Snake camp. Except for some special places you can't go to. He can go wherever he wants to go. He first went to Exit A, took a look at his motorcycle, and rented it out, earning 100 work points per month. Tank. When Tang Ming was about to leave, he found that in addition to some ordinary vehicles, there were actually several tanks parked here. These tanks look a bit old. However, the shelf life of military products is generally much longer than that of civilian products. So Tang Ming had no doubt whether these tanks could still be used. There are also anti-aircraft vehicles and mortars. Green Snake has looted a military base. Seeing this scene, Tang Ming remained pessimistic about Jury's chances of winning. He withdrew his gaze and decided to let the Green Snake keep these things for the time being and come back to get them later. Thinking of this, Tang Ming returned to the subway station. I checked the construction of the buildings in the passage. Most of the people who did these things were scavengers who joined later or survivors from other camps. The original people in the Green Snake camp were only responsible for supervision. Among these people, Tang Ming also saw old Yudo. Because he has some skills, Lao Yudo's job is much easier than others. Tang Ming did not go to say hello. After getting a general understanding of the camp situation, he went to Exit C to take another look. This is where the Green Snake soldiers usually train. However, training is usually in the morning, and there are hardly any people here now. That's Chen Yang and the others. Just when Tang Ming was about to leave, he saw Chen Yang, who seemed to have just finished training, walk in. In addition to Chen Yang, the other 9 people picked out by Fong were also there. There are also some that Tang Ming has never seen before. There are 50 people in total. They should all be Reserve Legion commanders selected by Green Snake. Huang Ming, Chen Yang, feeling exhausted, was stunned when he saw Tang Ming appearing here. I remembered what the other party said when I challenged him before. The other party had the ability to defeat me, but he was only doing me a favor. Thinking of this, Chen Yang immediately perked up a little. While extending his hand to say hello, he also quickly walked to Tang Ming's side. After a few pleasantries, he asked about Tang Ming's recent situation. After learning that Tang Ming is now working in the maintenance department, he nodded. A capable person like you, Brother Huang, can really thrive anywhere. Having said this, he glanced around and saw that no one was looking at him. Then he lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Brother Huang, you came to me this time because of what I mentioned before, right? Why? Did you hear something about the food?" Tang Ming just wanted to take a look around, and he didn't expect to get unexpected gains. It's not clear exactly, but most of the Green Snake's food comes from the east. Usually, it is transported back through the subway tunnel. But when we asked the soldiers who were transporting the food, they all said they were only responsible for transporting the goods and had no idea where the food came from. But you don't have to worry too much. When I become the leader of the Green Snake Army, I will know this secret naturally. At that time, I will certainly not treat you, Brother Huang Ming, unfairly. When Chen Yang said this, he patted Tang Ming on the shoulder, as if to give him a reassurance. East again? Tang Ming muttered something and said goodbye to Chen Yang with a smile. Then back to the maintenance department. Today's goods have been delivered. I'll put them all on the table over there. Qi Ning spoke when he saw Tang Ming coming back. Hearing this, Tang Ming looked over there. I found that many of the hard drives Green Snake found today were usable. He immediately walked over and started thrusting to check. Fracture Simulator. Full Moon Night. Soon these two games came into Tang Ming's sight. Chapter 116 New Card Game. Fracture Simulator. A simulation of a fracture? Looking at the name of the game, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. I feel like I must be sick to enter this game. However, in line with the principle of better to make a mistake than to let it go, he still opened the Fracture Simulator and played it for a while. Then I found out that this is actually a skateboard simulator. As for why the word fracture is in the name of the game, crack! Tang Ming made a mistake in operation and the character in the game was hit hard in the crotch. At the same time, the game's perspective screen appeared, telling you where you were injured and how serious the injury was. Hiss! Tang Ming took a breath of cold air. This just looked painful. To be honest, he didn't want to play this game anymore. However, the background of this game is a modern city and there are many wild cars of all kinds on the road. By entering this game, he estimated that he would be able to drive freely and watch Night of the Full Moon. Judging from the name, it seems to be related to wolves. It may be a Western fantasy game. Tang Ming opened the game. Then the weird BGM sounded. Lines of text appear. Little Red Riding Hood has been dependent on her grandmother since she was a child. But unfortunately, one day, my grandmother mysteriously disappeared. According to the results of the guard's investigation, their final clues all stopped at the Black Forest. In order to find her only relative, Little Red Riding Hood went to the Black Forest alone. Isn't this the story of Grandma Wolf? Although the plot was changed later on, Tang Ming could still tell at a glance that this was a modification made by Grandma Wolf. Game entry. Choose a career. After taking a look, Tang Ming directly chose the female knight. The game introduces this to you with the lowest difficulty. Card game. When Tang Ming entered the game interface and saw the cards appearing in front of him, his eyes lit up. He likes this. The card game stacking world gave him a lot of good things. I wonder what else is in this game. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately started to play. The profession he chose was a female knight, and his skill was that he could upgrade his card every 5 times. There are 7 cards in the initial backpack, and the types of cards seem to be divided into several types. He currently has 3 of these in his backpack. Dagger. Category. Equipment card. Effect. Every 2 cards used to attack an area cause 1 point of damage. Normal attack. X3. Star rating. Category. Attack card. Effect. Deals a little damage. Normal attack. X2. Star rating. Category. Attack card. Effect. Deal 3 points of damage. Execution. Cost. A little action. Category. Action cards. Effect. Causes 2 points of damage. If the enemy's health is below 30%, cause 10 times the damage. There should be some magical type. If so, Tang Ming would feel very awesome. A card is thrown. The fire is extinguished. I continued playing without hesitation. Then I found that the types of cards in this game can be divided into several genres. Can form different card groups. Some rely on equipment. Some also rely on magic. But what Tang Ming likes most is the shield armor style. In this game, as long as your armor is high enough, the enemy can't hurt you. Therefore, only if you stack the armor high enough, the enemy will not be able to break your defense. If it can't break your defense, you can use a knife to kill the boss piece by piece. Although it feels great to kill someone in 1 second, Tang Ming prefers this method of torturing the enemy to death 1 blow at a time. Huang Ming, let's go eat. Just when Tang Ming was about to learn more about the game, Qi Ning's voice pulled him back to reality from the game. It was only then that he realized that he had been playing for the entire afternoon, and it was already evening. Wait me a moment. Seeing this, Tang Ming quickly copied the game into the USB drive. Followed Qi Ning into the cafeteria. After a simple meal, he said goodbye and went straight back to his room. Pull out the hacker notebook. After installing the 2 games he had just obtained today through the USB flash drive, Tang Ming directly opened the Full Moon Night. After thinking for a moment, I chose to enter the game directly. Everything went dark. When his vision returned, he had already appeared outside the dark forest mentioned in the game. At the same time, 4 options appeared in front of him. Female Knight. Introduction. Little Red Riding Hood, who lived with her grandmother, was often bullied by boys, which did not bring her any childhood memories. At the same time, she also learned to use her brain and fist to survive. Everyone who met her would see her ability to resolve troubles through brute force or words. Of course, most of the time it's the former. For the safety of the town, the captain of the guard appointed Little Red Riding Hood to the position of patrol knight. Difficulty. Ranger. Introduction. Little Red Riding Hood is the only girl who dares to follow the hunter into the forest. Over time, Little Red Riding Hood becomes more agile. The gold coins she earned from her prey accumulated more and more. Maybe one day, she could realize her dream of buying a big house for her grandmother, so that they would no longer have to suffer from hunger and cold. Getting started. Little Witch. Introduce. Although studying black magic is strictly prohibited in the town, Little Red Riding Hood's curiosity cannot be suppressed. What is even more unexpected is that the witch has great patience in guiding Little Red Riding Hood. In order to change people's prejudice against black magic, Little Red Riding Hood has been making efforts silently, such as using magic to make fire to bring warmth to the poor and freezing ferocious beasts to reduce casualties. Getting started. None. Introduction. The kind-hearted Little Red Riding Hood doesn't want to solve problems with violence, even if it means she has hurt her enemies. Under the priest's guidance, she learned piety and prayer and gained healing powers. It is more difficult to heal the wounds of the heart than to heal the pain of the body. This is Little Red Riding Hood's motto, and perhaps the reason why she is more considerate than others. Getting started. There are 4 professions that you can choose at the beginning, and different professions have different card abilities. This can be seen from the character's introduction. After taking a look, Tang Ming directly chose the female knight. It's not that other professions are not good, but the female knight's armor style is what he wants most now. To be honest, he couldn't feel safe because he couldn't withstand the mushroom bombs. Select done. Then information about the rewards of this game emerged in Tang Ming's mind. The cards you get can be taken directly out of the game. After clearing the game, you can get special rewards, professional skills, blessings, bonuses, etc. The mission of this game is very simple. There is nothing much to say. After reading it, Tang Ming turned his attention to the 3 intersections in front of him. The intersection was dark and eerie, but when one looked out, one could vaguely see what was happening at the bottom of the intersection. There is a witch-like figure on the left and a big bat on the right. There is a treasure chest in the middle. Chapter 1, 17 Playing Cards. So lucky. Looking at the box at the middle intersection, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. This is a special event in the game. You can get a random card by opening the box. He walked over without hesitation. To turn it on, the worn wooden box made a creaking sound when it was opened. A card at the bottom also appeared in Tang Ming's eyes. Bowler Shield. Level. Type. Equipment card. Description. Gain 3 armor at the start of the turn. Hiss. When Tang Ming saw the card inside, he took a breath of cold air. What happened today? Why am I so lucky? Although his luck in playing games before was not too bad, it was not to the extent that everything he wished for came true. Just when I said I wanted to play with a shield, this shield was given to me. Even Tang Ming himself found it outrageous. Maybe this game thinks I'm too handsome? Tang Ming could only make this guess. The female knight's skills can upgrade the card level. However, only one card can be upgraded at a time, and there is a cooldown period, which requires 5 battles to cool down. Tang Ming upgraded the round shield to 2 stars without hesitation, which can now provide him with 3 points of armor per round. The upgrade is complete. Put away the buck shield. He looked at the 3 new forks. The left and right sides are still weird, only the middle is not. It is a small elf that is only the size of a palm. Seeing this little elf, Tang Ming fell silent. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. This elf can bless people. There are several types. For example, increasing action power, mana, and health. In addition, there are some special blessings. You won't give me another equipment slot. The equipment cards of Full Moon Night can only be equipped after using the corresponding cards in battle to enjoy the effects of the equipment. But if you get an equipment slot, you can directly specify an equipment card to equip, which means that the equipment will take effect when the battle starts. While Tang Ming was thinking this, he had already walked in front of the elf. Then 3 options appeared before him. Really? Seeing the middle option, Tang Ming fell silent. He hasn't started cheating yet. It's a little bit outrageous. Tang Ming felt that his luck today was a little outrageous, as if he was playing a game with his life. It made him happy and scared, afraid of dying suddenly. Selecting the equipment slot and choosing round shield as the initial equipment, Tang Ming looked towards the newly appeared intersection. This time the good luck did not continue. 2 monsters in a tavern. The name of the tavern is Forget Your Worries Tavern, and in it you can choose to delete all the cards. Cards can be taken out of the game, and since he doesn't have a brain drain, it's impossible for him to delete the cards he's already obtained. So just pass it. Let's fight monsters. The monsters in the early stages of the game are relatively weak, so Tang Ming has nothing to be afraid of. Walk directly towards the old witch among the 2 monsters. The witch was holding a pocket watch in her hand, shaking it constantly. Enter the dream. When she saw Tang Ming coming over, she pointed her pocket watch directly at Tang Ming, as if she wanted to hypnotize him. And after entering combat state, 2 cards also appeared out of thin air in Tang Ming's hand. These are 2 2-star normal attacks. In addition, there was a flash of white light on the surface of his body. This is the effect of round shield increasing armor by 3 points at the beginning of each round of combat. Is it similar to when we were playing games? Tang Ming took a look at the 2 cards that suddenly appeared in front of him. In the game, the cards you hold will be randomly drawn into your hand, and after the cards are drawn, the deck will be refreshed. I just don't know what kind of effect it will have when I materialize this card into reality. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and threw out 2 cards. Suddenly, 2 sword lights appeared out of thin air. Swish! Swish! Almost at the moment of its creation, it had already slashed at the hypnotist. -3. -3. The opponent's health is only 6 points. His 2 attacks immediately cleared his health points. Who can be sure that what we are experiencing now is not a dream? After the hypnotist fell to the ground, there was a look of unwillingness in her eyes. She looked at Tang Ming and asked in a vicious tone, "How to wake up? Who is the dreamer?" Ignore him. At the same time, 3 options appeared in front of Tang Ming. When he was playing the game before, he chose the first one, how to wake up, but the old which directly robbed him of 2 gold coins. So this time he chose to ignore it and even kicked him twice, as a punishment for the other party who had cheated him out of 2 gold coins. Battle ends. Courage +2. Experience +1. Gold +3. Character status. HP. 80/80ths. Action 4. Mana. 0. Level. LV1 1/2. Courage. 2. Reputation. 0. Cards. 10. As your level increases, you can get rewards such as increasing the upper limit of the number of cards in your hand or upgrading cards. If you meet certain requirements for courage and fame, you can also get rewards. In addition, he had 2 new cards. A 2-star normal attack that can cause 3 points of damage, and a card called Piercing Attack. Piercing Attack. Level. Type. Attack card. Description. For every 4 points of armor you have, you will get an additional point of damage. This card is quite suitable for his shield flow. But where did these 2 cards come from? Tang Ming felt a little confused. He didn't do anything. There are 2 more cards. Wild creatures can't grow legs and run into their own decks, right? Tang Ming couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. His eyes fell on his own health points of 80. The basic health value in the game is 20 points, and his 80 points are probably related to his own physique. The swordsman profession, plus the basic training skill book he learned from the Doomsday Equipment Maniac, has made his current physique 4 times that of an ordinary person. The action power is also 4 times the basic one. He starts off with great luck and has a physique 4 times that of an average person. Tang Ming just wants to say that as long as you have hands, you can pass the game. Thinking of this, he looked at the intersection below. Little wolf dog. Sleepy bat. Bandage. Bandages are items that can directly restore health. Tang Ming estimated that if he brought it back to reality, it would have unexpected results. Regeneration of severed limbs is not too much, right? Thinking of this, he picked up the bandage directly and walked towards the little wolf dog. This little wolf dog had caused him a lot of trouble when he was trying out the game before, because the opponent had a skill that could draw 3 cards in a row, and he was almost killed. As for now, weren't you screaming happily just now? Why aren't you screaming now? Tang Ming stepped on the little wolf dog's head with a contemptuous tone. Can you do this, little dog? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The little wolf dog whimpered, and his face looked extremely aggrieved. It didn't piss anybody off. Chapter 118, Don't think of breaking my defense. Deal with the thin dog in front of you. Tang Ming found that there was only one road in front of him this time. A road leading deep into the forest. Tang Ming, who has played the game, knows that the monsters he encounters will become more dangerous as he goes deeper. However, it's not particularly strong. Tang Ming thought so and took a step deeper. Soon a dilapidated village appeared before him. I remember this place was called Border Village in the game. Tang Ming muttered to himself and looked around. I found that there are still 3 roads to choose from. Drunk, Shy Treasure Chest, Chef. The Chef and the Drunkard are level 2 monsters. Their health is higher than the 2 level 1 monsters encountered before, and their cards also have more attack methods. However, how can 2 strong men be better than a Shy Treasure Chest? Tang Ming looked at the treasure chest and walked over. The probability of boxes appearing in this game is quite high, but whether you can get good things depends entirely on your luck. I got another shield card. While Tang Ming was muttering to himself, he also opened the shy treasure chest in front of him. Loyalty. Cost 0. Type. Action card. Features. Removed. Effect. Gain 1 action point. Take 1 piercing damage and draw a card. Action cards that have not been consumed? Tang Ming looked at the card with a cross drawn in the middle, raised his eyebrows, and picked it up directly. In the battle of the game Night of the Full Moon, the cards you have will be refreshed directly after they are used up, but if the card has the removal feature, it can only be used once in each battle. It will only refresh next time you fight with someone else. Action cards with this characteristic all have good abilities. Just like the loyalty he drew this time, it not only increases action power but also can draw cards. Although it will cause a little piercing damage that ignores armor in the process, this sacrifice is worth it for its effect, because action and card drawing are both very practical attributes in this game. After he picked up the card, it disappeared into his card bag. If you want to see the card, you can take it out of the card pack directly, but if you discard the card will disappear the moment it leaves your hand and return to the card pack. Sure enough, just like in the game, you can only forget cards by using the Forget Sorrow Tavern. After some experimentation, Tang Ming was back on track. The new option that appeared before him this time was a blacksmith shop. Cards can be upgraded at the blacksmith shop, but it costs money and each time it gets more expensive. Therefore, every time you upgrade a card, you must consider it carefully. But he currently has no valuable cards that can be upgraded. Wait a minute. Tang Ming thought of this and looked at the monsters on both sides. Without hesitation, he walked straight towards the drunkard. Wine can dispel my sorrow. As soon as he approached, Tang Ming heard the drunkard mumbling something. Wine, I want more. When the drunk saw Tang Ming, he immediately walked towards him. Drunk, level 2, HP 11, MP 2, Action 1, Equipment, Thorn Armor. Entering combat mode, 2 cards appeared in his hand. 2 2-star, normal attack. It's a bit of bad luck. Seeing this, Tang Ming frowned. The drunkard's thorn mail can reflect 30% of physical damage back to the attacker during the enemy's turn. Hitting him is equivalent to hitting yourself. However, there is the effect of round shield. He has 3 points of armor at the beginning of the battle, so he is not too scared. Tang Ming thought so in his mind and threw out the 2 cards in his hand. -3, -3, -1. Looking at the slight reduction in his armor, Tang Ming smiled disdainfully and ended his turn. After the round ended, the drunkard threw a 1-star, normal attack directly at Tang Ming. Suddenly, an invisible slash appeared, creating a crack in the invisible armor on Tang Ming's body. But that's it. It's my turn. When it's his turn again, the round shield effect is activated again. His whole body was covered by an invisible armor again. At the same time, 2 cards appeared in his hand. 2 stars, normal attack. 1 star, piercing attack. Piercing attack deals 1 point more damage for every 4 points of armor you have. The armor provided by round shield this round, plus the little bit left over from the previous round, is just enough to increase the damage. Just 2 points of damage. Add the 3 points of damage from normal attack. -2, -3. The damage was neither too much nor too little, just 11 points. I still want a drink. After being knocked down by Tang Ming, the drunkard let out an unwilling roar. Chat with him. Buy him a drink. At the same time, 2 dialogue boxes appeared in front of Tang Ming. Without any hesitation, Tang Ming directly chose one. The second option costs money, but he doesn't even have enough money for himself, so it's a joke to spend money on an NPC. Selection completed. After a chat about the church, the battle settlement interface appears. Battle ends. Courage +1. Experience +4. Gold +6. Character status. HP 80/80ths. Action 4. Mana 0. Level LV2 3/4. Courage 3. Reputation 0. Cards 10. Level up Level 2. Maximum health +6. Please select one of the rewards. Action +1. Card upgrade times x2. Looking at the options in front of him, Tang Ming thought for a moment and chose the number of card upgrades. Then he upgraded Round Shield and Piercing Attack by 1 level respectively. Now Round Shield can provide him with 4 points of armor per round, and the basic damage of Piercing Attack is increased to 3 points. It's quite an improvement. After the upgrade was completed, a new road appeared before his eyes. Old Cat Store. There will be 3 new cards available for players to purchase. After taking a look, Tang Ming decided to save more money. He now had only 30 gold coins, including the 6 he got from defeating the drunkard. There is nothing good to buy at all. Thinking of this, he walked towards the chef on the other side. Move aside, move aside. The food is waiting to be served over there. The chef had a long hooked nose and was holding a roasted wild boar's head on a plate. When he saw Tang Ming blocking his way, he glared at him and said, "If you don't get out of the way, I'll make you into a dish too." Nothing much to say, just get straight into the battle. The chef is weaker than the strong man. They have the same basic attributes, but he does not have the anti-armor that can reflect physical attacks. And he was lucky this time, as he drew an action card. Execution. 2 stars, normal attack. Execution can deal high damage when the enemy is at low health, but now the enemy's health is only 11, so there is no need to wait for special effects. Tang Ming just threw them all out. -2. -3. The chef's attack is a card that deals 1 point of damage continuously, which is 3 points of damage. It can't even break my defense. Tang Ming shook his head. The subsequent battles are also very simple and can be passed without any damage. I can only say that the shield flow is too unsolvable. If it were changed to other flows, at least a few drops of blood would be lost. Battle ends. Experience +2. Gold +6. Level up. Level 3. Maximum health +6. Unlock new skills. Combo. Copy the next card you use, and the cooldown time is twice the battle. Please select one of the rewards. Action +1. Entry equipment +1. Now his mobility is more than enough. Without any hesitation, he goes straight into the game to increase his equipment. Now when he enters battle, he can equip both a round shield and a dagger. The effect of the dagger is that every time 2 cards are used, it can cause 1 point of damage to the enemy. Although the effect is a bit rubbish, being able to equip it at the beginning is also an improvement to combat effectiveness. After defeating the chef, a path leading to a deeper place will also appear. But Tang Ming was not in a hurry. First go to the blacksmith shop and use the first free opportunity to upgrade Piercing Attack to the maximum level. Then continue forward. Shy treasure chest. Another treasure chest? Seeing this, Tang Ming opened it. Soul Strike. Rating. Type. Attack card. Effect. Deals 5 points of damage. If this card kills the enemy, you will permanently gain 2 points of health. Chapter 119 Grandma Wolf. Fuck, is there such a card in this game? When playing before, Tang Ming had never encountered a card that could directly enhance permanent attributes. If this were brought back to reality, Tang Ming took a deep breath and didn't dare to think about the result anymore. I finally broke his defense, only to find out that his health was thicker than his armor. Just thinking of that scene, a surge of blood rushed to Tang Ming's head. I don't know if there is anything more outrageous. Now Tang Ming also feels that he has underestimated Full Moon Night. There are probably quite a few treasure cards in here, but whether you can get it depends on your luck. Thinking of this, his eyes fell on the next fork in the road. Forget Your Sorrow Tavern. Lumberjack. The Lumberjack is at level 3, which is stronger than level 2. But the money is relatively more. What are you doing here so late? Seeing Tang Ming approaching, the Lumberjack who was carrying a huge woodworking tool in his hands asked. Combat Trigger. Lumberjack. Level 3. HP. 16. MP3. Action 1. Hand cards Soul Strike. 2-star, normal attack. Seeing this, Tang Ming only used normal attack and used the Soul Strike as the final killing move. -3. Slam. Cost, a little action. Type, action card. Effect, deal 3 damage, gain 3 armor. 1-star, normal attack. -3. -1. Are there any armor plates? Seeing this, Tang Ming played the 2 new normal attack cards he had drawn, one with 1 star and one with 2 stars. -1. -3. -1. The dagger effect caused an extra point of damage to it. However, it seemed that it caused 5 points of damage, but in fact, after breaking 3 points of armor, it became 2 points. When it was the Lumberjack's turn to attack, he threw out 2 normal attack cards this time, but they were 2 stars instead of 1. -3. -3. Fuck. The defense is broken. Feeling the burning pain in his chest, Tang Ming gritted his teeth. This was the first time he felt pain in a game. But that's all. It's my turn now. Tang Ming looked at the 2 new cards he had drawn. 1-star, normal attack. 3 stars, piercing attack. After the piercing attack reaches 3 stars, the basic damage is 5 points, plus the 4 points of armor of the round shield, which means 6 points of damage. Combined with the Soul Strike in his hand, which had been useless, it was enough to end the battle. -1, -6, -5, -1. After the lumberjack was defeated by Tang Ming, his body shook twice and then stood firm again. He looked at Tang Ming and said, "Jerry's kid is missing too. Come home with me first. I'll take you to see your grandma tomorrow morning." Asked the carpenter. Politely refused. Tang Ming took a look at the options and decisively chose to ask. If he refused politely, he would lose some courage. This child disappears every time the moon is full. I'm looking for him too. Alas. The lumberjack sighed after he finished speaking. Battle ends. Fame +1. Experience +3. Gold +9. Max HP +2. After dealing with the lumberjack, his card-enhancing skills as a female knight were also cooled down. However, there is no rush to use it now. Tang Ming looked at the 45 gold coins he currently held. It should be about the same. While muttering this, he walked towards the old cat shop. Don't miss it if you pass by. Inside the store is a humanoid owl wearing a cowboy hat. He followed him into the store, and 3 cards appeared in front of him at the same time. Rage attack. Level. Type. Attack card. Effect. Deals 3 points of fire damage, plus 1 point of damage for every 5 points of life lost. Price. 15 gold coins. Absolute defense. Level. Cost. A little action. Type. Action card. Effect. Gain 4 armor and draw a card. Price. 25 gold coins. Clockwork Horse. Rating. Type. Equipment card. Effect. At the end of each round, deal 3 points of damage and gain 3 points of armor. Price. 40 gold coins. To be honest, Tang Ming wants both Absolute Defense and Clockwork Horse. But he only has enough money to buy one now. Compared to Absolute Defense, the effect of Clockwork Horse is undoubtedly better. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming directly chose to buy the Clockwork Horse. The purchase was complete, and the owl flew away. There are only 2 daggers in the equipment slot. Take them off. After seeing it fly away, Tang Ming also turned his attention to the card in his hand. After equipping the Clockwork Horse, Tang Ming looked at his knight skills. The Clockwork Horse was already at the maximum level and did not need to be upgraded. Don't waste it. But now only normal attack can be upgraded. After a little thought, he chose to upgrade a 2-star normal attack to 3 stars, which can now cause 5 points of damage. After all, the cooldown limit of the skill is the number of battles, so it would be a waste if it is not used. After completing the upgrade, Tang Ming looked towards the next intersection. Village Guard. Grandma Wolf. Forget your sorrow tavern. Grandma Wolf is the boss of the first level. That is, if you defeat the opponent, the game is over. So don't be in a hurry. Tang Ming thought about it and walked towards the village chief's guard. Child, you are forbidden to go to the dark forest. On the night of the full moon, I am in charge of guarding here. No one is allowed to pass. The village guards were very strong. When they saw Tang Ming approaching, they waved the spears in their hands, as if they wanted to scare Tang Ming away. But Tang Ming would be scared away, trigger a fight directly with it. The panel of the village chief's guard is the same as that of the lumberjack. The only difference is that it is equipped with an additional dagger at the beginning. 1-star, normal attack. 2 stars, soul strike. Is this soul strike guaranteed to be drawn at the beginning? When Tang Ming saw that he drew the soul strike again at the beginning, he raised his eyebrows. But this is only the 2nd time, and I need to go through a few more battles to know if it is what I think. With this in mind, he directly used a 1-star normal attack on the village guard, and then reserved soul strike to end his turn. -1, -3. The round ends. The effect of the Clockwork Horse was activated, providing Tang Ming with 3 points of armor, while also causing 3 points of damage to the village guards. No passing. Cost, a little action. Type, action card. Effect, gain 4 points of armor and invalidate the enemy's next card. 2 stars, normal attack. -3, invalid card. Seeing this, Tang Ming looked at the 2 cards he had just drawn. 1 star, normal attack. 2 stars, normal attack. Use 1 star to break the ignore effect, and 2 stars to deal damage. -3. At the end of the round, the Clockwork Horse is activated. -3. The village guard throws out 2 attack cards. However, it failed to penetrate Tang Ming's armor. 3 stars, piercing attack. Loyalty. The battle is over. -8. -5. Battle ends. Experience +3. Gold +9. Max HP +2. Level up. Level 4. Maximum health +6. Hand limit +1. Number of cards drawn +1. Please select one of the rewards. Sword of Martyrdom. Type, equipment card. Effect. When you deal damage to yourself, the next time you deal damage will be doubled. Life limit +6. The increase in upper limit of health is not cost-effective for Tang Ming, so he directly chooses Sword of Martyrdom. Although it looks a bit like a self-harming sword, it is still effective. After selecting the rewards, Tang Ming now has only two choices left: the Forget Your Trouble Tavern and the Wolf Grandma Boss. End of Chapter 120. Tang Ming walks straight towards Grandma Wolf. His blood volume is thicker than the opponent's. It's obvious who the boss is. However, Grandma Wolf was not aware of this. Instead of being surprised, she was delighted when she saw Tang Ming approaching. Little Red Riding Hood, come quickly to Grandma. Tang Ming looked at the long black hair on the other person's body, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The wolf grandmother in the fairy tale at least hid under the quilt. Do you think I'm blind? Thinking of this, Tang Ming stepped forward and triggered the battle. Normal attack. Sword of Martyrdom. Soul Strike. Another Soul Strike? Looks like I'm sure I'll win on the first draw. The first time can be said to be luck, the second time can be said to be coincidence, and the third time is inevitable. Of course, if his luck is really that incredible. What can he do then? Wolf Grandma Boss. Level 4. HP 60. MP 4. Action 3. Status. See-through. The next card used by the enemy is invalid. Grandma Wolf is worthy of being a boss monster. Her attributes are much higher than those of ordinary monsters. Tang Ming took a look at his health points, which had reached 102. A thin dog is still a thin dog. After sighing, Tang Ming did not use the card this time. Previous gaming experience shows that even if you enter the game, it will be the same as the original game settings. Now he plans to try a different way of attack. Thinking of this, Tang Ming had an idea. An iron sword appeared in his hand. This iron sword appeared out of thin air after he changed his job to a swordsman. The specific power has not been tested yet, but no matter how bad it is, it can't be worse than a wooden spear. While thinking about this, Tang Ming had already swung his sword towards the motionless old grandmother in front of him. -8. A damage number appeared above Grandma Wolf's head. Normal attacks can cause damage. It's not just cards that can do this, but this hurt is really touching. 8 o'clock. Seeing this damage number, Tang Ming was also a little surprised. After all, he now has a physique 4 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, and he has a sharp weapon in his hand. Even with this weapon, it can only deal 8 points of damage. So, wouldn't ordinary people only be able to deal 1 point with their bare hands? Not even a little bit. After testing the damage he could inflict, Tang Ming took out a pistol and a cannon to conduct damage tests and comparisons. -10. -20. When you enter the game, you have a base health of 20, which is what a normal person should have. So from the perspective of the game, a pistol shot can only take half of a person's life, and a cannon can just kill one person. However, if the opponent is stronger than an ordinary person, he can still breathe a sigh of relief. This is just a test of the actual damage of the weapon in hand. The reality is definitely more than that. It's better than the effect shown in the game. After all, there is no such thing as vital points in this game. After testing the weapon, Tang Ming scraped the old grandmother twice with the iron sword in his hand, leaving only a layer of bloody skin. First use normal attack to break the opponent's insight, and then use Soul Strike to finish it off. Battle ends. Experience +20. Gold +30. Max HP +2. Level up. Level 5. Maximum health +6. Unlocked skill. Tenacious. Gain armor for lost life. Choose one of the following rewards. Life limit +6. Petrified skin. Features. Removed. Level. Cost. A little action. Type. Action card. Effect. Gain 2 points of armor, and until the next round, all damage taken is reduced by 2 points. What a good thing. Tang Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the reward, Petrified Skin. With this card, it would be impossible for ordinary people to cause harm to him without using firearms. However, the specific effect will only be known after returning to reality, and Tang Ming is also concerned about the card removal effect. After defeating Grandma Wolf, a new option will appear behind her. Old Cat Store. At the same time, a prompt for the settlement of the game rewards appeared in front of him. As long as he chose to settle the game, he could immediately return to reality. But Tang Ming was not in a hurry. Including the 30 gold coins he got from defeating Grandma Wolf, he now still had 44 gold coins that he had not spent. Entering the store, it was still the same owl. 3 cards appeared in front of him out of thin air. Close combat. Features. Removed. Cost. A little action. Type. Action card. Effect: equipped with a short sword and a round shield. Price: 15 gold coins. Petrified skin. Features: removed. Rating: cost, a little action. Type: action card. Effect: gain 6 points of armor and a random equipment card. Price: 25 gold coins. Fighting for life. Level: type: attack card. Effect: deals 9 points of damage to the enemy and 2 points of piercing damage to yourself. Price: 25 gold coins. After taking a look, Tang Ming directly bought Close Combat and Petrified Skin. Although he really wanted to have them all, the game simply didn't give him that opportunity. The cards he saw were just shadows, and he could only touch them after paying. After spending all his money except for, Tang Ming looked at the game's settlement interface. In addition to those cards, Tang Ming was a little curious about what the extra rewards for clearing the level would be. Please select 3 options below as your reward. Baptism: you can upgrade a card in your hand every 5 battles. Combo: you can copy a used card every 2 battles. Tenacious: after every 3 battles, you can gain armor for the lost life. Be prepared: add an equipment slot. Life limit plus 28. There is no good choice here, just use the 3 skills of the female knight. Especially the skill, Combo, which can make his cards endless. Just keep using this skill to copy Buck Shield and Clockwork Horse. Tang Ming clicked his tongue twice, feeling that he was invincible. When he made this choice, his eyes blurred, and when he came to his senses, he was back in his room in the Green Snake Camp. After returning to the room, he immediately checked the effects of these cards in reality. The effect is the same as in the game. Attack cards can be used all the time. After using an action card, it can only be used again the next day. If it has a removal feature, it will disappear immediately after use. After using the equipment card, it will turn into invisible equipment. It can be removed. After removing it, it will turn into a card again. The next turn in the card refers to the time after I am attacked by the enemy and before I use the card next time. So as long as I don't use a new card, the effect will remain. Good. After using the identification tool to understand the limitations and effects of the cards, Tang Ming began to stack buffs on himself. First, equip the dagger, round shield, and blade of martyrdom directly. Use combo. After Tang Ming muttered something silently, a card with Clock Up Horse on it appeared in his hand. After he used it, a new Clock Up Horse appeared in his hand. This is the most cost-effective card. It not only has a shield, but also has built-in damage reflection. As for the action cards with removal characteristics, don't rush for now. Just use the combo skill to slowly refresh them. So what I lack most now is combat. Tang Ming touched his chin and felt that if he fought a few thousand battles and used the combo skill to copy 1,000 or 800 Clockwork Horses, he would be invincible. After all, with hundreds of Clockwork Horses equipped, the damage settled in thousands of rounds alone is enough to turn the enemy into ashes in seconds. Chapter 121. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at the fracture simulator that he obtained together with Full Moon Night. The background of the game is a modern city. There are many vehicles and pedestrians on the road inside. Try to see if you can swipe as a monster. Thinking of this, he opened the game and entered it. Before he knew it, he had already appeared on a slope. This is what a city is. Tang Ming looked around and found that the city in this game was extremely realistic and not much different from the cities in peacetime. At this moment, in the area where he was, there were many NPCs performing various difficult moves with skateboards. An NPC with an afro jumped up with a skateboard, seemingly wanted to show off a difficult 720-degree mid-air spin in front of him. However, his technique seemed a little unskilled, and he hit the ground with his head only halfway through the turn. Crack! A crisp sound. The perspective view of his cervical vertebrae appeared, perfectly showing Tang Ming what it meant to avoid death if you don't seek death. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Tang Ming couldn't help but shrink his neck. To be honest, it hurt just looking at this. Fortunately, the setting of Fracture Simulator is different from reality. You will only get injured but not die. So the NPC with the afro hair just lay on the ground for a while with a broken cervical vertebra, and then he stood up quickly. Except for the drooping head, there is no difference between him and a normal person. Perhaps, after watching the other person skate away, he rubbed his temples and read the mission of the game. The more serious the injury, the higher the score. After taking a look, Tang Ming gave up reading. He is not a masochist. He only harms himself because he is sick. I'd better find an NPC to fight first and see if I can activate the passive of the Full Moon Night equipment. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at the area in front of him. There were many skateboarding boys here, so it was very easy to find an NPC to beat up. Soon Tang Ming found his target, an NPC wearing a black hood. After selecting the target, Tang Ming prepared to walk over and have a friendly exchange with the other party. However, after taking a few steps, he saw a skateboard appear out of thin air, and the next moment it flew towards him. What the hell? Tang Ming was just stunned for a moment, and then the swordsman's powerful reaction allowed him to catch the skateboard that suddenly attacked him. This skateboard seems to be mine. Why is it flying? Is this some weird setting? Tang Ming frowned. Then, as if he had thought of something, he threw the skateboard out. Just as he thought, the skateboard reappeared and returned to his hands after moving away from him for a distance. No items can be dropped. Tang Ming felt that this skateboard was interesting, and according to the game settings, this skateboard should also be indestructible. You can try Plants vs. Zombies later. Thinking of this, he put the skateboard into the backpack he was carrying. The next skateboard appeared in his hands again. Fuck, it's poisonous. After that, Tang Ming tried several other methods and found that as long as the skateboard disappeared, it would immediately reappear, like a piece of taffy that could not be thrown away. It should be the rules of this game world. Seeing this, Tang Ming had no choice but to take the skateboard and go find the hooded NPC for a friendly exchange. Before the hooded NPC could react, Tang Ming had already thrown a friendly punch. Bang! With one punch, he was sent flying 3 meters away. Didn't trigger the round shield effect? Tang Ming frowned when he saw this. After thinking for a moment, he moved his mind and several attack cards appeared in his hand. Swish! An invisible sword light flashed. A broken sternum instantly appeared on his body. Still, the equipment effect has not been triggered. The skill cooldown has not been reduced, so this doesn't even count as a battle. Tang Ming frowned when he saw this, feeling that there was something wrong with this judgment. His fist still hurts from the punch he gave the hooded NPC before, so how can that not be considered a fight? Is it because these NPCs won't resist? Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked for several different NPCs to try again. Then I found that the NPCs in this game were too friendly. Even if they were chopped, they would forgive the other party directly. The city is so realistic, can't the NPCs be more realistic as well? Tang Ming felt very angry. However, for now, these are just his guesses. After that, return to reality and try to find some mutant creatures. Putting the matter of the cards aside for the moment, Tang Ming looked at the fractured world in front of him. This game is definitely not for nothing. You have to get some benefit. It just so happened that the villagers made a few more shed cards, so I can take away a lot of things this time. I wonder if this game world can be directly installed. Tang Ming thought of this and looked down. Theoretically, this game belongs to him, so the things in the game should also belong to him, right? Try. Tang Ming took out a shed card. Anyway, this game has an immortality buff, so he can die at will. The shed card was placed on the ground. As Tang Ming moved his mind, the cement road beneath his feet instantly turned into mud. Looking at the disappearing road, Tang Ming fell silent. He was clearly thinking of putting the entire city into the shanty. It seems that the largest it can fit is a certain building. Damn it, I thought the planets could be equipped with it, but my expectations were in vain. Tang Ming clicked his tongue. But just installing it into the building is already incredible. Put the road back to its original position. He began to pick out targets to take away. There are many speeding cars on the road. If you want to take it, there will be dozens of them in minutes, so it is not valuable. Are these buildings solid? After looking at several tall buildings, Tang Ming shook his head. Finally, the attention shifted from the city to some places in the suburbs. Canyon, forest, reservoir, wastewater treatment plants. After searching around, I found these few pretty good terrains. The canyon isolates the park where his home is located from the outside world. The others also have their uses. After taking out the high-end single bed he had made during his doomsday preparations and resting for a night, Tang Ming chose to quit the game. As for the game's mission, unless he is sick, go find some mutant creatures and give it a try. Returning to reality, Tang Ming put the hacker computer back into his gaming backpack, then opened the door and walked out. It didn't take him too long to enter the game this time, and less than an hour had passed in the real world. So it wasn't very late, and there were still quite a few people walking back and forth in the aisles. Except for the people who already live here. Tang Ming also saw the 2 soldiers who were investigating missing items that he had seen during the day. Seeing their expressions, he knew that these 2 people's work probably didn't make any progress. They are all colleagues, and Tang Ming couldn't make things difficult for others, so he stepped forward and provided them with an idea. Is it possible that Kaze stole the money? Seeing the 2 soldiers lost in thought, Tang Ming did not disturb them. He quietly left and walked underground. Chapter 122, Overlay Armor. There are many people active at the Green Snake Camp at night. However, Tang Ming was in stealth mode and was not discovered by these people. Except for those in training, most of the outsiders sleep outside. Walking out of the Green Snake's original camp, Tang Ming discovered that at night, most of the scavengers would find a place nearby to rest. The Green Snake did not arrange accommodation for them as before. Fortunately, in the current situation, there is no conflict of interest among the scavengers. If there is friction or fighting between them, Green Snake soldiers will soon arrive and take away both parties involved in the friction. No one knew what the punishment was, but after being taken away, no one was seen coming back. Tang Ming withdrew his gaze, although he knew what would happen to these people. But it had nothing to do with him, and he was too lazy to care. Walked quickly towards the station near the air raid shelter. He was familiar with the environment there, and it was far away from the Green Snake Camp, so even if he made some big noise, he would not be discovered. And now he has 4 times the physique and twice the speed of a swordsman. He was traveling at a very fast pace. Under normal circumstances, it can reach 10 meters per second, and if it reaches full speed, it can be increased by about 50%. But that won't last long. 10 meters per second and 36 kilometers per hour are enough. It didn't take too long for Tang Ming to reach his destination. Huh? The exit is sealed. After not being back for a few days, Tang Ming immediately noticed the changes here. Did the Green Snake's people block it? Tang Ming called up the surveillance footage and checked the previous records here. Perhaps they thought there were no scavengers nearby, and were also worried that mutant creatures might break in, so the Green Snake's people simply sealed off this place. I took a look at the subway entrance, which was completely blocked without a single gap. He simply took out the ladder he made in Doomsday Equipment Mania and installed it above his head. A hole suddenly opened up, leading directly to the surface. The blocked terrain was meaningless to Tang Ming, who had the ladder. Returning to the ground, Gang put the ladder back into the game backpack. Roar! A low growl was heard not far away. Tang Ming was very familiar with this kind of roar. He looked in the direction where the sound came from, and quickly used the stealth skill's vision prompt to lock onto the night demon that was rapidly rushing towards him. Have you ever been hit by light? As Tang Ming was muttering, a dazzling light suddenly emanated from his body. A sun appeared out of thin air in his right hand, dispelling the surrounding darkness, as if day had arrived. Roar! The night demon that rushed over let out a terrified roar and immediately wanted to get away from Tang Ming. However, it had already jumped into the air, and it was obviously too late to retreat. Boom! A dull knocking sound rang out in the night that was as bright as day. With this dull sound, the night demon that was rushing towards him was instantly turned into a skeleton under the shining sunlight. It was about to fall from the sky. However, at this moment, an invisible light appeared on Tang Ming's body. And then the next moment, the skeleton was shattered into pieces by an invisible force. Automatic whipping of corpses? When Tang Ming saw the effect of Clock Up Horse take effect at this time, he breathed a sigh of relief, but also made some speechless complaints. After complaining, he looked at the sight icons around him that quickly disappeared because of the appearance of the little sun. Shake your head. All I can say is that these night demons disappointed him. After all, this night is your home court. These ones are running faster than each other. What's going on, little brother? It seems that the brilliance of my humanity is too shining, making them feel ashamed. When Tang Ming thought of this, he immediately restrained his humanity. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into darkness again. Roar! After the light disappeared, the night demons that had retreated quickly returned. However, these night demons were also frightened by the sudden appearance of sunlight. For a moment, he didn't dare to get close to Tang Ming and could only watch from a distance. Tang Ming frowned when he saw this. After thinking for a moment, he took a tentative step forward. The night demon didn't respond. Take one more step forward. Still no response. This made Tang Ming's eyes light up. He took several steps forward in succession. Roar! His action immediately caused the surrounding night demons to roar one after another. Just when Tang Ming thought these night demons were going to attack him. But I watched these night demons suddenly retreat more than 10 meters. So cowardly? Tang Ming was completely speechless when he saw this. You are the overlords of the night, the defending king of the darkness. It doesn't make sense for you to be so cowardly. Besides, he is not a devil. He just wants to give you some warmth. Is that so serious? Tang Ming felt very angry. When will he be invincible in the world? Seeing that these night demons didn't dare to attack him, Tang Ming had no choice but to return to the air raid shelter. Fortunately, there were many neighbors on the road who didn't know him and were very welcoming. After meeting him, I immediately wanted to come up and say hello to him. Tang Ming could not treat these enthusiastic neighbors unfairly, so he directly offered them his share of community warmth. His kind gesture was soon rewarded. Looking at the night demon who was hit by the invisible attack and couldn't come down from the sky for a long time, Tang Ming nodded with satisfaction. That's right. In addition, he also tested the effect of the armor. When the night demon is about to attack him, it will be blocked by an invisible force and cannot move forward. Unless this night demon can also deal armor-piercing damage in the game, it will not cause any damage to him at all. Seeing this, Tang Ming stopped using sunlight to avoid scaring away the night demons that were eyeing him covetously. That really isn't worth it. In the dark night, Tang Ming looked calm as he looked at the dozen or so night demons surrounding him. He holds a sword in his right hand and a card in his left hand. The moment the long sword in his right hand was swung, the cards in his left hand disappeared. Suddenly, an invisible sword energy flew towards a night demon in front of him. Sizzle. With a slight sound of flesh being cut, the chest of the night demon he attacked was suddenly covered in blood. Roar! This instantly enraged the night demon. He immediately pounced towards Tang Ming regardless of everything. However, the moment it launched the attack, the turn determination of Clockwork Horse was completed. Suddenly, more than a dozen invisible sword energies appeared out of nowhere and instantly turned it into a pile of meat cubes. Blood splattered everywhere, spilling onto the soil of the park. This is too fragile. As Tang Ming spoke, his mind moved and a Clockwork Horse appeared in his hand. Use the combo skill. As soon as he finished speaking, the card in his hand disappeared, and a new Clockwork Horse was copied by the skill and reappeared in his hand. It will take 2 more battles before the next skill cools down. Tang Ming looked at the remaining night demons around him. Chapter 123 Attack. The battle was over quickly. Most of the night demons died by themselves before Tang Ming could even make a move. Moreover, the armor he stacked not only did not decrease in the process, but became thicker as the battle continued. Today there are more than 1,400 points. The Night Stalker can reduce his armor by a maximum of 2 points with one attack. However, when more than 20 Clockwork Horses are stacked on top of each other, the armor can be increased by nearly 80 points at a time. The 2 points of armor reduction are just a drop in the bucket in comparison. Boring. Tang Ming looked at the broken limbs and arms all over the ground and shook his head. I just feel extremely lonely. He can make 100 million of these. After eliminating all the night demons that were besieging him, Tang Ming began to clear the entire park. Most of them are night demons, and a few are mutant creatures. This time Tang Ming did not defend himself, nor use stealth skills. He was just taking a simple walk. When faced with a sneak attack, he only needs to throw a punch in the air to end his attack round, and the attacker will be dismembered into pieces by dozens of attacks in an instant. After touring the entire park, I experienced hundreds of battles, big and small. Tang Ming's current armor has been stacked to more than 10,000. The missile should be able to withstand it easily. I just don't know if the mushroom bombs can do it. Tang Ming touched his chin, although he didn't know if it would work. But in his current state, where can he not go in this wasteland? Thinking of this, he took out the small notebook that had been filled with words, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Find some time to deal with this extremely dangerous guy up there. As a member of the human race, Tang Ming feels that he has an obligation to help his compatriots resolve these crises hidden in the dark. I'm still too kind. Tang Ming was moved for a moment by his own selfless dedication. Then he took out the shed card and prepared to renovate the park. After all, he's an invincible man, so it is a bit unreasonable that his garden is so cold. Place the shed card in your hand on the ground. Suddenly, a vertical gully tens of meters deep appeared. It is made entirely of cement and has no special capabilities. It is a pipe dream to want to enter the park through this ravine. He brought a total of 4 such deep trenches from Fracture Simulator, which were just enough to completely isolate the park from the outside world. After doing all this, there is the forest. It is called a forest, but in fact it is just a small plantation. They are all pine trees. Barely covers the park. And with a little green, it feels a little more alive. Then there is the reservoir. This time he entered the game and picked up a total of 3 wild reservoirs. These reservoirs are large and small. The smaller one is less than 1/10 the size of the park. It can barely be considered an artificial lake. This size is just right when placed in a park. Tang Ming placed this artificial lake not far from the air raid shelter. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the park that had been completely transformed by his efforts, Tang Ming nodded with satisfaction. It turns out that I am very talented in decoration. With a wave of the hand, a barren land can be rekindled. After tidying up the garden, Tang Ming returned to the air raid shelter. Although I haven't been back for a few days, not much has changed here. The only thing that has changed is the fur ball. Why are you getting fat again? Looking at the ball of fur that was already as big as a bedside table, Tang Ming was stunned for a moment, and then, as if he thought of something, he quickly returned to his room. Sure enough, just as he thought, all the sunflowers he planted at home were destroyed by this. When Mao Qiu saw Tang Ming looking at him with a bad look, he immediately turned his head guiltily and faced the wall. It obviously thinks that as long as it can't see Tang Ming can't see it. Plant and look straight at me. Tang Ming then went around the other person and picked up the ball of fur. The fur ball was shivering. The four short legs kicked helplessly in the air. His eyes were darting around, not daring to meet Tang Ming's eyes. Tang Ming sneered, squeezed the ball of fur hard, and then let it go. Come in here and take it with you. He stuffed it into the shed to prevent any scoundrels from entering the air raid shelter while he was away and stealing the spare rations he had worked so hard to raise. After doing all this, Tang Ming looked at the time. It will be almost dawn when we get back. Thinking of this, he returned immediately. Next day, Qin Ning looked at Tang Ming, who looked exhausted, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Why don't you go to the bathroom first?" Tang Ming was yawning, and when he heard Qin Ning's words, he looked puzzled. After a few seconds, he realized that the other party might have misunderstood something because of his physical condition refresh after he changed his job to a swordsman yesterday. But I didn't explain it. Instead, he changed the subject and asked about the Green Snake Combat Department. When you encounter dangerous mutant creatures, do you just send soldiers to clean them up? Qin Ning's attention was diverted when he heard Tang Ming's question. He nodded and said, "Some emergency situations are. However, generally speaking, many things are delegated to small groups of scavengers. It should be about the same now. After all, not all scavengers are willing to build houses. I heard that after the currency is issued, if you want to get work points, you have to complete the tasks issued above or make significant contributions to the camp. But these are too difficult. So let's take advantage of this time to repair more things and earn some work points from him." Qin Ning clenched his fists when he said this. If he had 1/10 of Tang Ming's ability, he would definitely be working hard every day these days. I see. Tang Ming nodded thoughtfully, but did not take Qin Ning's subsequent words to heart. When I went to the auto repair shop to pick up the task today, I didn't see Kuze. After asking around, I found out from his apprentice. He was taken away by soldiers for investigation and probably won't be back until the afternoon. Do you know why Kuze was called in for investigation? Qin Ning maintained a gloating attitude towards this and asked the apprentice about it, wanting to know more gossip. It seems to be because of what happened yesterday. I'm not sure about the details. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information from the question, Qin Ning showed disappointment on his face. He also returned to the electronics maintenance room with Tang Ming with today's task. Let's get to work. After returning here, Qin Ning spoke a few words and then devoted himself to his work. Obviously, he wanted to save more work points. Seeing this, Tang Ming also helped, and he himself closed his eyes and rested. Staying up late is quite stressful. Woo-hum. However, not long after Tang Ming closed his eyes, the entire maintenance department was filled with shrill alarms. Hearing the voice, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at Qin Ning, who had a rather ugly expression on his face. What's wrong? Seeing that he seemed to know something about the situation, he opened his mouth and asked. This is the alarm sounding that a level 4 creature is attacking the camp. Qin Ning said in a somewhat hasty tone, and only then did he react and hurried over to hold Tang Ming. Let's go and take shelter underground. Chapter 1, 24 Collapse. When Qin Ning opened his mouth, there was a loud noise outside the building, like the sound of a cannonball exploding. Boom! There was a loud noise, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Even in the maintenance department, one could feel the ground shaking slightly. Seeing this, Tang Ming knew that the situation was not good. Although he now has more than 10,000 pieces of armor on his body, not afraid of getting hurt, but he still followed Qin Ning and retreated into the subway tunnel at a very fast speed. Not only them, but other people in the maintenance department also retreated very quickly. There should be relevant drills in advance. Seeing that it was safe, Tang Xiang asked Qin Ning beside him, "What's going on?" What do you mean by level 4 creatures? Qi Ning was obviously relieved after returning to the underground. Upon hearing Tang Ming's question, he immediately began to explain. The camp divides the mutant creatures in the wasteland into 6 levels. Level 1 creatures are creatures with little offensive power, such as fur beasts. Level 2 is something that a person could easily handle with a gun. Level 3 requires a team to cooperate to kill, and the Night Demon belongs to this level. Level 4 requires a lot of heavy firepower to cover the kill. Level 5 requires all the strength of the camp to resolve. As for level 6, Qi Ning paused for a moment before continuing. This highest level of mutant creature is also called a serial creature. Named in the order of discovery, these numbered creatures are all existences that cannot be dealt with by human power. When you encounter them, the only option is to escape. Tang Ming nodded when he heard this. The level differentiation of green snakes was quite reasonable. But if it's just a level for creature, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with it with the firepower of the camp, right? Tang Ming was puzzled. With the green snake's ability to monitor the area around the camp, it should have discovered the approaching level for creature long ago. But looking at the current situation, it seems that they only noticed it after the other party came above the camp. Maybe it has the ability to fly? Qi Ning heard Tang Ming's doubts and was also a little puzzled by it. If it was at night, the light was too dim and I couldn't see the other person at the first sight, which was understandable, but this happened during the day. Let's wait and see what the Legion commander and the others have to say. There's no point in us making blind guesses here. Hearing Qi Ning say this, Tang Ming looked towards the entrance. At this moment, many people were still rushing down from above. In addition to the medical staff, he also saw some people he had never seen before. The temperament of these people is very different from that of the people around them. In addition, these people retreated at a steady pace, and there was no sign of nervousness on their faces. It seemed as if he felt there was no need to evacuate. These are the researchers in the camp. Qi Ning saw Tang Ming looking at the researchers who were walking down from behind and started to introduce them. And it is not difficult to hear the envy in his words. Maintenance workers like them can only be considered middle-level staff in the camp. Although the treatment is quite good, it is nothing compared to these researchers. As long as I can enter the research department, in the entire Green Snake camp, you don't have to obey anyone's orders except those Legion commanders. In addition, you can dispatch soldiers at will to accomplish what you want. It's better to just go there and help than to stay in the maintenance department. Qi Ning sighed. Many nice girls in the camp would choose to spend the rest of their lives with people from the research department. Simply put, entering the research department means having the priority right to choose a spouse, which is what Qi Ning envies the most. Researchers? Tang Ming looked at those people with a flash in his eyes. Maybe he could sneak into the research department to take a look when he had time. Maybe we can learn the secret of the stone forest. And just when Tang Ming was thinking this in his heart, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A dull sound came from above. Boom! 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 The dull sound was accompanied by bursts of violent roars. The entire subway tunnel suddenly shook violently. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. What happened up there? Amid the violent tremors, someone screamed. The question asked by the exclamation was soon answered. The building above collapsed. The voice sounded a little confused, as if he had not expected such a situation to happen. What? However, when they heard his answer, all the people taking refuge there were stunned. After he reacted, all kinds of emotions emerged on his face. Fortunately, I ran fast enough. I'm glad I escaped. How could it collapse? Isn't it just a level for creature? Can't accept this fact. Damn it, what on earth are those soldiers doing? Angry. But the majority of people have sad expressions on their faces. Some friends or relatives were unable to evacuate. The noise above soon returned to silence after the building collapsed. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. Medical staff. Medical staff. Soon a green snake soldier came over and shouted, "And you guys come with me and help rescue people." After leaving these words, the soldier left quickly, as if he had someone else to notify. Let's go quickly. Seeing this, Qi Ning quickly spoke to Tang Ming. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming didn't say much and quickly followed the crowd out from the other side of the subway entrance that had not collapsed yet. The only building that came under attack was the technology building where they were. At this moment, this technology building has become a ruin, and under the cover of these ruins, one can vaguely see a huge mutant creature. This should be the level 4 creature that attacked the Green Snake camp, but because its body was completely covered by bricks and stones, it was difficult to tell what kind it was. While Tang Ming was looking at all this, the rescue operation had already begun. Hundreds of people walked out of the subway tunnel and, with the cooperation of the surrounding green snake soldiers, began to carry bricks and stones, looking for people who might have survived. After taking a look, Tang Ming also stepped forward to help. However, he was looking for the ruins of the upper floors of the technology building. I hope that while saving people, I can also find some valuable items. He is very strong and can move most bricks and stones with ease. He soon found some broken bottles and jars. Stored inside were some tissues of mutant creatures, but now they had all been shattered. It is obviously impossible to tell what the green snake wants to do by studying these things. Tang Ming continued searching, and in addition to those unidentified biological tissues, he actually found 2 researchers. The 2 men probably thought that a mere level 4 creature posed no threat, so they simply did not even try to escape and chose to continue conducting experiments in the laboratory. It's like someone encountering a magnitude 4 or 5 earthquake, feeling that there's no need to escape with just that little bit of shaking. And for not cherishing their own lives, these 2 people paid the corresponding price. One person fell into eternal sleep, and the other lost both legs. Huh? There are kids here? After searching for a while, Tang Ming was stunned. He dug out a little boy of 8 or 9 years old with silver hair and bandages wrapped around his body from the rubble. Tang Ming, who was originally wondering why there was a child here, suddenly understood after seeing the bandages on the other person. This might be a Green Snake Legion commander whom he did not know. Chapter 125, The Flying Woman. Master Inhuan, are you okay? Tang Ming's guess was not wrong. Just a few seconds after he dug out the silver ring, several Green Snake soldiers quickly arrived. Check Inhuan's physical condition. At this time, Inhuan also reacted from the confused state of being buried suddenly and asked the Green Snake soldier closest to him, "What's going on?" "It's the Sunchasers. They lured our patrol away and brought a level 4 creature that swallowed a large number of bombs here. After that, the level 4 creature attacked the technology building. The Green Snake wanted to kill it, but did not want to detonate the large amount of explosives in its body. As a result, the science and technology building completely collapsed due to the powerful explosion. These geckos are so annoying." After getting this answer, Inhuan complained in annoyance. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, his eyes lit up, and he lay directly on the ground, looking at the Green Snake soldier beside him with some anticipation. "I'm pretty badly injured right now. Hurry up and get Jinlin over here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't survive tonight." The people around looked at each other and fell silent. The silver ring was carried away by several Green Snake soldiers during the protest. Compared with other Legion leaders of the Green Snakes, this silver ring seems to have no prestige among the Green Snakes. After several people left, Tang Ming continued to rescue people and search for useful garbage in the ruins. The stone cloth that was seen before through the ant clone. Some strange, brightly colored nuts. One looks like an egg, but is actually a transparent yellow crystal. There are a lot of miscellaneous things. Although I don't know what these things are used for, it would be a waste not to pick them up and leave them here. What he hated most in his life was waste, so I just picked them all up. The rescue operation lasted until dusk. It's not that all the wounded have been rescued, but that there is no way to continue. Night is the home of the Night Devil. Saving lives in this situation will only result in more casualties. The number of casualties has been revealed. A total of 97 people did not escape. 56 people survived, 27 people were confirmed dead, and the fate of 14 people is unknown. While eating, Qi Ning told Tang Ming the news he had found out. This time, most of the researchers were killed, and many of the assistants were also killed. I guess we'll get more of them later. When the time comes, I plan to give it a try. I'll be with you then, Tang Ming said. Now that this has happened, I probably won't be able to get a new hard drive through the maintenance department for some time. After becoming a researcher, he can send out some Green Snake soldiers to specifically search for game hard drives for him. That will probably take a while. The whole building collapsed this time, so I'm afraid there will be a lot of things we need to repair. Just as Qi Ning expected, after they finished their meal, they soon received a large number of maintenance tasks. The new office was located outside the camp, in a building that had just been built by the scavengers. Tang Ming, Qi Ning, and 2 other maintenance personnel were doing maintenance in the same house. After all, space is limited and there isn't that much vacant space at the moment. 1 quarter each is okay, right? One of the 2 unknown maintenance workers spoke up. All the items that the camp asked them to repair this time were piled outside. Although there was no time limit, it would take them at least 10 days or half a month to repair them all. Tang Ming and Qi Ning had no problem with this. After assigning the work tasks, the four of them started working separately. This work was very heavy for the other three people, but for Tang Ming, it only took half a day. By almost midnight, he had finished his part of the work. Are you all asleep already? After finishing his work, Tang Ming stretched his muscles and saw that the other three had already gone to bed. After thinking for a while, he walked out. He went into stealth mode without alerting the guards patrolling outside. I found an empty room and walked in. After blocking the door with something, Tang Ming took out the hacker computer. Check out today's daytime surveillance. In his spare time, he had installed a lot of surveillance cameras in the vicinity, so it didn't take him too long to get a general idea of what happened. The information was almost the same as what was learned from the Green Snake Soldier before. But the only difference was that he found a flying woman in the video. It was that woman who attracted the 4th-level creatures to attack the Green Snake camp. That's weird. Why do I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before? Tang Ming frowned. The quality of the surveillance camera is very good, and the video it captures is extremely clear. Even if you enlarge the image several times after taking a screenshot, it will not appear blurry. Therefore, the appearance of the flying woman was also captured very clearly by the camera. The body is covered with sea blue scales with ripples in the scales, just like the real sea. There are a large number of gray-blue feathers on its arms, somewhat similar to the banshees in Western mythology. This reminded Tang Ming of a mutated bird creature he had seen before. The scales are very similar to feathers. In the end, Tang Ming really couldn't remember where he had seen this woman, and could only attribute the sense of familiarity to this reason. But judging from this, Zhuri's genetic medicine should have been successfully developed. I just don't know if there are any side effects. Although the specific strength of that woman is unclear, just looking at her flying speed, it is not something that ordinary people can match. Being able to fly so fast in the air, no matter how weak one is, it won't be much. However, regardless of whether there are side effects or not, the battle between Green Snake and Sunchaser is inevitable. If we have time, we might go to Zhuri to have a look. I just don't know where their base is now. Tang Ming muttered to himself as he turned off the surveillance video and then opened Thief Simulator. However, when he was about to activate his ability to enter it, he paused. Tang Ming looked at the door that he had blocked with something, and then looked at Chun Bin in the game screen, who was still tirelessly carrying various supplies. After thinking for 2 seconds, he decisively put away the hacker computer and left the room. After about 10 minutes, he returned satisfied. He didn't do much when he went out, but just brought in a few outstanding wild employees. Putting away the shed in his hand, Tang Ming took out the hacker computer. This time, he did not hesitate. With a thought, he disappeared from the spot. Bye. Mission completed. Rewards being calculated. Just as Chun Bin, with a tired look on his face, was moving the spoils of this trip into the yard. The sudden reminder sound in his ear made him stunned for a moment. It took him more than 10 seconds to react. Have I completed my mission? Since the mission began, he has been working day after day to the point where he has completely forgotten about time. A hint of joy appeared on his face, but he quickly suppressed it. Because this is just one mission, there are a full 80 mission worlds waiting for him. However, he firmly believed that one day he would be able to return to reality. Rewards have been distributed. Please check at home. The prompt sound came again. Chinbin looked around and couldn't find where the sound came from, so he simply ignored it. After all, this is the world of the dead, so no matter how miraculous things happen, it is not surprising. I don't know what the reward will be. He had some expectations about this. After all, according to what the gods said, these rewards could be brought back to reality and might be helpful to the development of the camp. Chapter 126 Opportunity. The moment Chun Bin took the iron sword card in his hand, Tang Ming immediately let it return to the shed. After working for a year, it's time to let the other person have a good rest. Thinking this in his mind, he walked to the window of the room and looked at the mountains of materials piled up in the yard outside. Very satisfied with this. Fortunately, he brought in 4 more employees like Chun Bin this time, who were just right to take over the other party's jobs. After releasing the 4 men from the shed and skillfully fooling them, Tang Ming went to the pawn shop. I spent 7 days using gold bars to brush up on skill points, upgrading the weight-carrying skill level while waiting for the game to be settled. This time, he materialized the hacking skill without hesitation. There is no special feeling. However, it is obvious that his hand has learned a new skill. If it continues like this, even without the control of the brain, it will be more knowledgeable than 99% of the people in the wasteland. It took a total of 3 hours to enter the outside world of the game, and no one broke into the room he was in during this time. After Tang Ming confirmed that no one around noticed the situation here, he went straight back to the new maintenance room. The three people in the maintenance room were sleeping soundly at the moment and did not notice his departure. And even if they found that he was not there, they would not pay too much attention to it. After returning to the room, Tang Ming also lay down and began to rest. Next day, Tang Ming was awakened by a loud shouting. Not only him, but the other three people in the maintenance room were also awakened by the noisy noise coming from outside. What happened? Why is there so much noise? Qi Ning looked tired. After coming back from rescuing the injured yesterday and working for such a long time, he didn't get much rest. However, hearing the noise outside becoming increasingly louder, he stood up and walked out. Tang Ming and the other two followed him out. Then I saw many green snake soldiers searching around. The expressions on their faces were serious, as if they were carrying out some very important mission. Qi Ning knew a lot of people and soon found out the details from the people around him. 4 guards on patrol went missing last night. It seems he has been killed. It could have been done by the Sunchasers, but it could also be revenged by some scavengers. Qi Ning's tone seemed familiar. After all, this incident happened near them. If those who took action were targeting themselves instead of the patrolling guards, the scene would be terrifying just to think about. This is too scary. Have you found out who the murderer is? The 2 maintenance workers also thought of themselves and shuddered involuntarily. No, even the bodies of the 4 guards are missing now. It's like it just disappeared into thin air. When Qi Ning said this, his expression turned a little ugly, as if he had thought of something. This is somewhat similar to the theft case that happened in Keys before. The item disappeared suddenly and could not be found no matter how hard you looked. When one of the maintenance workers saw the change in Qi Ning's expression, he immediately thought of the theft that happened to Kuze. Is there really such a thing? His voice was trembling. In fact, horror stories are surprisingly prevalent in this wasteland, because this can remind people in the wasteland to always be vigilant and not be like the protagonist in the story who foolishly rushes in even though he knows there is danger. Don't think too much about it. It might be man-made. Don't you think I'm right, Huang Ming? Qi Ning looked at Tang Ming, who had been silent beside him, and then found that the other party did not seem to be paying attention to this matter at the moment, but seemed to be thinking about something else. Tang Ming was stunned for a moment before realizing that his pseudonym was Huang Ming. He nodded quickly. We have to believe in science. As the instigator, Tang Ming is naturally qualified to say this. It's really scientific after all, probably. Although Green Snake's investigators did not find any clues in the end, they still caused panic among the people. But even if something like this happened, the daily work still needs to be done. Have you repaired all your parts? Qi Ning and the 2 maintenance workers all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Qi Ning was fine as he had some mental preparation, but as for the other 2, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Is it possible for a person to finish so much work in one night? As for Qi Ning, although he knew that Tang Ming was fast, he did not expect him to be this fast. If Tang Ming applied his talent to gun shooting, he would definitely become the top sharpshooter. The kind that is done before anyone else can react. I'm going out for a while. Qi Ning's facial expression changed continuously for a moment, as if he had made a decision. After leaving these words, he left quickly and his whereabouts were unknown. As for the 2 maintenance workers, they also reacted belatedly at this time. He quickly stepped forward to ask Tang Ming about maintenance-related matters. If being 1 step faster will make people jealous, then being 1 kilometer faster will make people look up to you and admire you. This is the situation between the 2 of them now. But Tang Ming has no experience in maintenance. I can only demonstrate it to them myself. This way, then that way, okay. What didn't you see clearly? Then I'll try again. Still don't understand? Then, Huang Ming, follow me. More than 10 minutes later, Qi Ning returned. Without giving Tang Ming a chance to refuse, he directly took his hand and walked quickly towards the center of the camp. Only 2 confused people were left in the maintenance room. He seemed to be able to do it, but also seemed not to be able to do it. What's the hurry? Tang Ming frowned and looked at Qi Ning. Remember what I told you before? Qi Ning asked back. Which one? The other party told him a lot of things, and Tang Ming was not sure which one it was. It means becoming a member of the research department. Qi Ning reminded. Tang Ming suddenly understood what he said, and then wondered. Didn't you say it would take some time? That's just an assistant, but I think you have the potential to become a full-time researcher. While Qi Ning was speaking, he had already taken Tang Ming up the stairs to the upper floor. Not only potential, based on the abilities Tang Ming has shown now, he feels that it would not be difficult for him to become a researcher directly. Tang Ming also wanted to get to know the core secrets of the Green Snake Camp, so he didn't say anything more about it. Following Qi Ning, They soon arrived outside a room. There are quite a few people here. Judging from their clothes, these people should be the original survivors of the Green Snake camp. At this time, these people, each holding their own identity number card in their hands, are queuing up to register. Judging from its internal situation, it should be similar to a place to register for job changes. Qin Ning, this is the talent you mentioned? You only have one chance to assess him. Are you sure you want to give him the job? Used in Chapter 127. Just as Tang Ming was looking around, a middle-aged woman walked out. The other party seemed to be very familiar with Qin Ning, and there was a hint of confusion in his words. It seemed like he didn't understand Qin Ning's actions. Hearing that the question seemed to be related to himself, Tang Ming retracted his gaze and looked at the person in front of him. It is not uncommon for women to hold positions among green snakes. It can even be said to be very common. Because most men will be assigned to combat departments, only a few would stay in the camp to do some physical labor. This means that many female members in the camp have to take on management and logistical work in the camp. This situation may change with the participation of survivors and scavengers from other camps. But that's for the future. Ren Jun is responsible for the allocation and arrangement of positions within the camp. Qin Ning introduced Tang Ming in a low voice. The Renjin mentioned by Qin Ning should be between 30 and 40 years old, wearing a neat white cotton shirt. His face wasn't particularly good-looking, but he had a unique aura. It should be developed through long-term management work. After introducing herself to Tang Ming as Renjin, Qin Ning also replied, I'm optimistic about him. If Huang Ming can pass the assessment, then with his help, my chances of passing the assessment will be much higher than if I took it myself. Whatever you want. When Renjin heard Qin Ning say this, she didn't say anything more and turned her gaze to Tang Ming. Huang Ming, a scavenger who just joined the camp. Right. From the conversation between the two, Tang Ming also roughly understood what had happened. If you want to enter that research department, it seems that you need some quota before you can take the assessment. And Qin Ning gave him this qualification. Although I don't know why Qin Ning gave up the opportunity he had waited for so long to someone he had only known for a few days. But I have something I need to tell you in advance. But I hope you can seize this opportunity and not waste it. After getting the answer, Renjin looked at Tang Ming and casually reminded him. She has known Qin Ning for many years. Although she does not agree with Qin Ning's current behavior, she does not want her friend's hard-earned opportunity to go to waste. Hearing this, Tang Ming looked at Qin Ning beside him. Qin Ning seemed to know what he wanted to say and waved his hand. It's okay. If you pass the exam, just choose me as your assistant. Wait, you wanted to assess the researcher? Hearing Qin Ning's words, Ren Jun was stunned for a moment, and then asked uncertainly. She suspected she had heard wrongly. She thought Qin Ning only wanted Tang Ming to take the assessment to become a research assistant, but the current situation was obviously not what she thought. The assessments are all pretty much the same anyway. There are two types of assessments to become a researcher. One answer, one hands-on. Tang Ming's hands-on ability is beyond reproach. And as for answering questions, being able to easily repair so many things is naturally no problem at all. In Qin Ning's opinion, for Tang Ming, the position of researcher is enough as long as he has good hands. Forget it, just follow me. Renjin thought Qin Ning was joking with her, so she ignored him, waved to Tang Ming, and then walked straight to the core area. After arriving here, Tang Ming discovered that many of the researchers who had escaped with them were still here. It seems that this place has become their temporary residence for the time being. Originally, the test was supposed to be held in the technology building, but now it has collapsed. The assessment process is very simple. You need to complete the exam questions issued by 5 researchers. You can become an assistant if you complete 2 of them. Renjin paused here, as if remembering what Qin Ning said before, and then jokingly said, if you can complete all of them and pass Mastering One's test, you can become a trainee researcher. You can then designate a non-research member of the camp to be your assistant. As they were talking, they had already walked up to an old man who was bowing his head in deep thought. The old man's clothes were very shabby, and he was currently debugging a precision instrument in front of him. Even when Tang Ming and the other man came in front of him, he remained indifferent. This is Ren Kong. He is in charge of all the trivial matters in the research department. Renjin knew that Tang Ming was a scavenger who had just joined the camp, so she introduced him and then looked at the old man. Dad, this is Huang Ming. Come here to join the club. Can't you see I'm busy? Before Ren Jun could finish her words, Ren Song waved his hand impatiently, and it was obvious that he didn't want to pay any attention to the two of them. The loss of experimental items in the building collapse is secondary. The most important thing is the precious machines used for experiments. It would be good enough to find one of these instruments in the city. Finding another one to replace them is obviously like looking for a needle in a haystack. So what he is doing now is to save those experimental instruments that can still be saved. Not only him, other researchers are also currently working in the same way. You've seen the situation, come back later. Rin Song, his biological father, treated him like this, not to mention other researchers he was not very familiar with. Rin Jin also gave Tang Ming an apologetic look. We can only wait until these researchers are done with their work. Tang Ming glanced at Ren Jun, and then looked at a machine that Ren Song was repairing that looked like a mineral measuring instrument. In this regard, Tang Ming can only say that it is a professional match. However, the prerequisite is to know the detailed structure of this machine. Thinking of this, he asked Ren Song, who was frowning, "Do you know the general structure of this machine?" If Tang Ming asked about other things, Ren Song would definitely not answer, but his mind was currently focused on the machine, and he subconsciously said what he was thinking. "I know, of course I know, but knowing that is useless. The parts here cannot be made under the conditions in the camp now." After he said that, Ren Song also reacted and looked at Tang Ming with some suspicion. As a researcher, Ren Song is certainly not stupid. After he answered Tang Ming's question, I also vaguely guessed Tang Ming's intention. "Well, if you can fix it, I can count you as having passed the test." The damage to the mineral detector is not too serious, but it takes a lot of time and effort to repair it. And if some steps go wrong, there is a high probability that errors will occur in subsequent tests. This is why he is so annoyed now, because he had repaired it several times, but the results were not particularly satisfactory. Since Tang Ming had the intention, he let him try it, so that Renjin wouldn't bother him from time to time. More importantly, he believed that with him watching over it, even if Tang Ming couldn't repair it properly, the machine wouldn't have any major problems under his supervision. He can also use this time to calm down his irritable mood caused by the maintenance. Isn't this against the rules? Renjin frowned upon seeing this. Repairing a precision machine was too difficult for someone who had never done it before. In her opinion, this was simply Run Song making things difficult for Tang Ming. "I will be there to guide you. There is nothing unreasonable about that. And that's what you mean, right?" While Ren Song was looking at Tang Ming, he moved aside so that he could see the internal structure of the machine. Tang Ming nodded upon seeing this. After asking about a few key locations and how the machine worked, he started working directly. Although he didn't understand the operating principle, he didn't really need to understand it. As long as you have the hands to do it, the brain won't be a problem anymore. Chapter 128 completed. There is nothing special about Tang Ming's repair process. That is to say, replace all the broken parts of the machine with new ones, and do a full body maintenance and apply a new coat of paint. He made it look like new, and other than that he didn't do anything. Rin Song looked at the brand new testing equipment in front of him and fell into deep thought. He watched Tang Ming do every step, but how did this machine become so new? Although he didn't understand, after Tang Ming said it was repaired, he immediately went forward to check and test to see if there was any error. How is this possible? However, after the test, the results surprised him. Not only was there no error, but the results were even more accurate than before the machine broke down. Maybe I added a little lubricant to make the machine run smoother. Tang Ming guessed it. Ren Jun, who was standing by, was speechless upon hearing this, feeling that the two of them were not on the same channel at all. But she looked at her shocked father and realized that she might have misunderstood Qin Ning before. The other party really wasn't joking with him. This person named Huang Ming really has the ability to become a formal researcher. After the shock, Ren Song quickly came to his senses. He was slightly excited, but he suppressed his excitement and asked Tang Ming, "Can you repair machines like this?" "Probably, provided you can clearly tell me the internal structure." Tang Ming told the truth and did not hide anything about it. After all, to outsiders, it just seems that his hands-on ability is a little bit better. "Very good." Ren Song muttered something under his breath upon hearing this. And then, ignoring Ren Jun's reaction, he directly pulled Tang Ming to find other researchers who were debugging instruments. "It seems I'm no longer needed." Ren Jun muttered something when he saw this. Judging from the current situation, even if Tang Ming cannot become a formal researcher, he is more than qualified to be an assistant. Thinking of this, she turned around and prepared to tell Qin Ning the good news. On the other side, Tang Ming, who was pulled over by Ren Song, quickly began to repair various instruments under the watch of many researchers. In this regard, Tang Ming did not feel that he had suffered any loss. Thanks to these researchers, his hands-on ability is constantly improving. His hands were quick learners, and later on, when he came across similar instruments, he could repair them directly without the need for a researcher to explain them to him. It can be said that the progress is rapid. It didn't take long for Tang Ming to solve all the problems that had been troubling the researchers. And the so-called 5 assessments were naturally passed unanimously. This would have been impossible before the technology building was attacked, because most researchers will choose the more convenient written test for assessment. A situation like the one we're seeing now, where everyone is taking action, would only happen under special circumstances. Otherwise, with Tang Ming's limited knowledge, it is obviously impossible to meet the requirement of passing the level with all votes. If Lord Inhuan agrees, you can become a formal researcher now. After the big stone in his heart fell, Rin Song also began to care about Tang Ming's affairs. Master Inhuan has a veto power. If he disagrees, then you can only rely on another way to get the treatment of a researcher. What method? Tang Ming actually didn't care whether he could become a so-called researcher, but since Rin Song mentioned it, it would seem a little abnormal if he didn't ask. Become an assistant, study for 3 to 5 years, and gain recognition from most of the researchers in the research department. This is not a difficult thing for you, but it will take much longer than if Lord Inhuan agrees directly. While Rin Song was explaining, he had already brought Tang Ming to the room where Inhuan was currently living. Master Inhuan is not in a good mood today. The guard at the gate seemed to be very familiar with Rin Song. Seeing him bringing a stranger over, he seemed to have guessed something and started talking. Is it because the technology building collapsed? Rin Song frowned when he heard this. This made things a bit difficult, just when he was thinking about whether to bring Tang Ming over again after a while. The guard shook his head. I went to seek comfort from Lord Jinlin, but was turned away. As if he knew what kind of personality Inhuan had, Rin Song was silent for a moment and waved his hand. In that case, please go in and help announce that there is a new person who has passed the assessment. After hearing Rin Song's words, the guard showed an expression of as expected and did not keep the two waiting for long. He entered the room and came out again within 2 minutes. Come in. After the guard finished speaking, he reminded, in addition to Lord Inhuan, there is also a new Legion commander, Lord Wangshi. His personality is a bit. The guard didn't finish his words, but Rin Song and Tang Ming both understood what he meant. Especially Tang Ming, he had seen the king cobra with his own eyes, so he naturally knew what a weird creature it was. But it is obviously too late to leave now. After all, the guards have already gone in to report. Talk as little as possible after you go in. After Rin Song gave a reminder, he took Tang Ming in. The room where the silver ring is located is very large. It is more like a warehouse than a room. A warehouse filled with a large amount of materials. A lot of dust can be seen on these materials, and it seems that they were most likely rescued from the ruins of the science and technology building. Just one word from me will make that woman submit to you. If you can make Jinlin and I get along, then I will agree to be your little brother. It's a king and his ministers. The words of a younger brother are just called gangsters. How can they? After walking a few steps, Tang Ming heard 2 voices talking. One is arrogant and the other is cowardly. With such a distinctive feature, even if you don't see who is speaking, you can immediately tell who is speaking. After walking a few more steps, the situation of Wang Snake and Inhuan at this time also caught the eyes of Tang Ming and Rin Song. Then the 2 of them were stunned. Even the words of address that Rin Song was about to blurt out from his mouth were stuck in his throat due to the strange scene in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should speak or not. Inhuan's situation was very ordinary, sitting on a chair next to a table. However, the king snake seemed to feel that as an emperor, no one was willing to sit on an equal footing with him. So he moved the chair he was sitting onto the table, and was now talking to Inhuan from a condescending angle. However, Inhuan looked like a child of 8 or 9 years old, which made the king snake not only look not majestic at all, but also look particularly funny. Chapter 129 Direction. Hiss! Tang Ming could feel Rin Song beside him take a breath. If we hadn't been mentally prepared in advance, the temperature in the warehouse might have dropped by 1 degree due to their suction. Are you the talent the guard is talking about? Seeing the 2 people coming in, Wangshi stopped talking with Inhuan and looked at the 2 people under the chair with disdainful eyes. Master Wangshi, Master Inhuan, this is Huang Ming, who has just passed 5 tests and has strong personal abilities. Hearing Wang Snake's question, Rin Song reacted immediately and hurriedly introduced the 2 people. Huang Ming? Although I have never heard of your name, as long as you can show enough talent, I will allow you to become my subordinate and follow me. I can guarantee that you will have endless wealth and glory. Tang Ming remained silent. Although he was mentally prepared, After hearing what the other party said, he still couldn't help but want to beat the other party up. Especially when I think about the other party not letting go of even an ant, I feel itchy to do it. Ren Song, who was standing by, heard what Wang Shi said and his mouth twitched, thinking it was outrageous. This character is even worse than Wu Buxios. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer, and could only look at the king snake for help. It was sitting down and looking at Tang Ming's silver ring with curiosity. I hope this so-called head of the research department can say something. The atmosphere on the scene was a little subtle for a moment. I don't know whether Inhuan sensed this subtle atmosphere or really discovered something. Are you the one who rescued me from the rubble earlier? Ren Song breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Inhuan speak, and then looked at Tang Ming beside him with some surprise. He had also heard about what Inhuan had encountered before, but he did not expect that it was done by Tang Ming, who was next to him. This made him feel relieved. If he had such a relationship, it should not be difficult for Tang Ming to become a researcher. Not me. Tang Ming directly denied it. As for the reason, no, that's good. Upon hearing this, Inhuan immediately showed his vicious side. If that guy hadn't rescued me in advance, Jean Lin might have come to rescue me personally. I get angry just thinking about this. Don't worry. No one will rescue you, not even Jean Lin. At this moment, Tang Ming also had a general understanding of Inhuan's character. A total bootlicker, and it's the kind that you lick hard. Ahem. The king cobra coughed twice, looking a little unhappy. The three of them ignored him, which made him feel very embarrassed. Tang Ming was also very impressed by his petty character. After thinking about it, he finally imitated the ministers in the costume dramas and said with his hands folded, I am not capable enough to be accepted into such a prestigious position, but if I can do my best, I will do it without hesitation. This king cobra just follows the donkey and does what the other party says. As expected, after hearing Tang Ming's words, the king snake was overjoyed. I think Mr. Huang is a great talent at the time. He will definitely create great achievements with me in the future. Your Majesty is overestimating me. Good. Looking at the two people who were praising each other for no apparent reason, Ren Song fell silent again. So it's not the king snake that has the problem. But him? Is he the only abnormal person here? Not only was he confused, Inhuan was also confused. However, with the help of the king cobra, Tang Ming successfully became a formal researcher. After leaving the warehouse, Ren Song looked at Tang Ming and hesitated for a long time before he spoke. The personalities of the several Legion commanders are somewhat peculiar. This is because they have received extraordinary powers, which has magnified their personality flaws. So you don't have to be too surprised. You'll get used to it. It seemed that he was explaining it to Tang Ming, but actually he was speaking to himself. After all, Tang Ming looked so familiar before, so there was no way he looked unaccustomed to it. After saying this, Ren Song also introduced to Tang Ming what a researcher needs to do. We are now divided into 4 research directions. They are machinery, biological weapons, medicine, and radiation energy. You can choose one of these directions to conduct your own research, or you can join others. However, now that something like this has happened, the experiment cannot be carried out for the time being, so you don't need to be too anxious to choose which direction to go. Later, I will have someone send you the general research contents of the 4 directions. It won't be too late to decide which direction to choose for research after you have read it. Besides, after saying this, Ren Song told Tang Ming about the privileges he could enjoy after becoming a researcher. All items in the camp can be deployed after the application is approved. In addition, you will be given command of a 5-man team, allowing them to carry out some external material search missions. There are many privileges that researchers can enjoy. For a moment, Ren Song was unable to list all the privileges, so he could only list a few of the more prominent ones for Tang Ming. As for the rest, Tang Ming will need to check it himself later. I'm currently looking for a new research institute. I'll have someone notify you once I find one. As for your free time, you can arrange it yourself. After solving Tang Ming's housing problem, Ren Song left this message and went about his own business. For example, proofreading and organizing experimental data. It turns out that capable people are popular everywhere. Tang Ming sighed as he looked at the privilege badge with the word research written on it that he had just obtained. He hasn't been in Green Snake for long, but he's already a senior executive. Becoming the leader of the Green Snakes is just around the corner. Put the badge away. Tang Ming did not check out his new residence immediately, but returned to the job assignment room where Ren Jun was. Qi Ning was still waiting for him here. Done. Seeing Tang Ming coming back, Qi Ning immediately stepped forward and asked. He had already learned the general course of events from Ren Jun. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. Tang Ming bared his teeth. From now on, you will be my assistant. He is a man of his word. Although he did not agree to it personally, he was able to get this position so quickly thanks to Qin Ning. Ah, I told you you can do it. Hearing this news, Qin Ning also smiled. He has wanted to join the research department for a long time. In addition to the much higher salary, another reason was that he finally didn't have to look at Kuze's face anymore. Even now, Kuze has to look at his face. Qin Ning felt refreshed just thinking about the other person's face that was as black as charcoal. After finishing his work here, Tang Ming returned to his new residence. This treatment is indeed much better. Tang Ming looked at the room in front of him, which was more than 50 square meters in size, and couldn't help but sigh. Especially the independent toilet in the room, which was something he had never dared to think about before. The result is now available. However, although the furniture in the room was of good quality, it was still no match for those he brought out from the game. So I decisively replaced all the furniture I needed. After doing all this, his eyes were on the table. There was a piece of information there that had been placed there before he came back. This is exactly the research-related information that Ren So mentioned. Let me see what you guys are researching. While he was muttering, he had already reached out, took the documents on the table, and started to look through them. However, as he continued to flip through the pages, his brows furrowed more and more. Chapter 130 Secret. There's nothing much to say about machinery and medicine, which is normal. But there are big problems in research on biological weapons and radiation energy. There is no hatred, but instead some strange weapons. Using the special body structure of mutant creatures, we can create living weapons. There are some pictures of experimental subjects in the information. They are indeed living creatures, and they are not very large in size. It can be seen that green snakes have achieved certain research results in this regard. Except biological weapons. The content about radiation energy made Tang Ming frown. What do you mean it's not the original universe? Compared with biological weapons, which have already achieved some research results, radiation energy is basically just a conceptual description. There are a lot of speculations involved. The occurrence of a catastrophe, the emergence of mutant creatures, etc. The evolution of organisms is a long-term process that takes place according to the environment. However, in just a few decades, the species of organisms in the wasteland have undergone tremendous changes. In the beginning, you can still see the planet's original creatures, but as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer of them. It is undeniable that some species did undergo benign mutations under the irradiation of the new sun, but most of the so-called mutant organisms did not come about through evolution. Their genes are completely different from the original creatures on this planet, so for now we suspect they are alien species. However, due to limited conditions, we are unable to explore this in depth for the time being. When Tang Ming saw this, he turned to the back. Then I saw the introduction to the new sun mentioned earlier. Unlike the sun before the cataclysm, the new sun is a celestial body that cannot be observed with instruments. It doesn't rise in the east and set in the west. It just adjusts its brightness at fixed times. The light it emits is the main source of the radiation energy factor in the air. This factor can induce normal genes to mutate in a predetermined direction. The night demon was created based on this situation. Note, Jury seems to have found a way to overcome this genetic limitation. After reading the last page, Tang Ming fell in a deep thought. This is a lot of information. Although most of the content was speculation, it was enough to overturn his previous understanding. Upon closer inspection, these speculations are not wrong. The temperature in their city remains around 40 degrees all year round. Thinking carefully, it seems that I have never seen clouds since I came to this world. It is really possible that it is not in the original galaxy. What happened during the cataclysm? Tang Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled by this. Although I often hear people talk about the cataclysm, I have never heard anyone describe the situation in detail. There are many old people like Old You who have survived from the catastrophe to the present. This situation shouldn't happen. Something's wrong. Tang Ming frowned and thought for a moment. After getting no answer, he decided to see if he could find the corresponding record in the Green Snake's database. With his current status as a researcher, he can freely access most of the files in Green Snake. However, because the science and technology building was attacked, it would take a few days to sort out the important information stored there. Now, Tang Ming glanced at the walkie-talkie that belonged to him on the bedside table. Through this intercom, he can contact the team of Green Snake soldiers under his command. Although 5 people are not many, it is enough. Thinking of this, Tang Ming picked up the intercom and gave his first order to the team. Collect a hard drive for yourself. How much do we need to collect? The more the merrier. After giving the instructions, Tang Ming hung up the intercom. Start thinking about which direction to research in. To be honest, what he is most interested in is radiation energy. After all, it can evolve itself. He doesn't ask to become stronger, as long as he can prolong his life. However, the top management of Green Snake does not seem to attach much importance to this aspect, which can be seen from the information handed over by Rin Song. And he also knows his own weight. Asking him to do research is a joke. It's better to start a separate research on your own, and then use some game items to fool around. Tang Ming felt that this method was most suitable for him. Still no clues about the location of Sunchaser's new base. In the Green Snake's training ground, Lin Han looked at the dozens of selected scavengers and asked one of his men beside him. They are very vigilant now. Hearing this answer, Lin Han withdrew his gaze from the training ground. A thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes, and after a moment he said, "In that case, bring out those weapons. We must find it as quickly as possible and then destroy it." Upon hearing this, the subordinate showed hesitation on his face. As someone close to Lin Han, he naturally knew what the weapon the other party was talking about. If this continues, it will pose a huge potential threat to the Green Snake. Seeing the hesitation on the other person's face, Lin Han naturally knew what the other person was worried about. Compared to this, some uncontrollable factors are also within the acceptable range. Otherwise, if Zhuri becomes a trend, our losses will only become greater. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Upon hearing this, the subordinate did not dare to hesitate any longer and retreated immediately. After thinking for a moment, Lin Han walked towards a hidden room known only to a few Legion commanders. "Come in." As soon as I reached the door of the room, an old voice came from inside. Upon hearing this, Lin Han pushed the door open and walked in. The layout of the room is very cozy. An old man sitting in a wheelchair is flipping through a book about peacetime in his hands. After Lin Han told him all the recent developments, the prophet paused flipping through the book in his hand, then shook his head. That guy really hasn't given up yet. What on earth does he want to do? Lin Han knew a little about what happened between the two of them. All we know is that they were the first two people to develop consciousness and the first to step out of the tribe. Our purpose is the same. It's all for the ethnic group. It's just a different process. The prophet said this and looked at the book Benevolence, Justice, and Morality in his hand, and then sighed. What he wants to do is more cruel than what I want to do. What he wants is true liberation for the tribe. Real liberation? A look of doubt flashed across Lin Han's face. However, since the prophet did not explain, he did not continue to ask about this matter, but instead asked, "All the forces in the city have been gathered together. Will the next step still proceed according to the original plan?" Chapter 131 Inquiry. The plan Lin Han mentioned was very simple, which was to reduce disputes and develop more population, so that more people can come out of it. You decide for yourself. After the prophet finished speaking, he continued to read the book in his hand. Lin Han did not leave immediately. Anything else? Seeing that Lin Han did not leave, the prophet looked up with a hint of doubt in his tone. There was a problem with the transaction over there. Lin Han said, The prophet's expression changed slightly when he heard this. What's the problem? It seems that the amount of goods we sent over during that period was a bit too much, so we are not very satisfied with the transaction volume this time. Tell them it was just a special case, and the quantity is still the same as agreed. But Lin Han had some doubts. If they don't want to, then forget about getting the goods from us. That guy knows how to drain the pond to catch all the fish. He will restrain the monsters under his command. When the prophet said this, he closed his eyes and said no more. I see. After Lin Han exhaled, he left the hidden room without stopping. Day by day. How about the Green Snake loss? See Fan Xiao, covered in feathers, landing on the rooftop. Xiaji, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stepped forward, handed the food and water in his hand to the other party, and asked. After 2 days of getting along, he had a preliminary understanding of Fan Xiao. I admire what he has done even more. Fan Xiao took the food handed to her by Xiaji and walked straight downstairs. There was no intention of paying any attention to the other party. Seeing this, Xiaji was stunned for a moment, then immediately followed. Knowing what Fan Xiao had been through, he was not angry about it, but comforted her. Don't worry, brother, Nan will find a way. With your successful experiment, I believe you will soon be able to develop a mature genetic drug, and then we can avenge your mother. Xiaji talked incoherently, and soon followed Fan Xiao to the outside of Yinan's office. After entering the office and seeing Nan standing on the balcony and looking into the distance, Fan Xiao, who had returned to the camp, spoke. Green Snake has spies all over the city. We have not yet discovered that we are moving through the sewers. Her voice was a little more hoarse and mature than before. It gives people a feeling of having experienced the vicissitudes of life. After hearing her report, Nan withdrew his gaze. How much did the Green Snake lose this time? The building you told me about has completely collapsed as planned, but the people inside evacuated so quickly that there weren't many casualties. When Fan Xiao said this, many of the gray and white feathers on her body stood up, as if she was quite dissatisfied with the completion of her mission this time. This is your first time doing something like this, and it's pretty good to be able to do this. You've worked hard these past few days. Go down and rest first. I'll send someone to notify you if there are other tasks. Nan said this, and then looked at Xiaji, who remained in the room after Fan Xiao left. He seemed to know what Xiaji wanted to say, and directly refused. I won't let you take the injection until I'm completely sure the genetic drug is safe. Brother Nan? Seeing this, Xiaji felt a little unconvinced. He felt that he couldn't lose to a girl like Fan Xiao. I promised your father. Seeing this, Nan directly moved Xiaji's dead father out. This trick was very useful to Xiaji. After moving his father out, Xiaji's momentum suddenly decreased by 3 points. Okay. After sending Xiaji out of the office, Nan came to a mirror in the room. He looked at his damaged face, and after a moment of silence, he asked, Scholar, is the method you mentioned really feasible? After he asked this question, the eyeballs and the damaged half of his face began to move by themselves. Of course it's possible. I'm from the same tribe as them, so I naturally know how to deal with them. The essence of their influence on the material world is to use compatible flesh and blood tissue as a container to contact and influence matter. The process of injecting genes from other organisms is like filling this container with liquid. Once it is full, they will not be able to enter the container. Looking at what the person in the mirror said, Nan thought for a few seconds and then asked, You said you wanted peace? But if you follow your method, won't your people never be able to touch the material world again? That's what I want. Why? Because of this method, their personality and behavior will gradually be affected by the container, and eventually they will become part of the container and turn into real people. At this point, do you think we are still ourselves? They were on the wrong path, and I had to set them right. Hearing this answer, Nan fell silent again. At first, he did not trust this scholar who inexplicably appeared in his body. But as the situation in the city gradually became a reality, as the other party had described, he had no choice but to believe it. What would happen to you if I injected the genetic drug? After thinking for a long time, Nan asked another question, and after asking this question, his eyes were fixed on the gaze in the eyes that were out of his control. However, the scholar seemed to have known that he would ask this question, and his eyes did not change at all, completely disconnected from you. Nan lowered his head, then raised his head. After the genetic medicine is completed, I will spread it as I promised you. Even if the genetic drug is spread, it may cause the city to fall into chaos again. But it's better than this kind of captivity. Next day, didn't you say it would take a few days? When Tang Ming heard Run Song informing him that a new laboratory had been selected, he asked in confusion. Over there at the other survivors' camp, they said that this is a good opportunity to give us a separate research location. As you know, there are quite a few outsiders in the camp now. It's not very suitable for scientific research because of the large number of people. Tang Ming nodded when he heard this, indicating that he understood. Look what you have to pack. A convoy will escort us there in an hour. Having said this, Run Song just left. Tang Ming took a look at the various pieces of furniture that he had moved out yesterday. Forget it. It was all in vain. After packing up his things, he headed down to the subway tunnel. At this moment, there are already several pulley carts parked here. Some of the carts are equipped with instruments, and some are seats. Tang Ming simply found an empty seat and sat down. It didn't take too long to wait before researchers arrived one after another. The cart is powered by a diesel engine. It is not very fast, but it is stable. Seeing that the researchers around him were chatting idly, Tang Ming also found an opportunity, came to Rin Song and asked about the catastrophe. Judging from the other person's age, he is a bit older than old you, so he should be someone who survived that period. So now he is somewhat eager to know what happened at that time.